The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
It is September the 28th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 835 AD, Saint Wenceslas is murdered by his brother Boris Slausis I of Bohemia. And yes, this is the Wenceslas you're thinking of from the Christmas song, Good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen. Nothing immortalizes someone like being martyred. In 1066, William the Conqueror, then Duke of Normandy, lands at Pevensey Bay in Sussex, beginning the Norman conquest of England. In 1781, 9,000 American and 7,000 French troops begin the siege of Yorktown. In 1887, Yellow River of Honghe floods in China, killing between 900,000 and 2 million people, one of the deadliest natural disasters in history. In 1939, German-Soviet boundary and friendship treaty is signed by Johann von Ribbentrop and Van Vseslav Molotov, redraws German and Soviet spheres of influence in Central Europe and transfers most of Lithuania to the USSR. In 1945, Mildred Pierce, starring Joan Crawford, opens at the Strand Theater, New York City, wins the Academy Award for Best Actress. In 1968, Beatles' Hey Jude single goes number 1 and stays number 1 for 9 weeks. In 1938, Homer in the Gloamin' famous walk-off run hit by Gabby Hartnett of the Chicago Cubs against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Born on this day were Confucius, Augustus Fitzroy, George Clemenceau, John French, Elmer Rice, Bhagat Singh, Ed Sullivan, Peter Finch, Tom Harmon, Bridget Barden, Jonine Garofalo, Hilary Duff, Jay-Z, Max Schlumning, Ellsworth Vines, Alice Marble, Bruce Crampton, and Grant Fuhra. Dying today were Edward Hubble, Gamal Abdel Nasser, Ferdinand Marcos, Miles Davis, Peter Trudeau, and Coolio. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Police Department calling all cars, attention all cars. Watch for all automobiles bearing Florida license plates. Have just received tip that the Dillinger gang has arrived in Tucson. Take no chances, boys. They are armed and dangerous. That's all.
Ladies and gentlemen, the exacting and often hazardous duties of your police and firemen demand that the automotive equipment they use deliver sparkling, dependable performance. When life or death may be a matter of a split second, their gasoline must be good. Instant starting, unlimited power, quick getaway, night and day. That's why we are so proud to say that more police cars, ambulances, fire engines, and motorcycles in Southern California and Arizona are powered with Rio Grande crack than all other brands combined. Remember, this gasoline is exactly the same as that which you can buy at any Rio Grande service station. Nothing is added. If you are now a user of Rio Grande crack with tetraethyl, then you know what cracked performance means. If you are not, then try a tank full tomorrow and enjoy the smooth, effortless, 100% performance required by police and fire departments. Rio Grande crack with tetraethyl costs you no more. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Good evening, friends. The members of your police department are second to none in the world in handling a revolver. They are trained to shoot with the maximum amount of accuracy because we want the world to know that Los Angeles is a hot spot for desperate criminals. Tonight we bring you the story of John Dillinger, America's #1 criminal, who roams at large in the Middle West. It is just such desperados as Dillinger that we are prepared to meet. I have selected this story because it illustrates a timely warning to the citizens of this country that they must have trained law enforcement officers, honest and fearless, and that they, the citizens, must support their police. I asked Chief Wallard of Tucson, Arizona, to come here as my guest, because his work in capturing John Dillinger and his gang is an outstanding example of police diligence and alertness. Chief Wallard, will you address the radio listeners?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I feel highly honored that Chief Davis has selected as one of his cases to be dramatized on this splendid program the activities of the men of the Tucson Police Force in capturing the notorious Dillinger gang. And I also feel it an honor that Chief Davis has asked me to appear on this program with him. However, I am acting only as a representative of those fine boys who work with me. Although I had my part in directing their activities, too much praise cannot be given to the intelligence and bravery of those police officers who did their duty unflinchingly when asked to track down the ruthless and lawless band of men we had to deal with. It is peace officers like these boys of mine, and like these officers of Chief Davis, that make Los Angeles and Tucson such pleasant places for you citizens to live in. I won't take any further time to tell you about the capture of the Dillinger mob. You're about to hear the story just as it occurred. And as I know that you're eager for the play to begin, I'll turn the microphone over to Frederick Lindley, who will carry on with the story.
Thank you, Chief Wallig. September 26, 1933. Under a hail of machine gun bullets, Charles Migley, Harry Pierpont, and Russell Clark, accompanied by 7 other convicts, successfully escaped from the Indiana State Penitentiary. As the 10 desperate criminals disappear into the mists of early morning, all Indiana awakens to a reign of terror. 2 days later in Lima, Ohio.
Are you the sheriff?
Yeah.
You're holding John Dillinger here?
Yeah?
Well, we come to get him.
Who are you?
Officers from Michigan City, Indiana. He's wanted there.
Well, you'll have to show me your credentials.
Here's our credentials.
Oh. Terror spreads throughout the Middle West. Hysterical fear mounts. Not since the days when Jesse James rode the prairie have respectable citizens lived in such mortal dread of a ruthless outlaw. Dillinger is loose. Indianapolis.
$21,000 taken from the Massachusetts Avenue Bank.
New Carlisle, Ohio.
Bandits take $53,000 from the New Carlisle Bank in daring daylight robbery.
Harold, Pennsylvania.
Hold up at a Harold Bank. Lost $24,000.
Daleville, Indiana.
Hold up at loss of $3,500.
Montpelier, Indiana.
$12,000 haul from the Montpelier Bank.
Racine, Wisconsin.
Hold up at American Bank and Trust Company. Lost $27,000.
Greencastle, Indiana.
$74,000 bank robbery.
East Chicago.
Hold up at the First National Bank. $20,000 stolen. 1 policeman murdered.
Such is the list of crimes attributed to the Dillinger mob. Federal authorities combine forces with state and local peace officers. Roads are blocked. The militia is called out. Then, as suddenly as it began, the reign of terror ends. Peace once more is restored in the Middle West. The shattered nerves of farmer, merchant, and banker gradually return to normal. Dillinger seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth. A pale desert moon casts its transparent coverlet over the jagged crest of Mount Lemmon. From a sandy wash, a coyote howls at the silent Sahara that broods above him, thrusting its spiny arms toward the star-speckled velvet dome overhead. Across this scene of beautiful desolation comes a discordant note, a tinny popular song, played by a 3-piece orchestra in a desert roadhouse. The place is a few miles from Tucson, Arizona. It is the night of January 24th, 1934.
This is a bad sound. Surprising, to find a night spot like this out in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, it's all right. But I'll sure be glad to get to that sales meeting in L.A. You know, I get the jitters out in this country. Why, you're liable to wake up any morning with a rattlesnake in bed with you.
Oh, no, Harry, that's a lot of bunk. Why, all the rattlesnakes are asleep in the winter.
Winter? How would a rattlesnake know this was winter? Why make 3 stiff collars today while I was making my call? If this is winter, then L.A. was in the Arctic Circle.
Well, you don't need to worry about the snakes, Harry. Just have another shot of this.
It's not a bad idea at all. Well, here's the bigger and better sail.
Yeah, at least better than last year.
Pardon me, boys. Can I buy you a little drink?
Why, sure.
That's fine. What do you have?
Well, give me another highball, eh?
What about your turn there?
Oh, make mine the same.
Hey, bartender. 2 highballs and 1 straight.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me for butting in like this, but I'm a stranger in town here, and I'm all alone. I sort of wanted company. Get it?
Why, sure. That's all right.
Well, glad to have you.
Thanks. You look like a couple of all right mugs to me. Geez, what a crummy joint this is. Look at that thing they call an orchestra. Why, at the spots back in Chi, you ever been in Chi?
If I ever been to Chicago, say, why, I've got one of the most...
That's a great town, Chi. Why, they really do things. A pal of mine's got a trucking racket back there, and he's making $1 million. That's the sort of racket to be in. Something honest, where you share the dough out of the suckers. I don't like bump-offs very much. Beef's bad wherever, I suppose.
Say, when you listen to that, he's trying to tell us he's a tough guy. He's probably handling a line of kid shoes out of Minneapolis.
Yeah?
Watch me have some fun with that. Watch me.
Well, what was that you were saying?
My partner and me was just agreeing that you're right. We don't care much for the bump-off jobs ourselves.
Yeah? What's your racket?
Soup.
Yeah?
Sure.
I'm a banker myself.
Is that right?
Sure, only I don't like to work with soup. Takes too much time to get into the safe. Set the fuse. I just walk in and stick 'em up. It's quicker and cleaner unless you have to turn the heat on somebody.
Yeah, that's right, but, you get more our way.
Well, maybe. Let's have another drink.
By the time the desert moon has set, the 2 salesmen and their new friend have exchanged many confidences. On the way into Tucson, Clark, the man who prefers sticking up banks to blowing them up, discovers that they're all staying at the Congress Hotel. He invites the salesman to his room for a nightcap.
Sure, things got a little hot back east, so I came out here with a couple of pals until it cooled off.
Figuring on any stick-ups out here?
No, are you?
Maybe.
You damn fool to try it.
Yeah, why?
There are only 2 roads out of Arizona, and every Indian woodpicker knows the country better than you do. We can never make a getaway.
Maybe you're right.
Say, I got some new equipment here. Like to see it?
Sure thing.
Just a minute till I open up this grip.
Hey, will you look at that?
That's a real thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Here's a new super caliber machine gun. Takes a 35.1.
Gee, that's quite a weapon, isn't it?
Weapon? Okay, it is. This baby's dynamite. Rip a hole in you big enough to drive a truck through.
I think we better be getting to bed. It's pretty late.
What's the hurry? Charlie will be here soon.
Who's Charlie?
He's my partner. You ought to see him handle a sawed-off shotgun.
Yeah, no thanks. I think we better get to bed. Glad to meet you, pal.
Yeah, sure. No, sure.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'll be an honest expensive, that isn't...
Listen, Harry, that guy's a real thing. He ain't kidding.
You're telling me? You better report him to the police.
Well, let's not be in too big a hurry. After all, he hasn't done anything to us.
Maybe he's some kind of a big gangster. The police are looking for.
Yeah, maybe, but let's not be too hasty. We can talk about it tomorrow.
All right, then. Okay.
Early the following morning, while the guests in the hotel are still asleep, fire is discovered in the dining room, looking upward from the heating plant in the basement. The telephone operator on duty calls the fire department, and then with heavy smoke swirling around her switchboard, she sticks to her post.
Hello! Hello! This is the operator downstairs. The hotel's on fire. Get out at once. Hello? Yes, that smoke you smell. The hotel's on fire. 216. The hotel's on fire. Get out. Hello? Hello? No, sir. Not all of them. The fire's just got out. I can't get anyone now.
Get outside, Mary. I'll try to go through the building and warn them. Through the efforts of the brave telephone girl and the dining room manager who discovered the fire, all the guests are safely removed from the hotel. Every piece of fire equipment in Tucson responds to the call, and thousands of citizens on their way to work press against the hastily rigged guard rope. Inside the lines, Ken Makeley, his partner, watched the building burn.
Some cats out of that room.
You're telling me? But how?
If that ammunition ever starts popping, it's the payoff.
Yeah, but if you think I'm going to pay, you're screwed.
Wait a minute. I got an idea. Those bags all locked?
Yeah?
Okay, I'll get one of the firemen. Hey, buddy. I got a couple of bags up there in the room that got to get out. They got valuable papers in them.
Well, I can't get them for you now. I got other things.
Wait a minute. That ladder over there is up against the window in my room. All you got to do is go up there, get the stuff, and come down. There's $10 in it for you.
Well, okay, I'll see what I can do.
Right.
The firemen retrieved Clark and Makeley's arsenal, and in the confusion of reclaiming possessions after the fire has been put out, the two bandits get some of the clothing of the salesman. Clark and Makeley rent a house on 2nd Avenue, and the salesman traced Clark there. After they have regained their property, Clark questions them.
Say, boys, it runs in my mind we had quite a little talk the other night before the fire.
Why, yes. We had some drinks and talked a while.
And what did I say?
Oh, well, nothing much. We just talked.
Well, listen, boys, get this straight. I don't remember what I said, but whatever it is, it'll be healthier for you to forget it. Get me?
Why, sure. But there was nothing said.
Don't dummy up on me. Just get this straight, see? I'm a winter visitor, out here for a vacation and nothing more. Get it?
Frightened by the threat behind Clark's statement, the salesman reports the incident to Patrolman Terry Leslie, who relays the information to the chief. Chief Willard calls Traffic Captain J. Smith and Detective Dallas Ford into his office and explains the tip to them.
From the description Leslie got, I think these men are members of that Dillinger mob. The description tallies with the specialist he's out here from Indiana. Now, here's the address, 927 North 2nd Avenue. I want you to stake out the joint. Don't go into the house. These men are heavily armed. Wait until they come out, and pick them up away from the house. And if you have to shoot, shoot to kill.
The officers stake out the 2nd Avenue house. And after a little wait, Makeley leaves the house and drives downtown in a car bearing a Florida license. He is arrested with a companion who gives her name as Bernice Thompson as they are purchasing a radio. Indignant, Makeley is brought before the chief.
Look here, Chief. This is an outrage. Here's my card. I'm J.C. Davies. I'm in business down in Florida. I came over here to your city to spend the winter. My first week in town, I've been picked up by your men. I demand that you release me at once.
Well, I'm very sorry, Mr. Davies. Possibly it's a case of mistaken identity.
Well, indeed it is. Why, I have all sorts of identifications.
Well, naturally, Mr. Davies, you won't object to having your fingerprints taken so that we can clear up this unfortunate matter.
That isn't necessary, Chief. If you'll just send one of your men over to my house, why,
Why, I'll make my identity known in no time.
Yes, but, Mr. Davies, if you plan to spend the winter with us here, and you resemble so closely the man we're looking for, your fingerprints would give you a clean bill of health, so to speak, and you wouldn't be annoyed anymore.
It isn't necessary, Chief. I can identify myself.
Well, now, Makeley, you won't have to try, because we're fingerprinting you right now.
J.C. Davies' fingerprints establish him beyond a shadow of a doubt as the wanted Makeley. Realizing now that he's on the trail of the Dillinger mob, Chief Wallard sends officers Ford, Dorman, and Iman to watch for the other men in the 2nd Street house. They wait for several hours, parked near the house, and no one appears.
Say, I'm getting tired of this waiting around. I got a hunch they're in there, and I'm going to find out for sure.
Better go slow, Chet. These guys are no gas station bandits. They mean business.
Well, I got a plan I think will work. Look, I'm going to ask for A. Long. That's the name this other guy goes by. I'll tell him I'm a special delivery messenger. Now, you guys keep your eyes on me, and if I get in, you follow right after me.
You're taking a big chance, Chet.
Yeah, I know it, Frank. But I don't hanker to sit out here all day doing nothing.
Well, okay. We'll be right behind you.
All right. Here goes.
What is it?
Does Mr. A. Long live here?
Yes.
I've got a special delivery letter for him.
Oh, well, give it to me. I'll do it.
No, I have to deliver it to him in person.
Well, you can't.
Don't close that door on me.
Say, get your foot out of that door.
Open up. Come on, boys.
Hold on to the wall.
Keep the other guy down. I'll take care of him.
Hold on. Get that down.
Well, I got it by the hammer. He can't use it. Slam that door, Aaron. Didn't know you were meeting such a big guy, did you, Copper? I'll finish you off as soon as I get over to that bed where I left the gas. Hold it, sir. I'm coming. Thanks, fella. I guess that pistol weapon will keep him quiet for a while.
You killed him. You killed him.
I'm afraid not, lady. He's just sleeping for a while. But you nearly took my finger off when you slammed that door on it.
Well, I wish I'd taken your head off.
No, that's no way to talk, sister, because it won't do a bit of good. You're coming along to the station house with us just the same.
Clark, still unconscious, is taken to the police station where his bruises are dressed, and he is identified by Mark Robbins, identification expert of the Tucson Police Department. Shortly after Clark is taken to his cell, motorcycle patrolman Earl Nolan brings the chief a piece of information.
What is it, Nolan? Hey, the car these guys drove had a Florida license plate, didn't it? That's right. It was a 1934 model. Hey, listen, Chief, the other night I was talking to a guy who was driving a brand new sedan that had a Florida plate. Where was it? At a tourist camp on 6th Avenue. Well, get right out there, right away, and see if you can find it. All right.
Accompanied by officers J. Smith, Frank Iman, and Kenneth Mullaney, Nolan races to the tourist camp just as the car bearing the Florida plate, loaded with luggage, is leaving the place. The police car pulls up alongside of it.
All right, pull over, buddy. What's the trouble? Oh, no trouble. I'm sorry to have to bother you, but I'll have to ask you to come to the police station with me. What for? I haven't done anything. No, I know you haven't, but, well, it's the chief's orders that all out-of-state licenses have to be checked. Oh, I see. The chief's pretty cranky about it, so you better come along with me. Well, can't you check the plates here? No, I'm sorry. The chief's orders to bring in all out-of-state cars. It's only a formality. It won't take you 10 minutes. Very well, then. Want to hop in the back and ride with me? No, all right, sure.
Unsuspecting, Pierpont, the third of the gang, allows himself to be led into Chief Waller's office. Just inside the door, he sees Clark and Makeley's luggage.
Look out, Chief. He's got a gun. Pierpont? Yeah, he's got a gun all right, Frank.
But I got a hammerlock on him, and it's pointing into his own ribs. I'll fish him for the rest of the artillery. Yes, sir. Here's the other one, sir. Is that all? Yes, sir. Okay. Now, give me that gun.
No! Don't have to break my wrist. Say, look here, you got the wrong guy.
Yeah, we've heard that already today. I don't think there's much doubt about who you are, Pierpont. Oh, say, there's your glasses on the floor.
Oh, you can have him. What the hell good are they to me now?
Once more, Chief Wallard places the stake out on the 2nd Avenue house. This time, he sends officers Milo Walker, Mullaney, and James Heron. They have orders to arrest anyone who enters the place. Mullaney hides at one side of the house with a sawed-off shotgun. Walker, armed with a submachine gun, is behind some shrubs at the other side. Heron waits in a parked car some distance away. In the early evening, just as the dusk is deepening into night, a car pulls up across the street from the house. As the occupant of the car gets out, Heron follows him across the street. The detective is 5 steps behind Dillinger when the bandit stops in his tracks at the sight of blood which had fallen on the porch steps and cart was taken out. Heron steps up to him as Dillinger wheels around, hands in his coat pockets.
Put your hands up, Dillinger.
What is it, a stick-up?
No, it's an arrest. Now put him up. Oh, I'm squeezing the trigger.
An arrest? What for? What's the charge?
Pity this injustice will do for the time being. Walker, Mullaney, cover that gun in the car over there. No, you don't, Dillinger. You feel that in your ribs? I think it's fancy. I'll let you have it. Now, if you don't mind, I'll relieve you of your guns. Oh, 2 of them, huh? 1 on each side. And now, if you lower your hands...
All right. Come on, now cut out the politeness. Put the bracelets on and let's get down to your lousy jail. I won't be there very long anyway, but there isn't a jail in this country strong enough to hold me. Overnight, the names of the brave officers of the Tucson police force are household words the nation over, as the news of the capture of the Dillinger gang is flashed to a relieved nation. Securely locked in the Pima County jail, the 4 criminals threaten and snarl at their capture, as Chief Willard and Sheriff Belton place an extra armed guard of 20 men around the courthouse. By rail and by plane, officials rush Tucson from Wisconsin and Indiana, each state eager to extradite the men for crimes in their territory. After days of legal complications, Dillinger is spirited away by plane to Crown Point, Indiana, to answer for the murder of the patrolman in the East Chicago holdup. A day later, the other 3 bandits leave by plane for the east to face trial in Lima, Ohio, for the murder of Sheriff Fibber. Ohio justice is swift. Harry Pierpont and Charles Makeley have already received mandatory death sentences for the murder of Sheriff Fibber, and Clark is soon to be tried. But Dillinger has made good his boast. Equipped with a wooden revolver of his own fabrication, Dillinger, a fortnight ago, bluffed his way out of the Lake County Jail in Crown Point, Indiana. Once more, the manhunt is on. Once more, the roads throughout the Middle West are blockaded by questioning officers. Once more, peaceable citizens shake with terror. Once more, the cry goes up, Dillinger is loose.
Yes, Dillinger is once more loose, but he will not be at liberty long. Any man who elects to declare his own personal war against society has all society against him. There has never been a man since time began who could get away with that sort of attitude long. Dillinger has asked for it,
And the next time he runs up against a police officer, it may not be as humane a chap as Jimmy Heron. He may not get a chance to put his hands up. The officer may shoot first and talk afterwards, which in the case of men like Dillinger is the most efficient way to operate.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl is made by a modern and up-to-the-minute refining method, the cracking process. That is where it gets its name. By subjecting the crude oil to terrific heat and pressure, the result is a gasoline that averages 10 points higher in natural anti-knock than gasolines which are not cracked. Also, tetraethyl lead has long been one of the many advantages of Rio Grande crack. We suggest that you give Rio Grande a test. Try one tankful. We believe that once you have experienced the flashing performance of this great gasoline, you'll never again be satisfied with gasolines made by old-fashioned methods. You be the judge.
Tucson Police Department calling all cars, attention all cars. In reference to broadcast 17, 3 of the suspects referred to in this broadcast are now in custody. But Dillinger is loose. Watch your step, boys. That's all.
Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Hello, Q here. Hello, it's Q. Hello, Q speaking. Hello, it's Q. Oh, what do you want, 007? Hold on. Good evening, M. 007, yes, he's on the other line. 007, M wants to speak to you. Go ahead, M.
What are you doing?
I'm on a conference call. What does it look like?
See the latest Bond film, Die Another Day, at a theater near you.
This is Tobor. Tobor, the telesonic robot. Batteries not included. He's under your control. With a click from the telesonic commander, to circle, to proceed forward, to circle, or to pick up the support module and return, all on your command. Tobor is robot spelled backwards. Tobor, the telesonic robot from Shopper.
You have to brush to blush, mush to blush, or blush to blush. Now you can blush automatically with Revlon's new Super Lustrous Cream on Blush. Blush control with touch tip. It delivers color that goes on like cream, wears like powder, so you can shape, shade, contour. Yes, you can. And baby, it's waterproof to stay on while you carry on. New automatic Super Lustrous Cream on Blush by Revlon. It's beautiful.
This country may be in danger. We could be losing something we can't afford to lose. Once in this country, when a man produced a product, it was the best he could possibly make. He stood behind it with pride. He lived a simple idea. Do it right, or don't do it at all. Nobody told him that. No government agency dictated it. And it built a standard of living for the world to aim at. Now that idea is threatened by the slipshod, the second rate. To some, it means quick riches. To some, it means quick death of the standards we have built. Some are fighting this threat. Whirlpool Corporation believes in one simple idea. to continue to design, build, and service home appliances the right way, with pride, so you can live with them comfortably for years. Or they will not build them at all. If we can't keep this simple idea alive, then indeed we are the endangered species.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Merci. Gracias, Durwood. Yes, friends, our little delicatessen of music, marinated herring, and mumbo-jumbo is officially open.
Shall I slice some corned beef, Fink?
Yes, and cut the mold off the pastrami, will you, while you're over there? I'll sing something.
You get a cool mic and I get a hot stove, right?
That's women's lot, Rosie. Bear it with graceful resignation. Buddy, let's go. I want to be happy, but I won't be happy till I make you happy too. Life's really worth living when we are mirth given. Why can't I give some to you? When skies are gray and you say you feel blue, I'll send the sun smiling through. I want to be happy, but I won't be happy till I make you happy too. But I ain't gonna be happy till I make you happy too. Life's really worth living when we're mirth giving. Why can't I give some to you? When skies are gray and you say you feel blue, I'm gonna send the sun smiling through. I wanna be so happy, but I ain't gonna be happy till I make you happy too.
I suppose now it's my turn to sing, and my song is Love Among the Young.
Every kiss is magic, every hurt so tragic. That's the way with love among the young. Every vow's forever, parting is a never. That's the way with love among the young. Every thrill and every sigh is greater than before, and every time you say goodbye, you cry a little more. Every kiss is magic, every hurt so tragic. Such is youth, but when the truth is told, it's the same with love among the young and old. Say goodbye, you cry a little more. Every kiss every hurt so tragic. Such is youth, but when the truth is told, it's the same with love among the young and old.
You suppose at this point, Rosie, we could rocket Buddy and his boys into space musically?
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Matter of fact, I'll light the fuse.
Well, wait till I clap my hands over my ears.
Here we go. Boom!
And they're on. Well, this is the age of space. We have space capsules, space suits, space food, space missiles. We're talking about building space platforms, passenger rockets to travel around in space. But now what about space music?
Say, that's a point. Space music is a must.
True. We shall have music wherever we go.
You know, fortunately, we're very lucky. We have a pathfinder in space music field.
Oh, there's an outer space orchestra?
Mm-hmm. It's an organization called the Cosmic Space Jazz Group, conducted by Mr. Le Sun Ra.
Hey, sounds like a philosopher, Le Sun Ra.
He is a philosopher, and he's a poet and a pianist.
Like our Mr. Buddy Cole?
In a way, yes. And Mr. Ra's ideas are just about what I've said here, that science and other aspects of life here on Earth are prepared to move into space, and he says music is not.
Say, speaking of Buddy Cole, why couldn't we take Buddy Cole and the boys to Venus or a space platform somewhere and do a concert? Well, of course, I don't mean right now, but soon. They could go into orbit.
I'm not sure that Buddy and the boys have the inclination to orbit.
I think they have orbited, all of them, at one time or another.
Oh, I think regularly.
Yeah.
And together, too. It's a good suggestion, though, Ken. It's nice of you, when you think of space music, to think of our group, our friends here. But according to Mr. Le Sun Ra, it's a question that space-age music will require different instrumentation, you see.
Oh, Buddy and the boys don't have the proper horns and stuff, huh?
No, all they really have is the attitude.
Oh, they want to go. They want to go, yes.
The idea is not to go to space or to other planets and hear the same musical sounds that we have here. That'd be just like going to Catalina and hearing the orchestra over there. You know, the same thing. In other words, Woody Herman, Lawrence Welk, Buddy Cole. We could mention 8,000 other band leaders that are all well and good here on Earth, but out of this world and in the universe, we got to have a whole new different sound.
Well, has this conductor, Le Sun Ra, got some different sounds? You ought to be ready when this space thing busts wide open.
Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you a little more about Mr. Raw's music and the sound of his music right after we have some more or less conventional Earth music. And I believe Miss Rosemary Clooney is on. Is that right?
Yes, Commander Crosby.
Surprise, I'm glowing with a wonderful surprise. I know it must be showing in my eyes. What a joy, what a prize. Goodbye to my humdrum affairs. Countless nights that went by with no rockets or flares. My lucky star looked down on me and said, so there you are. If I can help it all, you're going far. Lucky me, lucky star. Who ever dreamed I'd be swept to the skies? Surprise, surprise, surprise. Said, so there you are. If I can help it all, you're going far. Lucky me, lucky star. Who ever dreamed I'd be swept to the skies? Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Now, friends, why don't we continue here with our little discussion of the Cosmic Space Jazz Group and the conductor, Mr. Le Sun Ra.
Yes, we were talking about the instrumentation of the Cosmic Orchestra.
Well, I'll tell you what the instrumentation is, Ken. Certainly nothing like the conventional band here on Earth. It does have some of the sound of the saxophone and the string bass and the drums and the euphonium, but the new space instruments are named the Flying Saucer, the Fireplace, the Japanese Flute, the Moro.
The Moro?
The Moro.
The Bill Moro, I guess, the Sun Harp, and the Zebra Drums.
Well, now, wouldn't that be some band to twist to?
Wouldn't that be a wild twist?
Yes.
Bang, these instruments sound pretty weird.
They are. For instance, the Fireplace. You know what that is?
What?
That's a combination. It's a cluster of imitation logs that are beaten with drumsticks.
Oh, you're putting this on.
Now, the Flying Saucer, he's a round, shiny object that just lights up.
Oh, no sound from
No.
the Flying Saucer, huh?
It's red and green light.
Uh-huh.
They keep flashing on and off. You wave it around, you know. Beat it up and down.
Yeah. Strictly visual, huh? That's
Strictly
all.
visual
Yeah,
music.
strictly visual music. Now, there's something new.
Oh, that's out of this world.
Uh-huh.
And for you, strictly out of this world.
Yeah, now, you want to hear about the Sun Harp?
Love to.
Oh, it's a small box of steel reeds. Mr. Rob plucks the tip of these steel reeds, makes sort of a tinkling sound.
That's pretty nice. Now, what about the Japanese flute?
Well, now, that's fairly melodic, the Japanese flute. But the overall effect of the music, they say, is a series of scraping and swishing and scratching and ringing noises.
But maybe a lot of rhythm.
Well, a lot of rhythm, but it's rather flat. Rather drab melodically. And, of course, as I say, there are saxophones and a bass and a euphonium. That helps a little.
And that's the kind of music we can expect in outer space?
That's the kind of music we can expect up to now.
Any other suggestions, Ken?
No, nothing. I can't top that.
No, we don't know how this music's going to develop. You know, there might be an entirely different instrumentation and sound. I just told you what they gave me. This is not final, though.
But if you go to an outer space dance real soon, that's probably the band that you'll dance to.
That's right. Mr. Le Sun Ra and his Cosmic Jazz Group.
Wonder who books this orchestra?
I think Yuki Sharon is there. That must be MCA, huh?
It gotta be.
The Outer Space Division.
Dark moon, all way up high, up in the sky. Oh, tell me why you've lost your splendor. Dark moon, what is the cause your light withdraws? Is it because I've lost my love? Mortals have dreams of love's perfect schemes, but they don't realize that love will sometimes bring a dark moon. All way up high, up in the sky. Oh, tell me why you've lost your splendor. Dark moon, what is the cause your light withdraws? Is it because I've lost my love? Mortals have dreams of love's perfect schemes, but they don't realize that love will sometimes bring a dark moon. All way up high, up in the sky. Oh, tell me why you've lost your splendor. Dark moon, what is the cause your light withdraws? Is it because I've lost my love? Dark moon.
Well, friends, with great reluctance, we find that we must bid you adieu here. We regret that we couldn't have Mr. Le Sun Ra and the members of his ensemble in person, but unfortunately our budget doesn't permit such a large and stylish group as guests. However, before we leave here, I think I might tell you how Mr. Ra dresses. Would you like to hear about that?
I want to hear this.
Yes.
It's going to be a thing, you know, the proper attire for a cosmic jazz band leader. To be different than the ordinary tuxedo or tails, just band uniforms that Earth bands feature, they're much too drab, you see. So Mr. Ra, he makes a very stylish appearance with his band because he wears a gold band around his head, and he has a black gold-spangled cape over his shoulders.
Cape, huh? I gotta admit, that shows class.
It takes a lot of nerve, too, a costume like that.
What about Liberace? You know, outer space is not going to be easy, Rosie. You're going to have plenty of intestinal fortitude to get any of those space projects, including the space-age jazz. I really think the gold-flecked cape and the gold headband they're pretty stylish. I'd go for them. I'd get one of those outfits myself, but I just don't know where I'd wear it.
Why don't you wear it to play golf? Dazzle your opponent.
Listen, I'm having trouble enough swinging in a sports shirt. All I need's a cape. Anyhow, friends, so much for the space-age jazz and all that jazz. We'll see you tomorrow, huh?
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
Sue? Sue, what's wrong?
Oh, one of those headaches. Better get something strong. Strong, okay, but safety concerns me.
That's why I use Anacin. Tell her, Fred.
Sure. All of these are safe used as directed. But Anacin combines that safety with extra strength. More strength than any regular headache tablet.
Strength with safety. That's common sense.
Anacin combines safety you expect with extra strength you want.
Clothes that deserve a second look. A second look deserve Woolite.
You'll look better in clothes you wash in Woolite. By hand or machine, Woolite in cold water is safe for all fine washables. Woolite's so safe, knits stay in shape. Lingerie stays soft. Colors stay bright and lively.
When clothes look and feel this nice, I feel beautiful in them.
Clothes that deserve a second look. A second look deserve Woolite.
Now I got real panties in my pantyhose. It's sheer indulgence. Now we got real panties in our pantyhose. It's sheer indulgence.
The real pantyhose with cool, comfortable cotton, not just in one spot, but inside the whole panty.
Now we got real panties in our pantyhose. It's sheer indulgence.
Till November 25th. Buy one, get one free.
There's more in the middle of an Egg McMuffin than an egg in the middle of... Go ahead. You say it again.
There's more in the middle of an Egg McMuffin than an egg in the middle of a muffin.
There's more in the middle of an Egg McMuffin than an egg in the middle of an egg. No.
It's Canadian bacon and cheese on a powdered English muffin. A tasty breakfast sure to please.
There's more in the middle of an Egg McMuffin than the egg in the... You're really getting close.
There's more in the middle of an Egg McMuffin than an egg in the middle of a muffin. At McDonald's, we do it all for you.
I'm saying it right.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Betty Grable and Jackie Coogan.
So Easter time is done. We've always time for fun. Your Tuesday night for your delight with Hope, your favorite son.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Pepsodent Kid, Bob Hope. Any similarity between Easter eggs and the eggs laid on this program tonight is purely coincidental. We had a big Easter parade out here in Hollywood this Sunday. The movie stars walked in the order of their importance. Clark Gable was just rounding the corner of Hollywood and Vine while I was still climbing over the Canadian Rockies. But you should have seen that Easter Day parade. Everybody wearing their newest clothes. One girl was wearing a silver fox that was still barking at her. Of course, I was really ready. I bought a suit at one of those credit stores, 90 days to pay. They give you a bicycle with every suit. But it doesn't do you any good. They give the collector a motorcycle. I had a nice Easter outfit. The pants are bright green. The coat is hangover purple. I can only wear it about 10 minutes at a time. I have to give the pants and coat a chance to get used to each other. Really, it's very nice. I got one of those new reversible top coats, too. You know, on one side it's a coat, and you turn it over and it's a badminton court. Oh, the whole outfit is so loud, the Moths have to get drunk before they'll come near it. Esquire offered me $50 to stay in the house Sunday. Certainly fixed that. I wore a very small boutonniere. Those big flowers always hide my Popeye button. And Bill Goodman looked good. His socks were so long he didn't need garters. He held them up with his teeth. My socks were real silk, though. I know because when I hung them up last night, out fell 2 salesmen with sample cases. But the hats the women are wearing this year, I've seen better lids on a double boiler. My girlfriend wore a pillbox hat. And was it embarrassing? A fellow with a heartburn followed us all day with a glass of water. She was wearing a veil, too. It wasn't exactly a veil. She just had bushy eyebrows, and she combed them down. Goodwin's girl had on one of those new hats, you know the kind, with a little bird perched on it. The bird looked real. In fact, 2 sparrows saw it, and one turned to the other and said, "Look, there's Herman. I told you he'd make good." Then his girl sneezed, and the 3 of them hopped off for Florida. And boy, after the Easter parade, I took my girl out to dinner. And boy, did she eat. That taught me a lesson. Never put a la carte before a horse. And here's our 6 hits and a miss singing Cuckoo in the Clock. Take it, talent.
There they were, he was baby talking her, and the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he coo. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Be a pal, said the fella to the gal, and the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. I do believe they're starting to woo. Woo, woo, woo. Woo, woo. They didn't know that everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear the little birdie giving them the bird. So he said with a sigh, "Who's your peachy pie?" And the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. So I'm just a little cuckoo. I'm not as cuckoo as you. Then he closed the door and withdrew. Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. Up the moon died, oh, doo-doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Every 15 minutes he crew. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Up the moon died, oh, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. That he would get tired of that song that he sings, the cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. They didn't know that everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear the little birdie giving them the bird. So he said with a sigh, "Would you like cutie pie?" And the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. Just a little bit daffy, just a little slap happy. It's 1:45. Cuckoo, you too. Cuckoo, you too. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo.
Yes, sir, that was our 6 hits and a miss singing Cuckoo in the Clock. Say, Bill.
Yes.
Tell me, how did you and the cast like the trip we took down to the bullfights in Mexico?
Oh, Bob, I think it did us a lot of good getting away from the program for a while. You know, it was the first time I ever saw you just watching the bull.
Ah, Mexico, the land of romance. Why, Bill, I wasn't in the country 10 minutes before a beautiful senorita tossed something from a balcony.
Really? What was it, Bob?
It was me, but that was an interesting senorita you were with, Bill.
Yes, she was a lovely girl, but don't you think she was a little stout?
A little stout?
Yeah.
Goodman, when she walked in the room, I thought it was Boulder Dam wearing a girdle.
Well, I guess she was rather sturdy, Bob. In the evening, you know.
Sturdy?
Yes, she was sturdy. In the evening, we kind of strolled down to the village fiesta there, and there was a beauty contest.
Did your girl win a prize?
Oh, yes. One girl got a prize for being the most beautiful, and another for being the most graceful, and my girl got a prize for being the most.
Well, Bill, I love those Mexican customs. You know, I'd make a good bullfighter.
What?
I'd make a good bullfighter, really.
Oh, now, but Bob...
Marvelous, I can get a lot of laugh in a straight line. All you have to do is take your tongue out, that's all. Go ahead.
You know, Bob, you've never actually done any bullfighting, have you?
Well, I didn't exactly fight a bull. I used to stand in the kitchen and egg on a mouse. I'd put a piece of pimento on a toothpick and infuriate them.
Hiya, Caesar. Still got your trap open?
Why, Patsy Kelly. Wow. Patsy, tell me, how did you enjoy the trip down to Mexico?
Oh, yippee. I had the time of my life.
Yeah, I saw that Mexican Romeo you were with. He was quite a cutie. His sideburns were so long he had them tied in a bow under his chin.
Boy, there was a man. And did he have a chili and red pepper breath? We were sitting in the garden, and when he opened his mouth to whisper, "I love you," 4 trees curled up and died.
That Mexican food is really hot stuff, isn't it?
Oh, hot, Bob. I ate so much enchiladas and chili that for 3 days my stomach swayed in rumba rhythm.
Skinny Ennis took you to the bullfight, didn't he?
Yeah, but the cheapskate made me stand behind the fence. We took turns holding each other up.
Really?
Uh-huh. In fact, I held Skinny on my shoulders for the first 5 fights.
5 fights, Patsy. There were only 4 fights altogether.
I know. The 5th fight came after I found that out.
So you and Skinny really were stepping high, weren't you?
Oh, and how? Skinny spent a little money. He bought me some perfume.
Perfume? What kind was it?
Well, I'm not so sure, but on the way home, we passed the swamp, and 3 muskrats hollered yoo-hoo at me.
Oh, that Skinny's a great guy.
Yes, but boy, is he anemic. As we walked along the path, a mosquito bit him, looked him in the face, and said, "How do you expect me to live on one lousy corpuscle?"
At least Skinny's kind of husky compared to that thin brother of his.
Oh, the brother. Now, there's a guy that's really thin. You know those ships that people make inside small bottles?
Yeah, does Skinny's brother build them?
Build them nothing. After they're finished, he crawls in the bottle and paints the names on them.
Hiya, fellas. Hiya, Skin.
Well, if it isn't Brett Butler, the goon with the wind.
Well, Skinny, tell me, did you find your trip to Mexico very educational?
Yeah, Bob. I even slept in an abandoned hacienda.
Well, tell me, did you learn anything new?
Yeah, man. I learned that La Cucaracha isn't only a song. Well, so long.
By the way, Patsy, what did your family think of Mexico?
Oh, they like this. My father even smoked some of those Mexican cigarettes.
Your father smoked some of those Mexican cigarettes?
Mm-hmm.
Say, aren't they a little strong?
I don't know. The next time he flies by, I'll ask him. Well, so long.
Hey, Bob, do you really think you'd be brave enough to fight a bull?
Oh, I think so, Bill.
Well, suppose you're in Mexico at the bullfight, you see? The bull is ferocious. He stamps his feet. He foams at the mouth, lowers his horns, and starts to charge. What do you do?
Well, I moved down to the $2 seat so I can get a good look. What else would you like to know, Bill?
Well, there is one question I'd like to ask, Bob, and it's this. Remember that old refrain, do your eyes say yes when your lips say no? But let me ask, do your eyes look gay and happy while your teeth look sad and dull? Now, isn't it a pity to let dingy surface stains dim the luster of your teeth and cloud the radiance of your smile? Isn't it time to change over to a new kind of dentifrice? Time to let Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium show you a thing or two? Irium is the lively super addition that gives Pepsodent its quicker, keener cleansing action. Irium helps Pepsodent toothpaste brush away those stubborn surface stains. Makes it possible for your teeth to shine with dazzling brilliance. And Pepsodent is the only toothpaste that contains Irium. So if you want well-groomed teeth, then why not reach the goal with Pepsodent toothpaste containing Irium?
And now I take great pleasure in presenting those 2 favorites of Hollywood's younger set, both of whom are now working on the Paramount production $1 Million Legs, Jackie Coogan and Betty Grable. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Hiya, kid.
Say, Bob, what does that NBC on your special microphone stand for?
Why, that stands for National Broadcasting Company.
See, Smarty, I told you.
Why, Betty, what did Jack say NBC stood for?
Nothing but corn.
Don't mind her, Bob. The little woman's a great kidder. A great kidder.
Yeah, isn't she? Say, it's great having you 2 up here with me. Remember the fun we had making that picture, College Swing?
Were you in that?
Was I in that, Betty? Don't you remember that scene where you sat down beside me in the garden and tenderly kissed me?
Yes, Bob. And for the same money, I'd do it again.
Now, wait a minute, you 2. Just because you were in College Swing with me doesn't give you the right to insult me.
No, but it gives us the reason.
Jack, I understand that last year you had a swing band.
Yeah, I used to have my own orchestra with a full-fledged band leader just like Skinny Ennis.
Really? Well, I'm glad to see you recovered.
You know, Bob, it was just this time last year that you and Jack went on that vaudeville tour together.
Yeah, maybe we'll do it again this year, eh, Jack?
Sure, but this time I want to stand behind the net.
Bob, Jack told me all about the trip and how you used to stand in front of your dressing room looking glass admiring yourself.
Honey, shh.
Quiet, Coogan.
Oh, what else did Jack say, Betty?
Well, Jack said that you admired yourself for so long that when you walked away, your face was still in the mirror.
Now, Babesy, when we're out guest starring on the radio, we mustn't shoot off our big mouth, must we, honey?
Now, if Jaxie keeps talking that way to Babesy's going to have to hang one on Jaxie's little kisser.
Now, look, I don't want to seem nosy, but if Jaxie and Babesy don't stop arguing, we're all going to wind up laying a great big eggsy.
There, you see, Smarty?
And they say that Hollywood couples don't get along. Tell me, Betty, was Jack very attentive when he courted you?
Yes, but he could do much better today.
Yeah, I know. Jack's had a lot of courting experience lately, but was yours a very romantic love affair?
Oh, it certainly was. Well, we had a date every single night for a year and a half.
I suppose after that you decided to go steady. Well, tell me, did you shower Betty with gifts, Jack?
Yeah, for a while I used to bring her candy every night.
Oh, that was nice. What made you stop?
The derrick broke in the candy machine.
Say, well, look, I used to bring my girl taffy apples. She'd bite into one side, and I'd bite into the other side, and then we'd have a tug of war.
Gee, that must have been a lot of fun.
It was until one night her teeth came out, and I almost broke my back. Tell me, Betty, was Jack a very jealous lover?
Was he? Well, for a while when we first started going out together, he said he stalked the first guy that looked at me.
Well, what made him change his mind?
The first guy that looked at me.
Well, tell me, how did you kids meet each other?
Oh, it was a regular movie romance. We met in the theater, held hands through a double feature. Then during the newsreel, some fellow said, monkeys is the craziest people, so we got married.
Yeah, now with me, every night is dish night.
Yeah. Well, don't tell me Betty makes you wash all the dishes.
Well, all except the ones we get at your pictures.
I suppose she washes those herself.
No, we let the dog lick those.
By the way, Jack, are you very handy around the house?
Why, I certainly am. Betty, tell him how I hung the curtains in the parlor last week.
Oh, he sure hung those curtains. Imagine my embarrassment the other morning when I started to take a shower and I stepped out of the parlor window.
Well, let's get serious for a minute. You know, you've been married a couple of years now, and I just wondered if...
Jack.
Jack,
shall we tell him?
You mean about the new arrival?
Jack and Betty, then you're...
Yes, we both thought an added responsibility would be good for us.
You mean that...
Yes, Bob. We're going to have Betty's folks come and live with us.
Oh, gosh, and I thought you were expecting a baby grand piano. Say, Jack... Jack, how about you and I having a little golf game Sunday?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. Jack won't be able to play golf Sunday morning. That's the only time he has to do the ironing.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Betty. Why don't you do the ironing? I did the washing this week.
Now, Jackie.
Oh, now listen here, Betty. From now on, I'm going to play golf on Sunday afternoon and play poker with the boys Sunday afternoon, and I'm going to come home just as late as I darn please. Can't I?
Well, we'll talk it over as soon as you finish your ironing. Now, come here while I straighten your tie.
Oh, nuts.
Go ahead, Jack. That's a good sign.
A good sign of what?
Why, that the lady's in love with you.
Oh, I don't go for that sentimental stuff.
Yeah, well, maybe this will help you understand. If there's a gleam in her eye, each time she straightens your tie, you know the lady's in love with you.
I wear a sports shirt.
If she can dress for a date without that waiting you hate, it means the lady's in love with you.
I don't mind. I play pinochle with the doorman.
And when our friend asks us over to join their table, but I pick that faraway blue ball too.
Your brother works there.
Well, sir, here's just how it stands.
You've got romance on your hands because the lady's in love with you.
Now look, Jack, if she has met your old flames and she remembers their names.
I know. Well, the lady's in love with...
Jack, you just listen.
And Sunday night each day, so I've got nothing to say.
That proves the lady's in love.
How true, how true.
And Sunday night when you take her to see that movie, and she says the balcony seats will do.
Bob, on Sunday nights I listen to Jack.
Well, sir, here's just how it stands.
You've got romance on your hands
because the lady's in love with you. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Betty. And here's Skinny Ennis singing, What Is This Thing Called Love? Take it, Skinny.
What is this thing called love? This funny thing called love. Just who can solve its mystery? Why did it make a fool of me?
I saw you there one wonderful day. You took my heart and threw it away. That's why I asked the Lord in heaven above, what is this thing called love? I saw you there one wonderful day. You took my heart and threw it away. That's why I asked the Lord in heaven above, what is this thing called love, called love?
A wise man once said, if you have not lost a thing, you have it. Remember that next time you complain, oh, yes, my teeth used to shine, but not anymore. It's 10 to 1. The natural luster of your teeth is there, waiting for the right combination to bring it back to life. Well, for millions of people, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium is the winning combination for dazzling teeth and a flashing smile. Irium makes Pepsodent clean teeth faster, brighter, smoother, better. But remember, Pepsodent is the only toothpaste that contains Irium. So if you want all these precious benefits, then brush your teeth twice a day with Pepsodent toothpaste containing Irium.
There's a gold mine in the sky.
And now Bob Hope brings you his version of There's a Gold Mine in the Sky. As our scene opens, we find Bob Hope and Patsy Kelly in search of gold somewhere in the middle of Death Valley, riding the trail on a pair of donkeys.
Where the stars are always blue.
A fine thing getting me out here in the middle of the desert on a couple of broken down old donkeys. Say, why are their tails tied together?
Well, there are 4 gophers following us, and they like to jump rope.
Oh, come on, let's call the whole thing off.
But, Patsy, you can't quit now. Can you think of an easier way to make money than finding a gold mine?
Yeah, but Sally Rand beat me to it. Anyway, there probably isn't any gold mine there if your uncle left it to you.
You shouldn't talk that way about my uncle. He was a fine man. He just got into some bad company and sold stock in it.
I see. Now he's left it all to you?
Yes. Robert, my boy, he said, take the stock in my gold mine. Don't try to thank me. I just want you to remember your old uncle. I can see him sitting there now. A tear rolled down his wrinkled old cheek. And then the warden threw the switch.
I don't blame him. Now, wait a minute. I don't like this desert. Where are we?
Hand me those field glasses. Great Scott, we're in Egypt. There's a camel walking over a hill.
That's no camel, Hope. That's an ant on your nose.
Oh, yeah? Then what's that hump on his back?
He's wearing a bustle.
Wait a minute. That must be the mining town around that bend.
What a name. Gruesome Gully. Shoot.
Say, this town must really be an historical place. Look at that monument there.
What's written on it?
On this spot stood the first good humor man.
Custard's last stand.
Oh. Come here, Hope.
Oh, yes, sir.
Listen, you're in Gruesome Gully now, and the mob in this town only do things one way. Now, you're going to play the game with us, or aren't you?
Oh, yes, I'll play the game with you.
All right, Tag, you're it.
Say, Bob, there's an old guy sitting over there on the curb. Maybe he knows where your gold mine is.
I'll ask him. Say there, partner.
Hi.
What's your name?
Well, some call me Python Pete, and others call me Yukon.
Yukon Jake?
No, Yukon, take it with you. I'm kind of corny in a Klondike sort of a way.
Say, you must be one of my relatives. By the way, why are you carrying that shotgun?
This is one place they're not going to build a World's Fair. Boy, do I kill me.
Say, Bob, there's the mine office right over there.
Okay, let's go in and claim my gold. Hey, is there anybody in here?
Wow, a man. Say, haven't I met you somewhere before?
No, I never had that kind of dream. Tell me, is this the office of the Lazy Skunk Gold Mine? I'm Bob Hope.
Oh, are you Bill Hope's nephew?
That's right. Did you know my uncle?
Oh, yes. He was a great guy, Billy. He was the only man in the world who wore his wooden leg over his shoulder.
Well, why did he do that?
It's the only way he could scratch his back without getting his fingernails dirty.
Quick. Oh, quick. They're after me. They want to string me to a tree. They want to lynch me.
Oh, that's awful. Who did you kill?
Beethoven. I'm the guy who wrote Hold Tight. Sacky. Oh, they got me.
Say, you're a pretty good shot, stranger. That'll come in handy if you go down and look at the mine. There's a crazy prospector down there who thinks he owns it.
Well, what? I'll show him who owns it. Come on, Patsy. Ring for the elevator and we'll go down.
Okay.
All aboard. This elevator's going down to the mine. There's a gold mine in the basement far away.
A telephone in an elevator. Hello?
Is this the Bob Hope that's looking for gold?
Yes?
Oh, I'd like to take a bite right out of your leg. But I'd never eat ham without any eggs. If you find my gold and take one nugget, I'm warning you, Hope, you'll kick the bucket.
Say, who is this?
Oh, just a bright-eyed little desert rat.
Well, you're making a dope of yourself. Do you know it?
Yes, but at least I'm not doing it from coast to coast.
Hey, tell me, Amos, how long will it take us to get down to the gold mine?
Well, if this elevator's cable is in good condition, we ought to get down there in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, what if the cable isn't in good condition?
Well, here we are.
Say, what a creepy place this mine is. Hey, Bob, look, someone's breaking through the wall of the mine.
Wait a minute, they can't do that.
Oh, no?
Greetings, Gate. Let's excavate.
Professor, what are you doing 5 miles underground?
I was planting a seed in my garden, and I became too enthusiastic.
Well, what kind of a seed was it?
Dave, I got a tip to plant a radish 5 miles down. Ah, it's a long way to tip a radish. It's a long way.
Professor, look, there's gold and zinc in this mine. Do you think I'd be a good gold miner?
No, you look to me like a real zinker.
Listen, Professor, what are the proof of you that this is your mine?
Because I staked it out, and I've been here ever since.
How's that?
I drove the stake right through my foot. Ain't I a dope?
Say, look, there's a lot of gold over there on the floor, and there's a horse walking through it.
Yes, that's the Lone Ranger's horse. Ah, silver threads among the gold.
You're something of a pioneer, aren't you, Professor?
Quite so. I once made the trip across the plains in a wagon.
Was it covered?
Ah, yes, both collision and liability.
I suppose you've made many a long trek across the country in search of gold.
Ah, yes. As an uncle of mine once said as he began a long trek, quote, as a trekking from Clariada, unquote.
Well, tell me, what's the largest deposit of gold you've ever seen?
I once saw some solid gold icebergs.
Gold icebergs?
Ah, yes. And I came near them, and when I did, they rose out of the water. Ah, the rise of the Goldberg. Mrs. Blood!
Water! Look, Professor, one of your miners over there, he's dying of thirst. Why don't you give him a drink?
I can't, Pete.
Why not?
Because we don't serve drinks to miners.
Look, Professor, we wasted enough time. Let's start digging for gold. How deep is this mine?
This mine is so deep, if you go down any further, you'll be deviled ham. Ah, yes, and if you put your ear to the ground, you can hear people talking on the other side. But that doesn't stop me. I'll take a pick and dig right through. And tick-a-tick-a-doo, tick-a-doo-doo, tick-a-tick-a-doo, tick-a-doo.
Hey, look out, Professor, you're breaking through.
Hey, I'm falling.
Professor, you dug down too far. Where are you? Say something.
Leaving slate, I'm in an oriented state.
And thanks for the memory. And if we brought you cheer, the reason's all too clear. You brought a lot of pepsodent and lent to our career. So thank you so much. And thanks for the memory. For Jackie Coogan paired with Betty Grable fared as naturally and laughably as anything we've aired. So thank you so much. It's you folks who've truly supported these few jokes each Tuesday cavorted. It's due, folks, to you who've resorted to cents well spent for Pepsodent.
Oh, say, excuse me, Bob, but I hear you're having May Robeson as your guest star next week.
That's right, Bill. Next week we'll have that grand and lovable actress May Robeson. Then we'll have Patsy Kelly, Skinny Ennis and his band, our six hits in the Miss, Jerry Colonna, and
Bob Hope.
Thank you, Bill Goodwin. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies in Love with You is from the Paramount picture Some Like It Hot, and this is Bill Goodwin speaking. Don't forget, Pepsodent with Irium brings you Bob Hope next Tuesday night at the same time. Good night.
Hey, CBS, what's coming on?
Next, it's fun in the sky on Flying High when the girls take it off. And Pam has a great layover.
You know what?
What?
I don't think either one of us is going to get much sleep tonight.
Climb aboard a wild flight with the girls from Flying High. Next.
This is CBS.
Our little cats from Lincoln Mercury are tough on competition. Starting with October 6th production, our Bobcat wagons have more standard equipment than last year. And Bobcat's sticker price as shown is $41.42. Yet comparably equipped, it's $161 less than a 78. Right on, Bobcat. Zephyr wagon, comparably equipped, is priced over $500 less than Toyota Corona wagon and rated 23 cubic feet roomier. That's great, Zephyr. You'll find big values at the sign of the little cat.
All across the country, they're lining up on the yellow brick road. The Whiz is...
Fabulous. Marvelous.
The Whiz is...
Wonderful.
Great. This is the best movie I've seen. The Whiz is...
Really exciting.
Exciting.
It was beautiful.
The Whiz. It's joy. It's laughter. It's music. It's here. The Whiz. Rated G.
The Whiz, now in its third dazzling week at the York Road, Columbia, and New theaters.
The state budget surplus may be $170 million.
Get some happiness going. Spread a little cheer. Send the new FGD Wish and Well bouquet. It's such a wonderful way to wish folks well, complete with penny for good luck. And your FGD florist can deliver your good wishes almost anywhere. The FGD Wish and Well bouquet with a good luck penny. It's very therapeutic. Those FTD florists really get around for you.
Girls, I bought a lot of underwear for my man. And years ago, I picked Fruit of the Loom. Surprise, Emma! Hiya, cutie. I save every time I buy Fruit of the Loom briefs. Big value for your money.
Right on, only $1.30.
The Superband waistband, that's real quality.
Had a girl, Emma.
For my men and my money, Fruit makes the best picking.
Men's cotton briefs, only $1.30. A great buy in briefs.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A woman reports her sister is missing. The story she gives you indicates foul play. Your job, investigate.
It was Tuesday, April 8th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Homicide Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from the business office, and it was 11:46 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
No, it's just too bad to can't move a little faster on things like this. It's just too bad.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, Joe.
Hi.
Ms. Moffat, this is my partner, Sergeant Friday. Joe, this is Mrs. Moffat.
How are you, ma'am?
How do you do?
You want to tell him the story?
Think it'll do any good?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, then, my sister's gone.
Yes.
Disappeared, and I want you to find her.
When'd you see her last?
A couple of weeks ago.
Could you give us a date?
You have a calendar?
Yes, ma'am. Right on the wall there behind you.
Oh. Well, this is the 8th. Maggie's birthday was in March, and that'd make it 14th of March.
I see.
She come by to thank me for the party. Had a few of the girls in for her.
That's your sister?
Yes, Margaret Shane.
Have you heard anything from her since then?
Not a peep.
What about her home? Have you checked there?
Tried to call her on the phone a couple of times. Didn't talk to her, though.
Who'd you speak with?
Her husband.
Did you ask him where your sister was?
Yes, I come right out with it. Didn't mince anything up.
What'd he have to say?
Well, then, just beat around. Didn't come out with a yay or no. Just beat around.
Mm-hmm. How about the rest of her family?
Isn't any. I'm the only living relative she has.
Possible she's ill?
If that's so, I'd know about it. We were pretty close. Hardly no secrets from each other.
I see.
Now, if you're all done asking me the same questions this fella has, I want to know. I know there's something wrong. I want you to find out.
All right, we'll check on it.
I want you to do more than that, a lot more.
Beg pardon?
I want you to arrest Maggie's husband.
Well, why?
Because he killed her.
We checked the name and description of the woman through missing persons files, but we failed to find anything on her. While I talked to Karen Moffat, Frank went down the hall and ran the names Margaret Shane and her husband Gordon through R&I. There was nothing on either one of them. 1:06 p.m. We left the office and drove out to check the missing woman's house.
Doesn't seem like anybody's home.
Well, let's check the bank.
Right. You think there's anything to it?
You know as much as I do. We both started from the same place.
Yeah. I'll get it.
All right. Well, there's somebody home.
Yeah. Wonder why he didn't bark when we knocked on the door.
I don't know. There's nothing here. Let's check the garage there. Locked?
Nope. Oh, it's quite a shop, huh?
Mm-hmm. A lot of tools.
Well, doesn't look like anything.
Nope. Frank?
Yeah?
Come here. Right here, under the sawdust.
Where? Oh, yeah. Looks like somebody tried to hide it.
Bloodstains. We put in the call to the crime lab requesting that a crew be sent out to check the stains that we found on the floor. We talked to the neighbors about the couple, and we got the address of the place where Mr. Shane was employed. It was a large wholesale carpet company. We found Shane in one of the offices.
That's right. No, ma'am, if it's put in, it should make the room a lot warmer. No, the carpet you've chosen shouldn't show any wear for years. Mm-hmm. Well, we found that color doesn't show the dirt. No, ma'am. No, well, it'll increase the value of your home. Oh, that's right. Oh, we can have it in for you day after tomorrow. That's right. I'll give you a call. All right, bye. Yes, sir. Can I do something for you?
Mr. Shane?
That's right. You want to come in? What can I do for you?
Police officers. Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
How do you do, sir? Something wrong?
No, sir. Just a couple of questions we'd like to ask.
Oh, sure. You want to sit down?
Thank you.
Cigarette?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. How about you, Mr. Smith?
Yes, thanks, sir.
What do I?
I've got it. There you are.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Now then, what's this all about?
You know where your wife is, Mr. Shane?
Oh, there's something about Maggie?
Well, do you know where she is?
Look, Mr. Friday, if there's something wrong with Maggie, I got the right to know about it.
Yes, sir, that's true. We're not sure there's anything wrong. We'd like to talk to Mrs. Shane.
We hoped you'd tell us where we might reach her.
Was she in trouble?
No, sir.
Well, then I don't understand all the questions.
We've got a report that she's missing.
Who filed it?
Her sister.
That figures.
How's that?
She is never going to stop.
I don't believe I follow you.
Karen's been hacked at me ever since I married Maggie. Not a day goes by she doesn't plant some kind of a dig.
Does she have a reason?
Yeah. She had it all fixed for Maggie to marry someone else. I came along and upset her plans. Been trying to break us up ever since.
That's so?
Yeah. This fella she was trying to palm off on my wife. Karen's husband worked for him. She figured it'd be real soft having the boss as a brother-in-law. Well, the way it worked out, the slob had to work for a living. Almost kills Karen every time she thinks of it.
Where is your wife?
I wish I could tell you.
What?
I wish I knew where she was.
Haven't you got any idea?
No. A couple of weeks ago, I came home from work. Maggie was gone. I haven't seen her since.
Can you pin it down?
Thursday, a week. She called during the day to tell me she wanted me to go out to dinner. Said she wanted me to be home on time. I told her I wouldn't be able to make it. We had words. She hung up. When I got to the house, she was gone.
She leave any kind of a note?
Yeah.
Have you got it?
I don't think so. I was pretty upset. Guess I must have thrown it away. Haven't seen her around since.
You know, you've got quite a woodworking shop in your garage.
Yeah. Stuff's getting a little rusty now. I hadn't felt like doing anything.
Now, this trouble with your wife, was there another man involved?
It'd be hard to say.
What do you mean?
Well, Maggie's an attractive girl. Everywhere she went, there was some guy trying to make time. Might have been someone special. I wouldn't know.
Mm-hmm. Wonder if we could use one of the phones outside.
Use this if you like.
Well, one of the others will do.
Well, sure, go ahead.
I'll call the lab, Joe. See what they've come up with.
Okay. This note your wife left, what did it say?
You mean the exact words?
If you remember them.
It was pretty simple. Just that she was leaving me. Said she didn't have to tell me why, that I knew.
Did she say where she was going?
No. Figured maybe she went back east. She's got some friends there.
Where?
Nebraska, I think. I've never met them.
How about clothes?
What?
Did she take any clothes with her?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. She had quite a few. I looked at her closet. I couldn't tell what was gone. She took her fur coat, though.
Mm-hmm. Did you try to contact any of her friends?
I called around. I didn't find out anything.
Mm-hmm.
Whole thing's a farce, Sergeant. Isn't anything new about a wife leaving her husband. Read about it all the time in the papers. Karen's just stirring up trouble. She's sore at me. Always has been, always will be.
Joe.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
You talked to the lab?
Yeah. They just finished the tests on the blood stain.
Mm-hmm.
We're not too far off.
Huh?
Human blood.
Frank and I took Gordon Shane back to his house. During the ride, he was quiet, and he refused to be led into a conversation about his wife. When we arrived at the house, we took him back to the garage. The crew from the crime lab had gone back to the office to make the grouping tests on the blood stains.
Wish you'd tell me what this is all about.
We figure you might have the answer to that.
When are you going to stop talking in riddles?
Now, Shane, you know what we're after. You'll save yourself a lot of trouble if you go along with us.
Well, I don't know. What are you after? You dragged me away from my job, caused me a lot of embarrassment. Now, how about calling the game so we both know what we're playing?
All right, fine, sure. You got an explanation for this?
What?
The blood stains here on the floor.
Yeah, sure. I killed a couple of people. This is where I did it.
We don't need any jokes, Shane. Just figure it out.
Well, you better turn in your deerstalker cap. I made those stains myself.
Yeah?
I was working on the lathe. Chisel slipped out of my hand, cut my foot.
When did this happen?
A couple of weeks ago.
Before or after your wife left?
Now you're ready to stop the game.
It's a real easy question, Shane. Give us the answer the same way, will you?
Before.
How much?
A couple of days.
You told us your wife left on the 27th of March. Is that right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Is it right or isn't it?
It's right. It's right.
Then when'd you cut your foot?
The Sunday before.
How'd you pull that date up?
Well, no trouble. It's the last time I worked out here.
Oh, with a cut that bad, still be a mark, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You mind showing us?
Not at all.
You know your blood type?
Hmm?
What's your blood type?
Oh.
How about your wife's?
I don't know. Somehow we never quite got around to talking about
All
that.
right. Let's go in the house. You can show us your foot there.
Yeah, sure.
You think you might be able to come up with a note your wife left as well?
Well, look. You know much about the law?
What do you mean?
Well, if I get out of this, can I bring suit against my sister-in-law?
What's that?
Well, it seems there should be something I can do to close her mouth. All the time Maggie and me were together, she was causing trouble. I'd like to really fix her good.
That's a civil matter. You better see your lawyer about that.
Wait a minute. I'll get the door. Come on. We can talk in the living room.
Where?
Living room.
All right. You want to go ahead?
Yeah. This is the living room. You can sit down any place.
All right.
A little messy. I haven't spent a lot of time here since she left. Just toss those things on the floor.
Don't worry about it.
You want to see if you can find that note now?
Yeah, I think maybe it's in the desk. I'll get it.
Wait a minute. I'll have a look first.
You guys don't trust anybody, do you?
That's the way it's going to be. You got to go with it.
All right. Better make sure I haven't got a machine gun hidden in there.
You know, you've done pretty good up to here, Shane. Don't press your luck.
Yeah, go ahead. Tear the place up. Too bad I haven't got a wall bed. You could look for her in there.
Doesn't seem to make any difference to you that your wife left at all, does it?
That's the way it looks.
Yeah.
Well, you ain't far off. Real load off my back. We've been married over 4 years, and all that time I haven't had a minute's rest. Thinking how she was going to run off with somebody else. Figured that she'd drop me. Now it's over. I don't have to worry anymore.
You got it wrong, Shane.
That's right.
Yeah. Take a look, Joe.
Hey, what do you got there? You got no right to go through my personal things.
When'd you see your wife last?
I'm not going to say anything more. You're trying to lead me into something.
Looks like you found your own way. Now, how about it?
I'm not going to talk anymore.
All right. You call it any way you want. No matter how it turns out, you're going to carry the load.
All right. She left on the 27th.
That's the last time you saw her?
Yeah.
Have you heard anything from her since then?
No.
And I hope you got an answer for these.
What do you got?
A couple of checks made out to you, and they're signed by your wife.
Well, what's that prove?
The dates on the checks make a liar out of you, Shane.
Huh?
They were written a week after she left you. made a search of the house, but we failed to turn up anything more that would tie Gordon Shane in with his wife's disappearance. We looked through the desk, and we found several letters that she'd written. These were taken for handwriting comparison. We also found several pictures of the missing woman. A check with the neighbors failed to give us anything further to work on. All of them told us of constant fights between Shane and his wife. One of the people said that on several occasions the sound of sobbing had been heard coming from the house. At 5:20 p.m., Frank and I left the place and took Shane down to the city hall. The checks and samples of Mrs. Shane's writing were turned over to Larry Sloan for comparison. We put in a call to the crime lab, but we found that the blood grouping tests were not finished. 6:12. We took the suspect to the interrogation room.
Let's sit down over there, Shane.
Okay. How long do you think you're going to be able to hold me?
Depends on when we get the truth.
Well, you saw the cut on my foot. You didn't find anything at the house. Look, you're grabbing at shadows.
You still haven't told us about the check.
No reason to. Everything I say, you twist around so it ends up something I don't mean.
Where'd you get the check?
From Maggie.
What about the date on them?
I don't know. I guess she made a mistake when they were written.
Where'd you get them?
Found them in the desk.
Well, didn't you think it was kind of funny that your wife would write a couple of checks and just leave them laying around on a desk?
No. Maggie was always doing something like that. She didn't care about money.
How about you, Shane?
Huh?
Does it make any difference to you?
Look, I'm getting tired of this. Some crazy old bag comes in here, tells you a fairy tale, and you buy it all away. Any special reason why you're taking my sister-in-law's word for it?
The way she tells it seems to add up.
Well, then you better go over the column again. My wife walked out on me. There wasn't any fight when it happened. She just picked up and she left. I don't know where she is. I don't much care. But you put this down in your book. I didn't kill her. Now look, leave me alone. When do I get to call a lawyer?
We'll set it up for you.
Well, do it fast, because you're getting nothing more from me.
That's the way you want it.
Wasn't any other way. I'm telling you the truth, and you don't believe it. Might as well keep my mouth shut so you can't make it any worse.
All right, Gordon. We'll take you over to the main jail. You can call your lawyer from there.
What are you holding me on?
Suspicion of murder.
You just don't give up, do you?
Look, we got to go along with the evidence.
Well, you better check it again, because you're making a mistake somewhere along the line.
That's the way it looks to you, does it?
Yeah. Go over the road again. Find it. You're a cop.
No, let's do it the easy way.
Huh?
You point it out. The suspect was removed to the main jail and held for further investigation. Frank checked the office, and I went down the hall to talk to Larry Sloan in handwriting.
Joe, how's it going?
You all through with those checks, Larry?
Just wrapping it up.
All right to wait?
Sure, sit down.
Okay.
What do you figure?
I want you to tell us.
Mm-hmm. How'd it start?
Complaint. A woman wanted us to find her sister.
Well, where did the checks fit in?
Found him with the husband. Date's a couple of days after she disappeared.
Uh-huh. Figure he might have written them, huh?
Well, that's one way.
Well, that does it.
Okay, what do you got?
The endorsement on the back is Shane's writing.
His signature.
Yeah, here you can see it. No trouble there. The O's, Wade pulls the stroke down on the S. That's his.
What about the writing on the face?
Well, look here. Shading on the G.
Yeah.
Way the crossbar on the T's pulled up.
Uh-huh.
These are the samples, and you got the same thing right here.
Yeah. No doubt about it, huh?
Not with me.
Okay.
The woman wrote the checks. Joe.
In here, Frank.
Oh. Just talked with Lee at the crime lab.
Yeah?
He finished the grouping test.
What do you find?
Got in touch with Karen Moffat. Found out the missing woman's blood type.
Yeah.
Stains on the floor aren't hers. They belong to Shane. How you doing, Joe?
Not good. Looks like we got the wrong man in jail, doesn't it?
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Frank and I left the office and went over to the main jail to see Gordon Shane. We talked to him for over an hour. He told us that he and his wife had been having trouble for quite a while and that they'd separated on several occasions. He went on to tell us that he didn't know for sure whether there was another man involved, but that he'd heard his wife spend a lot of time in a small bar on Vermont Avenue. He said that it was possible we could pick up some information on her there. Frank and I left the jail and drove over to the place. It was an average neighborhood tavern. We talked to the bartender.
Only one way to describe her. Man, oh, man.
Well, was there anybody special that Mrs. Shane spent a lot of time with, would you know?
Gee, I don't know. A lot of people in here like a family. Guess if you had to nail it down, it'd be Leonard.
Who's Leonard?
Another regular. He's here almost every afternoon.
He and Mrs. Shane were pretty friendly, huh?
Yeah, real buddies. They used to come in and get gas together, spend the whole afternoon, sit down there at the inn and play horse. Play it by the hour. Not for money. We don't allow that in here.
What do you know about him?
Not much. Doesn't figure him and Maggie had hit it off, though.
Why do you say that?
Well, it just doesn't. She liked her fellas big, you know, dark and handsome. Leonard's a little guy, not more than 5'4". Sure ain't anything to look at.
What's his last name?
I think it's P-U-R-D-Y, Purdy. That seems like it's it.
What's he look like?
Not much about him you'd remember. He's a little guy, blonde hair, real bad complexion. Has a mustache, you know, big kind of handlebar like.
Yeah. You know where he lives?
Not for sure. I think he's got a room over on Fountain someplace. I don't know the number.
Where's your phone?
Through the back door there.
Thanks.
On the left.
I'll check it, Joe. All right. Does this Purdy work for a living?
No, regular.
What's he do, do you know?
Well, he's some kind of salesman, door to door. I don't know what he peddles. Seen him a couple of times with a sample case, so.
Has he been around lately?
No. Hadn't thought about it, but I guess I haven't seen him in a couple of weeks.
You ever hear what he and Mrs. Shane talked about?
Word here and there. Nothing you could put together. I think she spent the time with him because she didn't have to worry about it.
How do you mean that?
Well, you know, a little guy like that. Couldn't give her no trouble. He's always around. Maggie didn't have a car, so Leonard would drive her if she wanted to go someplace.
What kind of a car?
41 DeSoto. Parked it out back a couple of times. It's a real wreck.
All right.
What'd she do? Maggie, what are you after her for?
Like I said, we'd like to talk to her.
Sure, a doll till you get to know her. After that, doesn't matter how much money she spent, she can't switch you back.
She spent quite a bit in here, did she?
Yeah? Her and Leonard had really put the drinks away. Both of them had hollow legs. You know, I've seen some pretty heavy drinkers walk up against them. They don't stand a chance. Maggie can really put it away. It always causes trouble.
How do you mean?
Gets loud. Yelling all over about how she could buy and sell everybody in the place. A couple of times I had asked her to get out. Things like that hurt business, you know.
She carry a lot of money with her, did she?
Oh, yeah, always had a bundle. Said she was an heiress or something. I don't know. She was always loaded, though.
Anything on Purdy?
Yeah, sure is.
Yeah?
Got out of the state mental hospital 6 months ago.
From his package, we found that Leonard Purdy had been arrested several times for suspicion of grand theft. However, he hadn't been convicted on any of them. Also, there were 18 drunk arrests against him. We put in a call to Georgia Street Psycho Detail, and we talked to Lieutenant Quinn. He remembered Purdy, and he went on to say that the suspect had been in to see him several times since his release. He told us that Purdy had committed himself to the state hospital as an alcoholic. Quinn went on to say that when Purdy was drunk, he became violent, and that on 3 of his arrests, it had taken several officers to subdue him. We contacted the authorities up at Camarillo. They told us that the suspect had been released by them after treatment, and that he apparently was cured. We checked the last address in his package, but we found that he'd moved. A local and an APB was gotten out on him. We asked DMV to furnish any and all information on a car registered to him. 2 days went by without a word of him. In the meantime, we talked to all of his friends and acquaintances. From each one of them, we got the same story. Leonard Purdy was a freeloader who'd do anything for $1. On Thursday, April 10th, we got word that the suspect had been seen in a second-hand store down on Main Street. We checked the area and got an identification from his mugshot. He'd come in to pawn a man's watch. From the buy book, we got an address out on Gladys Avenue. We talked to the landlady and found that the suspect was in his room. Frank and I went upstairs.
Who's that, huh?
Yeah. Want to talk to you, Purdy?
Just a minute. Yeah, what do you want?
You Leonard Purdy?
That's right. Who are you guys?
Police officers who want to talk to you.
I got nothing to do with cops. I have my fill up.
Yeah.
Why don't you come in?
Frank? Yeah.
You can be here long?
Not long.
That's good. I don't feel like making small talk. I'd offer you a drink, but there's just barely enough for me. You can understand.
Put the glass down, Purdy.
What?
Put it down.
Look, you got no right to come in here and tell me what to do. Nobody asked you.
Oh, found this in the closet.
This fur coat belong to you, Purdy?
Yeah, I get cold nights.
You know a woman by the name of Margaret Shane?
Never heard of her.
You sure about that?
I'm sure. I got nothing to answer to you. Before you come in here and tell me what to do, I don't have to give you one single answer about nothing.
You better come up with one.
What's that?
This coat.
What about it?
It's got Margaret Shane's name in it.
It must be a mistake. I don't know anybody named Shane. Nobody.
We got a lot of people who say you do.
You telling me the truth?
Same people tell us you were with her when she disappeared.
They don't know what they're talking about.
The way they put it, it's pretty straight.
Who told you? Who? Just give me some names.
Everybody we talked to.
They said I was with her?
That's right. Now, where is she?
I don't know.
You got to do better than that.
No, it's the truth. I don't know where she is.
Mm-hmm.
I killed her, but I don't know where she is.
We took the suspect down to the city hall and questioned him. He finally sobered up enough to tell us that he'd gotten into an argument with a Shane woman and he'd beaten her to death. He went on to say that his car was being repaired and that he'd rented one and driven it out into the desert. He buried the victim there. We showed him maps of the area, but he was unable to tell us where to find the body. He only knew that he'd put it in the culvert along the roadside. We got the name of the automobile rental agency and we called them. Their records gave us the date of the rental and the mileage the car had been driven. We put the suspect in our car and started out toward the Mojave Desert. As we drove, Purdy verified our route. By dividing the total mileage in half and figuring the distance between his house and the office of the auto rental company, we had a vague idea where to start looking. After we'd been driving for over 2 hours, we pulled to the side of the road.
How's it look around here?
Yeah, it might be it. I think up the road a little way. I remember that big rock over there. Remember that pretty good. It's up ahead a little.
All right. We drove for another 30 minutes, and then Purdy directed us to pull off onto a dirt road. We drove another half a mile, and we came to the end of the road.
We can't go any further.
Don't have to.
Huh?
I remember now. Let's get out of the car.
Just stay close to us, Purdy, right here.
All right.
Which way?
Over here. Sure beautiful day.
Yeah.
It's different when you get out in the country. Everything's got a different color.
Come on, Purdy. Where is she?
Over there behind the bushes.
I'll go look.
Always been the big trouble.
What's that?
Boozing it up. Every time I get a few drinks, I don't know what I'm doing. Thought after I got out of the hospital I had it made, you know, I'd be able to stay away from it.
Yeah.
First time I had trouble, I went back. I always went back.
How about it?
Yeah. She's there.
All the time. That's what caused the trouble. Wouldn't be if it wasn't for me boozing it up.
Mm-hmm.
If I could just stay away from it, I wouldn't have any problems. I want to give it up if I could just find a way.
You got one now.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On August 14th, trial was held in Department 98, Superior Court of the State of California in and for the County of Los Angeles. Leonard Eiler Purdy pled guilty to murder in the second degree and received sentence as prescribed by law. Murder in the second degree is punishable by imprisonment for a period of from 5 years to life in the state penitentiary.
Dragnet, the story of your police force in action, is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
My father calls me a lot long distance, and also he started running. I'm a runner, and he got this bug in his head that he wanted to enter a race with 3 generations, and he said, I'm training at the Y every day on my lunch hour, and now get one of your children to train too. Get them ready. Get one of your children to do it so that we can have 3 generations in a race in the spring. But I was just so excited.
$300 for a blazer? Not for me. If you shop well, you can look just as good for $78.
Dressing well doesn't take a lot of money. It just takes good sense. No-nonsense pantyhose makes good sense. They're sheer and they fit well. The ventilated cotton-lined panel means you're always comfortable, and they don't cost a lot either. You look for value in a blazer. In pantyhose, that means no-nonsense fit, no-nonsense comfort, no-nonsense price.
Nice work, Daddy.
Love the baby. Hate wet diapers.
Oh, no problem.
Twice as fresh?
Mm-hmm. A new kind of air freshener. So good, it works 2 ways. Like a spray on strong odors, just wave.
Terrific.
And like a solid, only better. In fact, it'll keep this bathroom fresh for 60 days.
Twice as fresh works twice as hard. Like you.
New Twice as Fresh. The first air freshener so effective it works 2 ways. Star Wars. You and your children loved it. Now the Earthlings at Kenner have asked my associate and me to present the Star Wars collection. Truly remarkable toys and games for your children. What are you so excited about now? My goodness, the Star Wars TIE Fighter and X-Wing Fighter. Now your children can relive our great space battles or collect our wonderful Star Wars companions with Kenner's Star Wars action figures. R2, it's a little new. Kenner's new radio-controlled R2-D2 anyone can command. Ah, the Star Wars land speeder that moves like it's floating. And here's Kenner's Death Star space station, 4 floors of action. A trash compactor, too. Listen, R2. That's the Star Wars electronic laser battle, a game of speed, reflex, and reaction. These and other toys and games in Kenner's Star Wars collection are sold separately. Batteries are not included. May the Force be with you and your children.
I'm just a weekend photographer. And that's okay. Because I don't take pictures to impress anybody but myself. That's the way I feel about my wine, too. Colony. I tried others, but I was impressed with Colony's taste. And after all, taste is the best way to know if you like a wine. So next time, choose a wine with a taste that says, you know. Impress yourself with a taste of Colony.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Lotion with the Beforehand Extra and Vitalis for well-groomed hair bring you Duffy's Tavern with our guests tonight, Jimmy Durante and Ann Southern. You know, men, no man is well-dressed unless his hair is well-groomed. So take the tip. Try the way successful men in both sports and business keep their hair looking its very best. It's Vitalis and the 60-second workout. See how the Vitalis workout helps your hair stimulate your scalp. See how it prevents dryness, routs loose dandruff, and helps check excessive falling hair. And see how Vitalis keeps your hair handsome and healthy looking with never a trace of a greasy patent leather shine. For there's not a single drop of mineral oil in Vitalis. So try Vitalis and the 60-second workout. You'll like it, and you'll like what it does for the looks of your hair.
Now, Duffy's Tavern, where they eat meat to eat. Eddie the waiter speaking. Oh, hello, Mr. Duffy. Mr. Archie? No, he ain't showed up for work at the tavern today. What happened to him? Oh. Maybe he escaped. Who? Oh, just a minute. Yeah, Miss Duffy, your father wants to talk to you.
Oh, thanks, Eddie. Hello, Papa. This is your daughter, Miss Duffy. Yeah, ain't it terrible about Archie not showing up when we got 2 celebrities coming down? Well, for one, Jimmy Durante. You know, nostril boy. Yeah, he's the only man that can stand in Hollywood and smell the ocean. What's so wonderful about that? Papa, it's the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, and you know who else is coming down? Ann Southern, the actress. What's she like? Well, she's the kind of a girl you wouldn't look at twice. If Mama caught you looking at her once. She's a blonde. And the worst kind of blonde. Yeah. Natural. Yeah, well, I'll call you later, Papa. Goodbye. You know, Eddie, it's funny Archie not showing up. I wonder where he is.
No. Maybe he stopped to see the bubble dance at the burlesque show.
But I thought he was barred from the burlesque.
He was, but they reinstated him when he promised to leave his darts at home.
Say, Eddie, are you busy?
No, Mr. Finnegan.
Boy, am I hungry. How's your hamburger today?
Fine, freshly ground.
By the way, Finnegan, Archie's missing and we don't know where he is.
Archie's missing? Eddie, better make that a fruit salad.
Well, all I can say is you're a fine help.
What's the matter?
Here, your best friend is missing and you're not even perturbed.
Well, why all the excitement? Finding Archie ought to be a cinch.
You really think so?
Sure. It's as simple as A-B... A-B... maybe it ain't as simple as I thought.
Well, ain't you got any idea where Mr. Archie might be?
Well, let me see. Hey, I got it. Maybe he went to Madagascar.
Why Madagascar?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Well, that rules out Madagascar.
Hello? Somebody called and wanted to reserve the charges.
No, reverse he must mean.
Yeah? How much is it? 5 cents? We found Miss Archie. Hello, Miss Archie. Where are you? Oh. I see. Okay. He's up in his room writing a play for Ann Southern and Jimmy Durante.
Oh, that Archie and his crummy plays.
Hey, wait a minute. Look who's coming in the door. It's Jimmy Durante in person.
Gotta start off each day with a song. Now even when things go wrong, why, you feel better, you even look better. What a note. If the Metropolitan Opera is listening, I'm available. But I refuse to wear tights. So this is Duffy's Tavern.
Yeah? What do you think of it?
Very unusual. Especially the air conditioning. Indirect breathing. By the way, where's my good friend Archie?
He be that lady. He's over at his boarding house writing a play.
How do you like that? Shakespeare wins an Oscar, and now everybody wants to get into the act.
Hey, guess who's going to star in this play?
Pray tell me, I'm all ears. What am I saying? My nose will never forgive me for that slanderous remark. Tell me, Eddie, who?
You.
Why don't these things happen to Lawrence Olivia? Hello, Arch? What's that? Would mean your play is sure to hit Broadway? What am I supposed to do when Broadway hits back? Well, anything for a friend?
Yeah, cheer up, Mr. Durante. Ann Southern coming down to co-star in the play with you.
Ann Southern? Why don't they tell me these things? I could have saved the wear and tear on my epiglottis.
Say, Eddie, I was just... Hey, who's the anteater?
I see low foreheads are coming back.
Mr. Durante, this is Mr. Finnegan.
It is? How thoughtless of someone.
You know, Mr. Durante, I've been following your career, and I think you're great.
Thank you.
I love the way you get down on one knee and sing Mammy.
That's Al Jolson.
Oh, well, I sure like the way you roll your eyes and tell them jokes.
That's Eddie Tanner.
Oh. Well, then what do you do?
Me?
Yeah.
Why, I'm the guy who comes out and, I mean, you must have heard me when how do you like that? I'm a bum.
Excuse me, Mr. Ratty.
Yes, Eddie?
There's a young lady here to see you.
A young lady? If I'd have known, I'd have dabbed Airwick number 5 behind my ears. Well, what do you know? It's Ann Southern.
You were expecting maybe Mrs. Calabash.
Annie, girl, let me look at you. Ah, yes. Love that Ann Southern. And the Northern party ain't bad either. Annie, you know something? I could spend the rest of my life following the runs in your nylons.
Why, Jimmy, you're breathing down the back of my neck.
What's so unusual about that?
You're standing in front of me.
By the way, Ann, this is your first visit to the Tavern, isn't it?
Yes.
What do you think of the place?
Now I know where elephants go to die.
You're right. Humphrey Bogart may knock on any door, but if he includes this place, he's got more nerve than I thought. I love your sense of humor, honey. Why, I'd kiss you if it was humanly possible.
Jimmy, I had no idea you were so romantic.
I guess it's on account of the dream I had last night.
A dream?
Yeah. I was dreaming you and me was alone together on a desert island. Just the two of us. It was horrible.
Why, Jimmy?
I was a girl, too. But, Ann, we're wasting time with words. Annie, my love, you bring out the beast in me.
The beast?
Yeah. Say, why don't the three of us go out together tonight? We'll make an evening of it. Paint the town red. That's the life of Durrani. Wine, women, and sensen. What do you say, Annie?
You want me to go out with you?
Yeah, with me.
Sounds safe.
Little does she know how right she is. Annie, this night is going to mean a lot to me.
What do you mean, Jimmy?
Let me tell you. The other day, a friend of mine gave me the number of a girl he wanted me to know. Blind dates her for me, and when she answered the phone, I gave her my sweetest hello. Snuggling up close to the phone, I said, Durrani speaking. How about going out with me tonight? She said, before I go out with you, what do you look like? What a dilemma. Should I tell her the truth and be turned down? Or should I lie and worry about it later? There was no way out, so instead, I braced myself and said, I wouldn't say I was handsome. I wouldn't say I was cute. I'm not very tall. Gosh darn it all, it's kind of hard to put it in words. You know, the other night, I made a blind date the same way, over the phone. I said, hello. She says, hello, come right over. When I got there, she took one look at my nose and said, you sure must have hurried. You forgot to hang up the phone. Yes, it's kind of hard to put it in words. You know, it's not that I want to be mysterious. Honest, I'm not trying to stall. Believe me, I'm really quite serious. I'm just an in-between rascal, that's all. I know I'm not good-looking, but what's my opinion against thousands of others? Yes, I wouldn't say I'm fascinating. Too bad I'm not elucidating. You know, I wouldn't even try. When we meet, she'll know why. It's kind of hard to put it in words. You see, folks, I got a problem in describing myself. I got to be a little modest. Let me analyze the facts. I can safely say I'm as pretty as Van Johnson. I can safely say I'm as pretty as Tyrone Power. I can safely say I'm as pretty as Cary Grant. Until they put me on television, I can safely say anything. You know, I had a blind date with a lovely girl last night. I put the radio on softly in her living room, turned the lights down low, sat down on her sofa, and spent the miserable 5 hours. You see, all that time she was in the kitchen with her boyfriend. I wouldn't say I was a highbrow. My looks won't raise an eyebrow. I'm not a Shakespeare. It would take me a year. It's kind of hard to put it in words. Yes, sir, it's kind of hard to put it in words.
Jimmy, that was wonderful.
Thank you. But excuse me, where's my hospitality? What do you say we sashay over to the free lunch and bloat ourselves up a bit?
Mead here in this heartburn hacienda?
Miss Southern, for your information, the food happens to be a delight of Savoy gastronomy, go match excursion and appetizer and ambrosia, and what one might call the quintessence of culinary substructulence. That's better than a Duffy could read him.
What does that mean?
I just pronounce them. I don't explain them. And sometimes I don't even pronounce them. But I'm a man of action, honey. Come to my arms.
Oh, Jimmy, couldn't I just look upon you as a big brother?
How do you like that? Everybody wants to get into the family. That's the trouble, Annie. Nobody takes me serious. It's always laugh, clown, laugh. Why, in my last picture, they had me playing the baboon.
Jimmy, don't you mean buffoon?
I take it you didn't see my last picture.
Oh.
I should have suspected something when the studio told me to show up with top hat tails and a bag of bananas.
Well, Jimmy, I'm surprised you let them push a big actor like you around.
Just a minute, Miss Southern, just a minute. You seem to be laboring under a misapprehension. Anyone who says the Randy gets pushed around is not only a Romanus, but he's wrong, too. Why, at MGM, they tremble at my very presence. Mm-hmm. When I step out of my office, the one with the mink wallpaper, they treat me with the utmost respect and dignity befitting a man of my talents. If that's Louis B. Mayer, tell him I'll wash his car first thing in the morning.
Hello? Oh, hello, Archie.
That's my boy, Archie.
Yes, this is Ann Southern. What's that? You're writing a play. Would I like to come up to your room and read it? This is something new, etchings with subtitles. Archie, are you writing a play or making one? Well, you'd better bring the play down here. You'll be right down? Okay. Jimmy, I didn't know Archie was writing a play.
Yeah, he's got his heart set on us playing the leads. And I'm afraid we'll have to do it on account of he needs the money. You see, he's hard up.
Say, Jimmy.
Oh, Ann, this is Finnegan, Archie's best friend.
This is his best friend?
Yeah.
He is hard up.
Excuse me, Mr. Duran.
Yes, Eddie?
Would you mind stepping into the kitchen with me?
What for?
Well, here at Duffy's, see, when we go into the kitchen, we always go in pairs. So there's a little mouse out there.
Now, wait a minute, Eddie. Don't tell me you're afraid of one little mouse.
Oh, no, sir, but this one got buddies, and they've established a beachhead in the pantry.
Oh, well, in that case, Joans, hand me my pit helmet, my blunderbuss. I'm off to the hunt. Finnegan, entertain Miss Southern.
Well, Mr. Finnegan, it's nice to meet you. I've always...
You keep your distance.
But what's the matter?
Don't scare me.
Oh, come now, Mr. Finnegan. I don't really frighten you, do I?
Well, no. Do I frighten you?
I asked you first.
Well, Ann, I was just out in the kitchen.
Yes?
They got 1,000,000 of them. 1,000,000.
Say, Miss Southern, I'm Joe Moran.
Oh, hello, Mr. Moran.
I saw a picture of you in a magazine where you were wearing a bathing suit. And there's something about you I admire very much.
Really? What?
Your hands.
This is the kind of a guy who takes a girl to the movies and spends his time watching the picture.
Miss Southern, I'm sure your lovely hands must be a great asset to you as an actress.
And them legs don't hurt none either.
Well, Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Moran.
Oh, not at all. I always watch a girl's hands.
That's a novelty. The girls I go out with always watch my hands.
Miss Southern, can I tell you a secret?
Oh, of course, Mr. Moran. All women love secrets. What is it?
Well, it's just that when I look at your hands, they make me...
Make you what, Mr. Moran?
Make me want to tell every woman to use Trouchet.
Oh, well, if that happens when you look at my hands, what happens when you feel them against your forehead like this?
Well, that makes me want to tell every woman that Trouchet is the beforehand lotion, a really different idea in hand lotions. If you use Trouchet before you put your hands in dishwater or do light laundry, your hands will be protected, even in hot, soapy water.
I can get commercials on my own show.
And I'll tell you another little secret. You can use Trouchet as you use ordinary hand lotions. Any time your hands needs a creamy, softening lotion. Trouchet, you see, is an all-round lotion, but one that also gives you beforehand protection, something none of those ordinary lotions give you.
Now, don't forget, Mr. Moran, this is our little secret.
Right, Miss Southern, just between you, me, and the millions of people who hear me talk about Trouchet every week.
Oh.
Okay, just so long as it don't go no further than that.
Hello? Oh, hello, Archie. Where are you? We're waiting to rehearse the play. You're not coming?
A catastrophe. Ann, what happened?
Archie's locked in his room and can't get out.
Well, why doesn't he get his landlady to open the door?
Who do you think locked him in? Archie, why did she lock you in your room? Oh.
What did he say?
He owes her the rent since February.
Only since February?
February 1928.
Give me the phone. Hello, Arch. Don't weaken, old boy. Keep a stiff upper plate. Send the plate down and we'll carry on without you. And we're going to act in Archie's play.
Oh, what a catastrophe.
Before this play reaches Broadway, I'm afraid she's going to have to brush up on her grammar. All right, everybody, stand by. We're going to rehearse Archie's play. Eddie, did you read your part yet?
Yeah, I read it.
What do you think of it?
I'm feeling mighty low.
That ain't no way to talk. After all, the play's the thing.
Yes, but the question is this thing a play?
Annie, girl, we gotta do it for Archie's sake. Mr. Malneck, if you please, the overture. Sounds like some of the boys didn't pay their dues this month. Go ahead, Eddie. Read the opening announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we present a murderous play. Written by Mr. Archie, entitled The Mystery of the Laughing Piano, or Who Tickled the Ivories. Our scene opens in the detective's office.
I'm Detective Sherlock Durante, the famous private nose. Affectionately, I'm known as the Ear. Disguise, you know. Some of the kind of lines they're giving me. I'm sitting at my desk examining my empty gun. I'm standing at my mirror examining my powder burns. I call my trusted assistant, Dr. Watson. Oh, Dr. Watson.
Did you call me, Chief?
What casting? Quick, Watson, the needle.
Why? Have you got a clue?
No, I just flipped my pants. Hello. Thank you. Goodbye.
What was it, Chief?
An anonymous tip that a gruesome murder is about to be committed at the old Throckmorton Mansion at 8976 1/4 Baker Street. In the rear apartment, 2 flights up.
But, Chief, how could you learn all that in 2 seconds?
Supercharged hearing aid. Quick, Watson, I must lose no haste.
Shall I call you a taxi?
No, Durante, the detective, always travels by super cheap. Super cheap.
Our scene shifts now to the home of Herman Throckmorton, prominent clubman and well-known oyster peaker, who made his millions peeking in oysters to find pearls. Gladys Throckmorton, his devoted wife, speaks.
I hate my husband. I've hated him for years. But since the family cannot stand the scandal of a divorce, I have decided to kill him. Yes, Herman?
What are you carving on that tombstone?
Oh, nothing that would interest you, dear. By the way, do you spell Herman with 1 or 2 N's?
1.
Oh.
And what are you doing with that bullet in your hand?
Writing your name on it.
How thoughtful of you.
Herman, did you make out your will leaving everything to me?
Not exactly. I decided to leave everything to myself.
But the $1 million pearl, surely you're leaving that to me.
Nothing doing. I swore to me dying day I'll tell no one that I've hidden my $1 million pearl in the piano.
In the piano?
In the piano.
That's all I wanted to know.
Gladys, dear, why are you painting that bullseye on my chest?
Excuse me, Herman.
Oh, that's all.
Good evening, madam. I'm Sherlock Durante, the famous detective.
Oh, you're a little early. Excuse me. You can come in now. Can I do anything for you?
Yes, but first business. What are you doing with that smoking gun in your hand?
I ran out of cigarettes.
You like that for a minute? I thought I had a clue.
But why are we standing here? Won't you come in and see the body?
Right behind you, madam.
There. That's the late Mr. Throckmorton lying on the floor. Please forgive him for not rising.
Let me examine the body. Why, madam, your husband has a hole in his head.
That I know. But what killed him?
Well, do you mind if I ask a few questions? Just routine?
Oh, of course not.
What are you doing after the funeral?
That's a routine question? That's a routine question?
It's my routine.
Are you sure you're a detective?
Madam, I'm a born detective. Why, when I was born and the doctor slapped me, I got his fingerprints. I've been carrying them around ever since.
Well, I'll take your word for it.
Stumped again, but back to business. When I find where the Throckmorton pearl is hidden, I'll have the killer. Let me get at that piano.
Oh, no. Don't go near that piano. I mean, please have some respect for the corpse.
Okay, I'll only play on the black keys. Ink, a dink-a-dee, a dink-a-doo, a dink-a-dee. Oh! There's something wrong with that note. Oh! Must be something causing it to stick. Wait, I've got it.
You mean?
Yes, the pearl. I know where it's hidden.
Where?
In the closet. Quick, open the door. How do you like that? Only an old Hoover vacuum cleaner.
How do you know it's a Hoover?
It's wearing a high-starched collar.
Oh, dear. You know, for a detective, I found you really quite amusing. I think I could really learn to like you.
Thank you, Mrs. Throckmorton. Or may I call you Gladys?
Oh, please do.
Well, Gladys, I arrest you for the murder of your husband.
That's ridiculous. You have no evidence.
Oh, no? Look at your husband, dead as a mackerel. A hideous corpus if I ever saw one.
I resent that.
Look, Herman's alive.
How can you tell?
Well, it isn't easy. But how do you explain it? After all, I did shoot him.
I think I have the answer. Mr. Throckmorton, how many oysters do you eat a day?
Oh, 6 or 7 dozen.
There's your explanation. As everybody knows, oysters contain more iodine than iodine itself.
Oh, you mean?
Indubitably. Mr. Throckmorton is so antiseptic that he's self-healing. Hello, Archie. I'm glad you called. Has your landlady still got you locked in your room? Well, I got the solution to your problem. Yeah, read the play to her and she'll throw you out.
Men, the quickest way to discover something better is to try it. That's why I want you to try Benex Brushless Shave Cream. Benex is the new wonder shave with a sensational beard softening formula that has brought better shaving to thousands of men.
Benex Brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain either.
But don't take our word for it. See for yourself. Get a tube of Benex at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a trial tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, B-E-N-E-X, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex Brushless.
Or try it free. Write Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer limited. It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday when Archie will be back on the job. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Trouchet, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra. Jimmy Durante appeared through the courtesy of Camel Cigarettes and can be heard on his own show every Friday on the same network. And Southern appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Little Women, starring June Allison, Peter Lawford, and Margaret O'Brien. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Why did Car and Driver magazine call the Audi 5000 a functional masterpiece and yet one of the most sumptuous cars ever to come out of Germany? Why did Road and Track magazine say, for the money, we don't see anything that can touch it? Test drive the Audi 5000 at your Porsche Audi dealer and find out why.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
And now, how are Jimmy Allen and Speed Robertson progressing in their search for Major Moto and the stolen plans of the new jet-propelled fighter? Discovered hiding in a barn, the fugitive fled. Jimmy and Speed took off in their attack plane, having arranged for radio communication from their plane to the sheriff's car. Just when it looked as though Moto had made good his escape, Jimmy's keen eyes spotted him hiding in a treetop. Circling over him, Speed and Jimmy directed the sheriff and his posse, who finally captured him. It is a half hour later. Jimmy and Speed have landed and are now in Sheriff Farrell's office in the county courthouse, where the spy has been taken.
Here, back, all of you. Lem, clear these people out.
May I suggest, Sheriff, that the fewer we have in here, the better. I'd say that yourself, Deputy Perkins, Mr. Robertson, and Jimmy Allen, the prisoner, and myself should be sufficient.
Right. Lem, see that everybody else clears out.
Yeah, come on, folks. You heard what the sheriff said. Everybody except them that's supposed to stay, go on, clear out. Get out.
All right, close the door.
Did you find the plans yet, Sheriff?
No, not yet, Allen. I haven't had time to make a thorough search, but we'll do that right now.
And you didn't search him, Sheriff, the instant you captured him?
No, just a preliminary search, Robertson.
It was my suggestion, Robertson, that Sheriff Farrell bring the prisoner in here before any extensive search was made. There was no chance the captive could make away with the plans, and there were too many curious people around. This business has got to be kept confidential, you know.
I'm well aware of that, sir, but I'm afraid there won't be anything very confidential about it with all this excitement. What do you think, Sheriff?
I'll say there won't be. Nobody said anything like that to me. I've already told the papers about it, and there'll be some reporters down here pretty soon to take my picture. I aim for people to know who captured this spy.
Well, I can see there's not going to be any doubt about that, Sheriff.
Well, come on, let's proceed with the search. I have orders to return this man to Kansas City as soon as possible.
All right, let's search him and get it over with. But I can say right now I don't think we'll find anything on him.
Oh, Speed, what makes you say that?
Those plans are on heavy blueprint paper, Jimmy. A complete set makes a good-sized packet. If they didn't find them at first, I don't think they'll be discovered now. There isn't any way he could secret them when he's prison.
Well, we'll soon find out. Here, Lem, you and I will shake this fellow down. Come here, you.
You shall not touch me. I make protest against such outrage.
Oh, you do you? Well, you can make all the protest you want, but you're going to be searched just the same. Come on, Lem, get going.
Yeah, okay, Chief. We'll give him the once-over here. You know, he acts kind of suspicious, too. Wouldn't be a bit surprised if he had him around here somewhere. I don't know where, though. Wish I could. Afraid we're out of luck, Chief. I can't find no papers.
Maybe they're in his boots.
No, that's the only place left. Take off his boots, Lem.
I make protest.
Oh, take them off, Lem.
Yes, okay, Chief. Come on, off come the boots, kid. Off come the boots. Come on.
We're out of luck.
Well, he could be in his boots, couldn't they, Speed?
Not a chance, Jimmy. Look how small these boots are. It'd be impossible to conceal those plans in such a small place.
Well, there. Now they're off, Chief. Here they are. Look at them. If they're in these boots anywhere, I don't know where. They must be inside the soles.
Well, I guess this settles it. He evidently hasn't got the plans, but I'll have to take him back to Kansas City anyway.
Speed, we've got to do something. He must have had those plans when he bailed out last night.
Yes, I'm sure of that, Jimmy. Here, now, let's not go so fast. What did you do with those plans, Moto?
Plans? I do not know what you are talking about. I demand protection of my consul. This is outrage. I am flying student at Central Flying School. Hey, now, look, we know that's not true, Sheriff. If he was only a flying student, how could he be flying a pursuit ship?
Yes, how about that, Moto?
I have practiced much. I am not advanced flying student. I test out plane for my country. Perhaps she buys some of them.
Well, this isn't getting us anywhere. Let's call a halt to this. I'll take him up to Kansas City and put him through a third degree. He'll talk then, don't worry.
Now, please, not quite so fast. Now, we're sure this man had those plans when he took to his parachute last night. If he had them now, it's a cinch he must have them hidden somewhere in the meantime and expects to recover them later.
But there's 1,000 places he could have hidden them, Speed.
I know that, and it's going to make it tough, Jimmy. I don't think there's a ghost of a chance of making Moto confess where he hid them.
Say, I have an idea. Didn't Major
I think
Moto...
this has gone far enough. I'm going to ask you, Sheriff Farrell, to turn this prisoner over to me as a representative of the United States government. I don't see any use in wasting time listening to the ideas of some young kid.
Now, just a minute. If it hadn't been for young Allen here, we wouldn't have gotten as far as we have. And more to the point, they'd probably have had me in prison. Now, we're going to listen to any ideas Jimmy's got if I have to lock this door.
You're getting pretty hard, aren't you, Robertson?
No, Mr. Secret Service agent, but I'm not going soft either. All right, Jimmy, what was your idea?
Well, nothing very much, Speed. But it seems to me as though Major Moto would have on more clothes than he has here. He certainly wouldn't have taken off last night in his shirt sleeves.
Oh, by George, that's a thought, Jimmy. What else did you wear, Major Moto, when you went flying last night?
What I wear is my own business.
Say, seems to me I remember that when we captured this fellow, he had on some kind of a leather coat.
Maybe a flying jacket. I used to see him wearing one around the school.
Well, how about that, Sheriff? If he had on a leather flying jacket when he was captured, where is it now?
What about that, Lem? Didn't I see you take his leather coat off when we searched him first?
Well, yes, Chief, I guess you did. I did it all right.
Well, good heavens, man, what did you do with it?
Oh, I get it now. I saw you looking that coat over, Lem, in the car on our way into town. Now, if I recollect rightly, that old hunting jacket of yours is just about wore out. And so it happened that you're about the same size as a prisoner.
You're pretty smart, ain't you, Chief? Sure are. Well, anyway, there wasn't nothing in the jacket. I looked it over carefully. There was nothing in it.
So I noticed, Lem. Well, anyway, bring it on out. Since it's how you didn't ask me about keeping that jacket, maybe I'll take it home and give it to one of my boys. Well, come on. Where is it?
All right, just a minute. It's in the closet here. I'll go and get it. Doggone it. Sure makes me mad. I came almost having a flying jacket there. Here it is. You can see for yourself that there's nothing in it.
Well, I guess you're right at that, Lem. Oh, well, go ahead. Take it.
Just a minute. Let me see that jacket. Huh. Yeah, it seems to me I hear something besides leather and cloth. This is a mighty heavy jacket and has a stout lining. Here, I'll wad it up into a ball.
There is something in there, Speed.
Yeah, I think so too, Jimmy. Have you got a penknife?
I've got a jackknife. It's got a small blade. That ought to do the trick. Here it is.
Ah, fine, Jimmy. Let me have it.
Well, I'll be a dog-eared rooster.
Well, say, what do you know about that?
Is that the whole plan,
Just
Speed?
a minute, Jimmy, while I look. No, I don't think so. A complete set comes in several sections. Yep, just as I thought. Well, the others are probably here also. Yeah, here's another sheet on the other side of the coat, and I think there's another one in the back. The complete set's here without a doubt.
Oh, boy, am I glad we found him.
You think you're a pretty smart kid, don't you?
Why, no, Mr. Poquette. I just
Well, he's not so dumb anyway. I noticed there were a few others around here that didn't think of that idea.
Well, regardless of all that, I've got to get going. Have you got all those plans out, Robertson?
Yes, a complete set's here.
All right, give them to me. I'll take them along with the prisoner. Are you ready to surrender him, Sheriff?
Sure, I guess so. But if there's any reward coming for getting him with those papers back, don't forget who captured him.
Don't you worry about that, Sheriff. If there's any dough going to be put out, I'll see that you get your share of it.
Share nothing. If there's any money coming, I get it all.
Okay, Sheriff.
Where are you going to take the prisoner in the plans?
Well, I can't see that concerns you any, Robinson.
That concerns both Jimmy here and myself very much. We certainly haven't had time for anything else the last few days.
Well, to satisfy your curiosity, I'm going to turn the plans and the prisoner over to my superiors. After that, I don't care.
You mean to Mr. Russell?
Oh, of course. Russell, Smith, Jones, anybody you want. I'm tired of all this nonsense. Come on, you. Let's go.
All right. I'm ready.
Can I get you to drive us out to the field, Sheriff?
Oh, sure. Glad to.
All right, let's go.
Say, we'd better go out, too, hadn't we, Speed? We've got to be getting back to Kansas City.
Yes, we have, Jimmy. Can we go along, Sheriff?
Oh, sure. Come on. Plenty of room.
Yes, well, I'd be glad to take you and Alan out, Robertson.
All right, that'll be fine. I'd just as soon wait a minute anyway, Jimmy. I'd like to call Grand National Airways in Kansas City before we leave.
Okay, Speed.
Well, Robertson, you and you, Alan, I'll probably see you out at the field before you leave.
Sure you will, Sheriff. We'll be right on out in a few minutes. When you get out there, you might do me a favor by asking the attendant to refuel our ship.
Oh, sure. I'll be glad to do that.
Well, let's get going, Sheriff. I'm in a hurry.
Goodbye, Mr. Poquette.
Goodbye, Poquette.
Oh, say, Mr. Robertson, that flying jacket's all cut up now, so I guess it's no use to anybody. You think it'd be all right for me to take it now?
Well, it's all right as far as I'm concerned, Perkins. I guess you and Sheriff Farrell will have to fight that out. Say, how about using this phone here to call Kansas City?
Why, sure. Help yourself.
Hello? Hello, give me long distance. Hello, long distance? Well, I want to talk to Kansas City. The number is Norclay 1030.
Yeah, come in. What do you want? Who are you? What do you want?
Why, Mr. Russell.
Hello there, Russell. This is a surprise.
I'm sure glad to see you, boys. I was busy most of last night and just got your message a couple of hours ago. Then I hopped in my car and drove right down.
Well, that's fine. Glad to see you. Excuse me a minute. Hello? Hello, you say the lines are all busy? Well, will you ring me back as soon as you can get through? That's right.
Well, how you boys coming along?
We've got Moto in the plans, Mr. Russell.
You have? Great work. That's splendid. Where's Moto?
Why, the sheriff here just delivered him to your man, Poquette, not 5 minutes ago. He took Moto and the plans and went out to the field to fly back to Kansas City.
My man, Poquette? What in the world are you talking about?
Well, here. Well, let me get you straight. Isn't there an agent working under you by the name of Poquette?
I never heard of such a man.
Well, what can this mean? Have Sheriff Farrell and Jimmy and Speed been taken in by an imposter? Don't miss the swift action in the next episode of The Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
When I press this button, a new era in photography begins. Polaroid introduces Sonar Automatic Focusing. This camera sends out inaudible sound waves that bounce off the subject and return in a split second. The lens automatically rotates to perfect focus. You can get a precisely focused picture every time in minutes at the touch of one button. The new Sonar One Steps from Polaroid, the world's simplest cameras.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present the Fibber, Magee, and Molly Show, consisting of Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, B. Benaderet, Arthur Q. Bryan, and I'm Harlow Wilcox. Molly, we regret to say, being absent this week, a flu victim. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, and the music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. What's the most difficult part of your home to keep clean? Isn't it your kitchen floor? Every time you have it looking nice, somebody tracks it up or you spill something or the children bring in mud. But if you know the secret, it's really quite easy to have a kitchen floor that's clean and shining all the time. Just get some Johnson's Glow Coat, and in no time at all, you'll have a kitchen floor that fairly sparkles. There's no rubbing or buffing with Glow Coat. Just spread it around on the linoleum and let it dry. That's all there is to it. All you do is come back in 20 minutes to find your floor polished and gleaming, never streaked or uneven. Next time someone tracks in mud or you spill something, just wipe the floor with a damp cloth, and it'll shine like new again. Apart from this handsome wax-polished beauty, you'll know, too, that your attractive linoleum is wax-protected by that tough film of Glow Coat so that it will retain its bright colors and pattern and newness far longer. Try it. Be sure to ask for Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. When a man persists in walking through the snow and slush with no overshoes, when he goes out into the sub-zero morning to get the mail in his bathrobe, when he runs around his cold bedroom floor with bare feet, what inevitably happens? That's right, his wife gets the flu. That's why the doctor is at 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
How is she, Doc? How is she, Doc? Is she all right, Doc?
Oh, be quiet, you little fuss budget. Huh? Molly has a light case of flu, that's all.
Oh.
She has all the medicine she needs, and the balance of my prescription consists of at least 24 hours rest in bed.
Okay, Doc, okay. I'll see that she gets it, and I'll make her some hot lemonade every half hour. I'll keep reminding her to take her medicine. I'll take her temperature.
That's exactly what I was afraid of. Leave the woman alone. Go away and hide. Lose yourself.
Yeah, but what if she needs
something?
If
she needs anything, Mrs. Carstairs will see that she gets it.
Carsty, is she coming over?
Yes, she did a great deal of nursing during the war, and when I'm short of nurses, she helps me out.
Oh.
Incidentally, you don't look very well yourself. Get your bay window caught in a waffle iron or something?
No, I ate something last night that didn't agree with me.
What?
Oh, just a little sandwich I fixed up about midnight. Fried egg, bologna, Bermuda onion, cream cheese, and mustard pickles.
Oh, fine. Rigor mortis on rye bread.
No, whole wheat.
Well, how did you sleep?
Like a log.
You don't say.
Yep. Like a log was laying across my stomach.
My boy, you have interior arrangements that would make a 40-ton drill press look like it was made of sponge cake. In all my weary years of practicing medicine, I never...
Oh, that must be Carsty now. Come in.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Carstairs. Nice of you to come over.
I'm very glad to help Mrs. Magee out, Doctor. And good evening, Mr. Magee.
Hi, Carsty. I sure appreciate this. I hope it ain't interfering with any social engagement. Hey, your fur coat's all rained on. Here, let me hang it up before it gets ruined.
Rain won't hurt it, Magee.
Of course not. To quote an old joke, did you ever see a mink carrying an umbrella? Have you any instructions for me, Doctor, or any suggestions?
Well, they're all written out on the hall table upstairs, Mrs. Carstairs. You know, the usual routine. Keep her warm and quiet, feed her lightly.
Yeah, just let me know when you want something cooked up for her, Carsty, like milk toast or hot coffee.
Look, bird brain, I'm going to take you out of here. You're going downtown and have dinner with me.
Yeah, but, Doc, suppose she needs me for something.
The only thing she needs right now is a little less confusion. Confusion spelled M-C-G-E-E.
I shall prepare anything she wants, Mr. Magee. Just set your mind at rest.
What, you mean you can cook, Carsty?
My dear Mr. Magee, when I first met Mr. Carstairs, I was slinging hash in a... I mean, I was dietitian in a Greek restaurant. Oh, my goodness. I'd better take a look at my patient. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. McGee.
Come on, McGee. Get your leggings and mittens on. We'll go downtown and kick a few calories around.
Oh, gee, Doc, I don't think I ought to. I ought to stay here in
Get
case...
your coat and stop arguing, Noisy, or they'll find your body in a snowdrift strangled with a stethoscope.
Okay. Where'll we go?
We might try that new place on Oak Street, Joe's Gravy Bowl.
You ever eat there?
No, but my office nurse told me she had.
She like it?
No, but she said she ate there under unfortunate circumstances.
What unfortunate circumstances?
She was hungry. Now, come on, McGee. Quit stalling. I've got to have dinner and get back to the hospital so I can...
Oh, for the love... Come in.
Hello there, kids. Hiya, Doc. Where's daughter, Johnny?
She's got the flu upstairs, old-timer. And lower your voice about 40 decibels. You sound like the mating call of a sea lion.
Okay, fellas. Sorry to hear about the kid. Anything I can do?
No thanks, old-timer. Not a thing. Hey, we're having dinner at Joe's Gravy Bowl. You know anything about it?
Hey!
Do you know anything about
Joe's Gravy Bowl, eh? I know one of the waitresses down there, Lily Dugan. Yeah? Fine girl. Maybe you've seen her in there. Tall, red-headed kid with half your coffee in the saucer.
We never ate there, old-timer.
How's the food?
Hey!
I said...
Not bad, Johnny. Not bad at all. Ask for their T-bone steak smothered in mushrooms with sauce bordelaise. You don't get it, but it's fun to watch their face when you ask for it.
Would you care to join us for dinner, old-timer? We'll flip a coin, odd man for the check.
Sorry, Sawbones. I'd like to join you, but I got a date to go horseback riding with my girl, Bessie.
Horseback riding?
On a night like this?
Hey!
You mean to say you
go...
go...
on a merry-go-round down at the stadium. Yep, I got a dandy little mare down there, one with glass eye. 3-gated. Up, down, and wobble. This is our last time. Bessie's getting bow-legged.
Did she say so?
No, but the pleats in her skirt are beginning to open up.
I had a horse once that could talk, old-timer.
Hey!
He said he had a horse...
talking horse, eh? Hey, that's wonderful, Johnny. What'd you do with him?
I sold him. He was an Arabian horse, and nobody understood Arabian.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says, I see where we might be able to travel to the moon one of these days. What do you mean, one of these days, says t'other feller. My sister's already been there. No, says the first feller. Yep, says t'other feller. Got a picture of her sitting in it. Took at Coney Island. Well, I hope daughter feels better, Johnny.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and I Can't Begin to Tell.
on, Doc. Move those fat little legs of yours, will you? It's starting to rain hard.
Yeah, it's too bad they can't have a little of this rain out west where the soil is blowing away.
Yeah, my gosh. Half an hour of this rain right now would do them more good in 5 minutes than a month of it would do in a week at any other time.
How was that again, Pivot Tooth?
I says a half an hour of this rain would do them more... Oh, hey, there's Latrivia. Hi, Latrivia.
Hello, Magee. Oh, good evening, Doctor.
Evening, Mr. Mayor. Better step into this doorway out of the rain.
Yeah.
That's it.
Let me in there, too. Yeah.
You know, Mr. Mayor, I like to be present when you get over pneumonia, not while you acquire it.
After a few years in the Coast Guard, Doctor, dry clothing seems a trifle effeminate. Magee, where's Molly?
She got bit by the flu bug, Latrivia. I had to get Doc out of the house so she'd get well quicker.
And little Gabby here is not what you might call a soothing influence to the ailing, Mr. Mayor. He was yammering around the house like a Southern senator reading corset ads into the Congressional Record. So I'm taking him to Joe's Gravy Bowl for dinner.
You ever eat there, Latrivia?
As a matter of fact, Magee, I just came from there.
What'd you have to eat?
Sand dabs.
Sand dabs?
Yes, that's fish with little dabs of sand in them.
Well, if that's such a bad place to eat, why don't you go someplace else?
Well, I eat there for old time's sake, Magee. I went to college with the owner. As a matter of fact, we both played in the school band.
What did you play, Mr. Mayor?
I played a tuba.
Tuba what?
It wasn't a tube of anything. It was a musical instrument.
Oh, that's pretty ingenious, Latrivia. What'd you do, hold your finger over the end and squeeze it? I knew a guy could play an air hose at the filling station like it was a bagpipe. He used to
I'm
sit there
afraid I didn't make myself clear, Magee. I played the tuba. Don't you know what a tuba is?
That all depends on what it's a tuba.
Hat up, boy, Doc. Get in there and pitch.
I tell you, it was not a tube of anything. It was a tuba. T-U-B-A. Tuba.
Well, we're being a little silly, Magee. You know what a tibia is? That's the inner and larger bone of your leg.
Oh, sure, tubia. I used to play it.
I did not say tibia. I said tuba. It's a wind instrument, as I'm sure everyone in the world but you two gentlemen knows.
Wind instrument, eh? What'd you do, hollow out the bone? Kind of like a primitive flute? Gee, that must have been quite...
It was not a bone, I tell you. It was brass.
Oh, now, you know better than that, Mr. Mayor. Nobody ever had a brass tibia.
I didn't say anybody had a brass tibia, a tubula, a brassica. Listen, I said I played a tuba.
But you didn't say a tuba what?
Of course I didn't! A tuba doesn't have to be a what or a tibula. I mean to say that a wind instrument, a brass tibia, a tuba, it's a thing that... Every orchestra has a brassica tibia. Tubia. Magee. Doctor?
Yes, Your Honor?
Yes?
Do you like to play baseball?
I love it, Latrivia.
So do I, Mr. Mayor.
Then I think I'll write a letter to Cleveland tomorrow. I think you should both be given back to the Indians.
Well, how was I, Magee?
Oh, you were great, Doc. Molly would have been proud of you.
You better not overdo it with him, though.
Huh?
Not with his blood pressure. He'll blow up like a bubble dancer's balloon at a Legion stag. Hey, is this the restaurant, Magee?
Looks like it, Doc. Yeah, this is it.
It's crowded, isn't it, huh?
Yeah, that don't mean anything these days, Doc. These days, you put a camp in a snake pit, and people would stand in line 3 deep to get a plate of French fried heartburn at $3 a spasm. Hey, Bud, how about a table for 2?
I'm sorry, sir. There was just a few moments' wait. Did you have a reservation?
No, we didn't. We couldn't find your name in the phone book.
I know. I have an unlisted number, sir. Keeps out the riffraff. I'll seat you very shortly.
Well, not a bad-looking joint, is it? Clean, at least. Maybe they...
Oh, look, Magee, there's Wilcox.
Well, it can't be so bad if he eats here. Hi, Junior.
Hello, pal. Hello, Doc. Where's Molly?
Home with the flu, my boy. Getting Egghead here out from underfoot was part of my prescription.
You just finishing eating, Junior? What'd you order?
Well, I ordered eggs stuffed with caviar for an appetizer. Then a cup of puree de Mongol julienne, a mixed green salad with Roquefort dressing, baked mountain trout with almond sauce, a side order of French fried zucchini, baked Alaska, and a demi-tasse.
You got all that stuff?
No, that's what I ordered. I got a club sandwich and a glass of milk.
How was the club sandwich?
Great, great. I could even taste the clubs. I think they'd been used by the Keystone Cops.
I take it you haven't got a very high regard for this Joint Junior. Maybe we should do the one about the Coast Guard now. But what do you eat here for, Junior, if it's so bad?
Lower your voice, pal. The proprietor buys a lot of glow coat from me.
Oh.
Have you been out in the kitchen?
No, we haven't, Junior. Is it pretty awful?
No, it's awful pretty.
Oh.
Immaculate. The linoleum shines like a mirror. You know how easily spilled things are wiped off of Johnson's glow-coated linoleum.
Oh, yes, I know how that is.
Well, these people keep the place so clean that you could even operate out there, Doc.
Well, if somebody will give me a knife and a pork chop, I'd like to operate in here.
The owner told me that even with the wear and tear on a busy restaurant kitchen like this, the linoleum lasts a lot longer and looks infinitely better when he protects it with glow coat.
Yes, but
he says that with the help shortage and all, they can't spend all day scrubbing kitchen floors.
Well, that's
But
all.
with glow coat so easy to use and requiring no rubbing or buffing, it's a cinch.
Yeah,
you
but...
just pour it out, spread it around, and in 20 minutes or less...
Yeah, but what that got to do with
That's why I don't want you fellows to criticize too loudly. He's doing the best he can under difficulties.
Oh, yeah.
And personally, I'd rather eat bad cooking from a clean kitchen than fine food from a messy one. Say, incidentally, what did you order?
We haven't ordered anything yet, Waxy. So far, we've been given the brush like a couple of bad boys on Papa's knee.
What do you recommend, son?
I don't recommend anything, Doc. I was just going to say that if you try the Swiss steak, you'll understand why the Swiss are always neutral. That would take the fight out of anybody. So long now.
Let's go someplace else, Doc. Gee whiz, if they don't want to...
I have a nice table for you now, gentlemen. Right this way, please. Will this table be satisfactory?
It will be if you put something on it to eat.
This place is a little run down, ain't it, Bud? No ketchup on the table.
Your waitress will get you some if you wish, sir. Susie, table 12. Here are the menus, gentlemen.
Thank you. Tell me, what is the chef's specialty?
Drinking lemon extract, sir. But if you have any difficulty, please call me.
Well, seems to be a pretty good choice of stuff, Doc. Country fried chicken looks good to me.
It's scratched off my menu.
Oh.
How about the roast beef?
Roast beef is scratched off my menu.
Well, we might try the lobster thermidor.
That's scratched off my menu. How about the turkey curry?
That's off mine. Lamb chops?
Off mine. Liver and bacon?
Off. Pork?
Off.
What else is there?
The only thing left that ain't scratched off either one of our menus is this here closed all day Monday. I think I'll have that on whole wheat.
Oh, they must have a few things.
Okay, folks, I'm your waitress. What did you want?
What do you got?
I asked you first. Let's play fair.
My peristalsis has slowed up so much by now it would take me 5 minutes to hiccup. What's ready, Susie?
The hard rolls is nice.
Look, sis, we didn't come all the way down here to dine off on hard rolls. How's the minute steak?
Well named. The minute you eat it, you wish you hadn't.
We don't want to be fussy, Susie, but what can you recommend?
Sir, I do not wish to seem unloyal to my employer, but there's a hamburger stand 2 blocks north of here.
Come on, sis. Surely you must have something fit to eat in here. What are all these other people eating?
Well, let me see, mister. Those 4 men at the next table, they're gamblers.
Mm-hmm.
They're having the chicken croquettes.
How about the 2 ladies at the third table there?
That's the boss's wife and his sister. They're having sliced ham and potato salad.
Oh, that ain't much of a dish for a cold night like this, sis, but I'll have that.
I'll ask them if they can spare you some. They brung theirs with them.
Look, Susie, knowing what you know, and I'll bet it's plenty, what would you suggest we eat?
Omelets.
Okay, that'll do it. 2 omelets. Okay, Doc?
Okay.
2 eggs or 3 eggs.
Does it matter?
Well, With 3 eggs, you got another 33 and a third chance to get a tired one. Why push your luck?
Okay. 2 eggs then, and lots of fried potatoes and ketchup.
Coffee now or later.
I'll have mine now.
Me too.
In here, we call that a suicide pact. Okay, gents, just write the names of your nearest relatives on the tablecloth, and I'll take care of everything.
And here are the King's Men to sing Personality.
Mary Smith had a college education. Sally Jones had a scientific streak. Susie Lynn used to lecture on ancient architecture. Josie Green spoke Latin and Greek. Just forgotten girls with forgotten brains. While history explains, when Madame Pompadour was on the ballroom floor, said all the gentlemen obviously, the Madam has the cutest personality. And think of all the books about DuBarry's looks. What was it made her the toast of Paris? She had a well-developed personality. And what did Romeo see in Juliet? Or Piero in Pierrette? Or Jupiter in Juno? You know. And when Salome danced and had the boys entranced, no doubt it must have been easy to see that she knew how to use her personality. What did Romeo see in Juliet? Or Piero in Pierrette? Or Jupiter in Juno? You know. And when Salome danced and had the boys entranced, no doubt it must have been easy to see that she knew how to use her personality.
How was your omelet, Magee?
Not bad, Doc. What there was of it. That was a 2-egg omelet, though. They must have used canary eggs.
Mine was a little skimpy, too. I tried to fill up on bread and butter. Wasn't enough butter.
Wasn't enough anything. I never did get any water.
Yeah, I saw you trying to get the waitress's attention.
I've been beckoning to her for so long, I got a Charlie horse in my forefinger. Oh, here she is.
Did you want me, folks?
Yes, give me the check, will you, please?
Oh, it's my check, Doc. You suggested this for Molly's sake, so I'll pay.
All right.
You don't put up much of a fight, do you, Patsy?
On what I've had to eat, I couldn't Indian wrestle Margaret O'Brien. How much is it, Susie?
$4.40, gentlemen. And believe me, it's been a distinct pleasure to have waited on you.
$4.40? Did you hear that, Doc?
Yes, I did. The tablecloth must be by Adrian.
$4.40 for the privilege of sitting here with a bent fork, a dry water glass, and malnutrition. By George...
Calm yourself, blowtorch. Calm yourself. Come on, pay that ransom note and let's get out of this turnip trap.
Let me check it again. Here. Hey, look at this, Doc.
Look at what?
What it says on the back of this check. If you have any criticisms or suggestions for the improvement of our food or service, please notify the manager.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy, hang on to your hat, Doc. Here we go. Hey, manager, come here a minute.
Well, as the man said when they found an elephant in his stateroom, I brought this on myself.
Yes, sir. Did you wish to speak to me?
Indeed I did, Buster. I have a few criticisms and suggestions I'd like to offer as per your request on the dinner check.
That's very kind of you, sir. What are they?
In the first place, why don't you give your patrons a glass of water now and then? What did you do before you ran a restaurant? Herd camels?
You're quite right to complain, sir. I realize that the help we have now is inadequate.
And as long as you're running a restaurant, did it ever occur to you to get some food in the joint?
I know our supplies are inadequate, sir, but if you only know the trouble we have getting meat and butter...
Oh, leave the man alone, Moose Jaw. It isn't entirely his fault.
He asked for suggestions, and he's going to get suggestions. Oh. Look, Buster, look at this steak knife. You not only haven't got steaks, but if you had, you couldn't cut the gravy with this thing.
I know, sir, I know. I agree with you completely.
And another
thing.
Do
you mind if I smoke while you burn?
No, go ahead, Doc. And another thing, Buster, the service. I never waited so long to get waited on in my life. You come in here...
Excuse me, sir. Were you ever in the restaurant business?
No, I wasn't.
Well, you are now, sir.
Huh?
I'm a lot sick of it than you are.
Huh?
If you only been here two hours and I've been here 2 months, I'm giving the place to you.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Bud. I didn't mean to...
Attention, please. Patrons of Joe's Gravy Bowl.
No.
This establishment has just been changed. Your new proprietor is Mr. What's your name, sir?
Patsy Magee.
Your new proprietor, Mr. Patsy Magee.
No.
Thank you and goodbye forever.
Well, now that you're the owner, Magee, I have a few suggestions to make you... grab a sugar bowl, Magee. Here they come.
What the... Oh, how did... Who's the...
Look here, mister. I found a nail in my spade.
Hey, do you call this library paste mashed potatoes, brother? I've got a good note.
Oh, now, just a minute, folks.
I want to glass of water. Hey, where's my Welsh rabbit?
Oh, this is ridiculous.
A poet once wrote, "A thing of beauty is a joy forever. Its loveliness increases." Well, since that was written over 100 years ago, obviously the poet wasn't thinking of Johnson's wax because it wasn't even made then. But it occurred to me how well those words do apply to this wonderful wax. Certainly, with their lovely luster and gleaming polish, waxed floors, furniture, and woodwork are things of beauty, a joy to you and your family and everyone who sees them. And with every application of Johnson's wax, their loveliness does increase. In addition to all this extra shining beauty, Johnson waxed surfaces are easier to keep clean, too. Dust and dirt don't cling readily to their satin smoothness, so you save yourself lots of work. And because a coating of Johnson's wax provides protection, you save the lovely things in your home from undue wear and tear. If you haven't a can of genuine Johnson's wax in your home, why not put it on your shopping list right now?
Ladies and gentlemen, between Pearl Harbor and VJ Day, there were more than 355,000 people killed, 1.25 million permanently disabled, and nearly 35 million injured. On the battlefronts? No. Right here at home. By accident. That's a pretty shameful figure when you realize that from 50 to 90% of them were due to sheer carelessness. So during these days of worn tires, faulty brakes, and general readjustment, be extra careful. Take a little more time. Take a little more care. Take a lot fewer lives. Thank you, and I'm sure Molly will be back with us next week. Good night.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Freshly prepared fish from the icy North Atlantic. Natural flavors from the garden. Tender chicken from the farm. A special menu for the kids. Come on in. It's a nice place to be. We give you lots of reasons to love us.
Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Almond Joy's got nuts, Mounds don't. Almond Joy's got real milk chocolate, coconut and munchy nuts too. Mounds got deep dark chocolate and chewy coconut. Ooh. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Peter Paul, Almond Joy's got nuts, Peter Paul, Mounds don't. Because sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
You just got to see this. It's incredible.
Everybody ready? All right, ladies, give me your worst.
In my wash, it's kids' dirt.
It's food stains.
Come on, what's the dirtiest dirt you can think of?
I've got it. Greasy dirt. Yeah, greasy dirt's a nightmare.
You all think so?
We don't think so. We know so.
Well, I'm going to prove to you there's a difference in detergents. Now watch. 1 polyester shirt, 2 greasy oil stains.
That's awful. Not just awful, it's ruined.
Oh, is it? We'll see. I'll put 1 sleeve in my detergent, 1 in the leading brand.
Get a look at this.
One's lifting out the oil.
Not this one. It's hardly moving.
But this one's cleaning like crazy.
What's this detergent?
Concentrated all. That's my detergent.
Concentrated all special formula gets out greasy dirt. The worst kind of dirt. Better than other leading powders.
Just look at these clothes. My wash should look this clean.
Mine will.
We proved there is a difference in detergents. Concentrated all is the best kind of detergent for the worst kind of dirt.
Who's doing it? Who's doing it?
Who's doing it?
Who is killing the great chefs of Europe? Everyone wants to know.
Who's doing it?
George Siegel.
You don't think I killed him?
Jacqueline Bisset.
I am the dessert.
Robert Morley.
Who is it this time? Aunt Jemima?
In the most delicious mystery of the year. Who is killing the great chefs of Europe? Rated PG. Coming soon to a theater near you.
You know, for too long now, bowlers have been left out of light beer commercials, and football players have been grabbing all the glory. But bowlers know light beer from Miller tastes great. We know light's got a third less calories than the regular beer. We know light's less filling. Bowlers love light just as much as football players.
That's right.
And we also love the easy opening can.
You sure do.
Come on.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salopatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Salopatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen and his mighty Allen Art Players. Music with Peter Van Steeden, the Ipana Troubadours, and the Town Hall Quartet. And another group of anxious and eager amateurs. New voices, new music, new fun. It's Town Hall tonight! Just listen to that crowd cheer Fred Allen as he leads his weekly parade to the old Town Hall. Fred's leading the band on a muted motorcycle, and the mighty Allen Art Players swinging their golf club to bring up the rear in par. Let's join this throng. Everybody's voice. Here they come, bank directors.
Are there any other minutes worthy of the board's attention, gentlemen?
Only 60 minutes on the radio, Mr. Chairman. It's Town Hall tonight. Schoolboys.
Now, Willie, what are those famous words of Sir Walter Scott?
Breeze there a man was so dead who never to himself has said, it's Town Hall tonight.
Pawnbrokers.
You pawned your radio last week, lady. Are you here to take it out?
No, Mr. Goldberg. I wondered if you'd let me turn it on for an hour. It's Town Hall tonight.
Here we are at the old Town Hall, folks, and there's Fred with his Barker serenade of barcarolle and banter on the side. Let's listen.
If you wonder what became of Sally, folks, take a gander around the old Town Hall. She's probably enjoying life on the inside. Now, here, don't crowd there, sister.
Evening, Mr. Allen.
Hello there, Mrs. Haley. What's the big idea, carrying that hot water bottle into the hall?
I'm entered in the amateurs, and I don't want to get cold feet.
Check your hot water bottles, folks. Nobody holds the bag at the old Town Hall. 60 minutes of fun and fandango, and it's free, so hurry.
Hey, we're okay backstage, Fred.
Righto, Harry. We're opening with We Saw the Sea.
Okay, Fred. Let her go, Peter.
We joined the Navy to see the world, and what did we see? We saw the sea.
We saw the Pacific and the Atlantic, but the Atlantic isn't romantic, and the Pacific isn't what it's cracked up to be.
They tell us that the Admiral is as nice as he can be, but we never see the Admiral, because the Admiral has never been to sea. We joined the Navy to see the girls, and what did we see? We saw the sea.
Instead of a girl or two in a taxi, we were compelled to look at the Black Sea. Seeing the Black Sea is what it's cracked up to be.
Sailing home again to see the girls upon the village green.
sea. We owe the Navy an awful lot, for they taught us how to do the sailor's hornpipe, and they showed us how to tie a sailor's knot. But more than that, they showed us the sea. We never get seasick sailing the ocean. We don't object to feeling emotion. We're never seasick, but we are awful sick of sea. We saw the sea. We saw the sea.
Presenting that magnificent maestro of mad, momentous merriment and madcap, malapropic mumbling, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before opening the oven door and dragging out the goodies we've cooked up for you this evening, I'll read you the Town Hall Bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, Public Grocer number 1, is offering a $2 reward for the return of his neon sign. When the sign blew down in a high wind yesterday, the glass broke and the neon got away. Now, Hodge says if you see a long glowworm running along the street, stop it with your foot. If it curls up and spells Hodge, it's his neon sign. And there's a $2 reward if you can get it back to the store. So much for the neon rodeo, and now for the Town Hall News. Say, Harry.
Yes, Fred?
What is it that can go down for the third time without yelling for a lifeguard?
It's our picture sheet, and it comes down now for the first time tonight.
And what can go out night after night and never look dissipated, Harry?
Our lights, Fred. Out they go.
The projector starts, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The Town Hall News sees nothing, shows all. Albany, New York. Women members of State Assembly lead fight for legislation to require women to perform jury duty in New York State. Town Hall News shows how women jurors might interfere with men tried and true as they attempt to reach a verdict. The scene, a jury room.
Well, I don't know what a jury this is. It's deadlocked for 3 days. I'm worn out.
Yeah, me too. 11 of us for the chair and that one dame for acquittal.
I'll try her again, fellas.
Oh, she's hopeless.
Won't you listen to reason, Mrs. Trinket?
I ain't here to reason. I'm on a jury.
Listen, do you want us to go over the evidence again?
I don't care what you do. I won't budge an inch till that woman goes free.
Free? Well, you know she killed her husband. It's as plain as the nose on your face.
Don't get personal.
But you heard the testimony, Mrs. Trinket. It was her birthday. Her husband came home with 40 roses. That started the fight.
Yes, she said she had 5 roses too many.
She don't look a day over 35 to me.
Why, that old battle axe is over 50.
Certainly. Under cross-examination, she admitted she knew Stonewall Jackson.
I don't care if she sat out the Civil War with Sitting Bull.
But that has nothing to do with the murder. She shot her husband in cold blood.
Listen, I may be crabbing this party, but I'm not budging till she's free.
Okay. Another ballot, fellas. What is it?
Acquittal!
That's fine. Now we're right back where we started 3 days ago.
And that's just where we're going to stay.
Why, if this woman goes free, no married man in the country will be safe.
Exactly.
Oh, is that why you want her acquitted?
You bet. If she gets away with this, I'm going home and take a shot at my husband tonight.
Syracuse, New York. Mr. Donald A. Laird, Colgate University psychologist, instructs psychology class from hospital bed by telephone. Town Hall News shows difficulties that may arise if other college professors attempt to hold classes over the phone. The scene, a hospital room. The professor picks up the phone.
Hello.
Number, please.
This is Professor Nasal at the City Hospital.
City Hospital, I'll ring your party.
No, I'm at the City Hospital.
If you have a complaint, ring information.
No, I have no complaint.
Then what are you doing in the hospital?
Listen, operator, I'm calling Colgate University. Colgate.
Coal as in cellar, gate as on fence. I'm ringing your party.
Hello. Is this the college?
Yeah, you want the haircut or shave?
I'm trying to get the college.
This is Barber College. You want the haircut or shave or shampoo?
Operator.
Number, please.
That was some barber college. I want Colgate University.
I am ringing your party.
Rah, rah, rah. Colgate University switchboard.
This is Professor Nasal.
Professor Nasal's at City Hospital. Adam's apple trouble. You know what an Adam's apple is?
Yes, I know what an apple is.
An apple is? Excuse it, please. You are talking to Colgate. I'll get an apple is.
No, I want Colgate, operator.
Rah, rah, rah. Colgate University switchboard.
Connect me with the French class, please.
I'm ringing the French class.
Treadwell, Colgate 36, speaking from fourth term French, n'est-ce pas?
Bonjour, Treadwell. This is Professor Nasal at City Hospital.
You'll have to talk louder, s'il vous plaît.
I'm a little hoarse.
What?
I'm hoarse.
Phil's pool room.
I'm hoarse.
You want to play a 3-horse parlay? Okay, where are them nags creeping?
Operator.
I'm ringing Colgate University.
Rah, rah, rah. Colgate switchboard. I'm getting the French class.
This is Treadwell, Professor. Pardonnez-moi, you'll have to talk louder.
Yes, Treadwell. I'm giving the class its French lesson.
Okay, Professor. Ready on this end.
Very good. Parlez-vous français, Treadwell?
You gotta talk louder, Professor.
Parlez-vous. Parlez.
I'm waiting on that parlay. Give me them 3 horses again.
Number, please.
Rah, rah, rah.
Treadwell, Colgate 36. Stop cheering, Professor.
I'm not cheering. Listen.
Hello? Shall we stand by for the phone lesson, Professor?
No, stand by for the postman. I'll mail it over. Goodbye.
Chicago, Illinois. Mr. Freeman Barnes, executive of General Electric Company, claims that 24% of American divorces are caused by eye strain. Town Hall News shows what may happen in this country if married men and women who quarrel get their eyes examined. The scene, a model American home.
Well, Fergus Jones, it's about time you was getting home.
Quit beefing. This ain't the stockyard.
Where was you till this hour?
I stopped off at the zoo to enjoy a little peace before I come home.
With that push, you should have stayed at the zoo.
With the dog's life I've been leading, I ought to move into a pet shop.
You wretch! For 2 pins, I'd go back to my mother.
Where's the pin cushion?
Why, I'll bust this plate over your empty head.
Ow! I'll bend this rubber plant round your spine like a girdle.
Oh, help, you brute!
Shut up and see who's at the door.
Oh, I hope it's the police, you bully.
Shut your mouth and open the door.
Good evening, folks.
What's on your mind, buddy?
I'm Mr. Wheatle, the man upstairs. Now, folks, this sort of fighting leads to divorce.
Yeah, and I'm hitchhiking to Reno in the morning.
Good riddance.
Do you folks know the cause of most divorces?
There's only one thing can cause a divorce. It's marriage.
Oh, no, you're wrong. 24% of the divorces today are caused by eye strain.
Say, my glimpse ain't none too good.
I got weak eyes, too.
I think if you folks wore glasses, your troubles would be over.
Do you know a good eye, Dr. Weedle?
Well, I'm not looking for business, Mr. Jones, but I happen to be an oculist, and just by luck, I have some sample glasses with me. Now, try these on, Mrs. Jones.
Okay.
You try these tortoiseshells, Mr. Jones.
Thanks.
Now, is your eye strain gone?
Yes, this is the first good look I've ever had at you, Fergus. You're bloated.
This is the first time I've seen you right. You're a mess.
Now, do you see why you haven't been getting along?
Yes, we both hate the sight of each other and didn't know it.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a burly individual with a determined look in his eyes bearing down on the microphone. And before...
Pardon me.
Here he is.
I want to speak to the fellow that does all this talking about Sal Hepatica on your program.
Well, I guess I'm the man you're looking for, but...
So it's you. Well, look here. My wife caught a cold last week, and she took some Sal Hepatica for it. Says you recommended it. Is that so?
Well, yes. Don't you ever listen to this program?
Why, sure I do, every Wednesday, but I never listen to you. Whenever any of you announcers starts to talk, I just read my paper till you get through.
Well, now, you see there, if you had have listened, you'd know why I recommended Sal Hepatica for a cold. Because when you have a cold, there are 2 basic things you want to get after right away. The waste in your body and the acid in your system that aggravates your cold.
Well, I don't know anything about that,
but the authorities do. So I suggest Sal Hepatica because it's the mineral salt laxative that does not just one, but 2 really fundamental things. It not only rids your body of wastes, but Sal Hepatica also combats your acidity.
Now listen to me. Here's what I'm getting at. My wife believed you, so she went out and got some Sal Hepatica and drank 2 teaspoonfuls of it in a glass of water.
Well?
Well, it certainly got after her cold just the way you said it would, and I want to thank you, that's all.
Oh, well, thank you. And thanks for remembering Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
The Ipana Troubadours playing Breaking In a Pair of Shoes, a sequel to that other hit song, Squeak to Squeak. Now, on Friday night, there will be a stereopticon lecture. Oh, quiet, please. If that's somebody humming The Music Goes Round and Round, you won't come out where it says in the chorus if I come down there.
Hello?
Well, sir, I laughed when they gave me the hot foot and the match kept going out. They didn't know I was wearing pumps. If it isn't Portland.
Yes, but I can't stay a minute.
Even so, I imagine the time is going to drag. What's your rush?
Our club is rehearsing a show for Washington's birthday.
What club?
The Ping Pong Girls.
Say, that isn't a bad name, the Ping Pong Girls. You're all little bats, is that it?
No, it isn't. We meet once a week to play ping pong.
What's ping pong got to do with Washington's birthday?
The club's putting on a show. It's the whole story of Washington's life. It starts off with the cherry tree.
Are you ignoring the stalk sequence?
Well, everybody knows he was born. We're bringing the whole story up to date.
Really? You mean George cuts down the tree with an electrical saw?
No, he cuts it down by hand, but the union finds out George isn't a union wood chopper, so he pickets the tree.
Make up your mind now. George pickets himself, eh? Yes, sir. No one but the father of our country could... Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde could picket each other, I know, if they took turns, but here's George. He pickets himself. You mean the wood choppers union pickets the tree, is that right? And then what happens?
Everything. While George is chopping, the pickets are yelling, quote, George Washington is unfair to organized wood choppers. Don't patronize this cherry tree, unquote. And wham!
Well, that's possibly the most outstanding solo wham I've ever heard. Really too bad there isn't an echo here. You would have gotten some results for all of that effort. And wham, and down comes the tree, right?
No, the curtain. It's a wow, isn't it?
Say, the curtain can come down any time in a play like that, and it'll be a wow.
The second tableau is the Potomac River. The tide is out.
Out with the audience.
George is just going to throw that dollar across the Potomac River when a message comes from the League of Nations.
What does the League say? Having a fine time? Wish you were here?
No. It says if you have any money to throw away, lend it to Europe and save the wear and tear on your arm.
Look. Wham, huh? Again. Now, that's where you should have put it in, you see, if you'd have paid any... Look, if you just saved the wear and tear on my ears...
Oh, I get it. You want to change a face.
Now, listen, I just want somebody who can pronounce what's supposed...
Mr.
Oh, Mr.
Come on, babe. Now get me right, brother. I'm a man of few words.
Mr. Clinch is a go-getter, Mr. Allen.
Right, babe. I'm a go-getter and a bring-a-backer. Anything I go for, I get, and anything I get, I bring back.
Could you go for about an hour?
Oh, a wag, hey, brother?
Tell him who you are, Mr. Clinch.
Okie doke, babe. Gallop your astigmatism over this card, brother.
Samson Clinch, General and Novelty Insurance.
Now, look, I'll show you something. Let go of the card, brother.
Get it, Mr. Allen? The card snaps right back in Mr. Clinch's vest.
My own idea, brother. Now about your policy.
My policy is to keep away from insurance men. I don't need any insurance.
Don't join the great majority, brother. What are you going to fall back on in your old age?
The same thing I'm falling back on today.
Have you heard about Mr. Clinch's release policy, Mr. Allen?
A bona fide contract, chum. You turn all of your dough over to the company. At the end of 5 years, we'll have you on release.
No. I've got all my money tied up in a sweepstake ticket.
You can't go wrong, Mr. Allen.
And if you do, we got a policy that'll cover that, too. Everybody carries insurance.
Not me. Insurance is a contract people sign agreeing to go through life poor so that they can die rich.
Well, how about an accident policy? Cash in while you're unconscious.
Yes, you never can tell when an accident will happen, Mr. Allen.
Especially for a radio comedian. Telling them stale jokes, you're apt to get shot any minute. Earn while you're convalescent.
Listen, everything has happened to me already. There's nothing left to occur.
Why don't you demonstrate the accident policy, Mr. Clinch?
A happy thought, babe. Hey, Stooge.
Yes, Mr. Clinch?
Who is this mendicant coming up here?
He demonstrates the accident for Mr. Clinch.
Oh, an accident demonstrator, hey?
Is the sucker ready for the dotted line, boss?
He's nibbling, Joe. Get set.
Okay.
Now, get this, slob. Suppose you got one of my accident policies. You're coming out of the subway. A dame jabs her umbrella in your eye, like this.
Not too hard, Mr. Clinch.
Joe can take it. Hey, Joe?
Oh, you bet.
All right. Now, what happens?
I can't see out of one eye.
Right. It's an accident. Now, you're a policy holder. I pay you $25 a week.
That's fair enough.
It's only a drop in the bucket. Suppose you get jabbed in the other eye, like this.
Oh, I can't see nothing now.
Right. The company gives you $10 a week more for the second eye.
You cut down for the second eye.
Well, why not? The jerk can't see what we're handing him.
That's $35 a week. It isn't bad.
That's chicken feed, babe. Suppose you break an arm, like this. Come here, Stooge.
Oh.
How do arms run?
Well, a fracture gets you $50. This guy here's got 2 eyes poked out and a broken arm. He's raking in $85 a week and living on a pat of the land.
Gosh, if you have enough accidents, Mr. Allen, you can be independent.
And I ain't stopping at 85. Suppose you bust your leg. Put your shin up, Joe, till I demonstrate.
Okay.
Now watch close. I'll kick a break in the right leg. Get set, Joe.
Oh.
Oh, boy. What does he get now, Mr. Clinch?
Why, a busted gam pays $35 a week. You're flat on your back with the money rolling in. You're drawing down $125 a week.
I imagine you can have a lot of fun going around to nightclubs in an ambulance.
One of my clients, Mr. H of Omaha, is picking off a cool $200 a week.
He's certainly on Easy Street.
Why, I'll say he is. Right now, he's in an oxygen tent. Leading the life of Riley.
Not me. I'm satisfied to stay healthy and broke.
Hey, come here, brother. You ain't getting away from me.
And your thumb is no gardenia. Get it out of my buttonhole.
We'd better go, Mr. Clinch.
Say, how about pest insurance? Keeps pests from bothering you.
I've got pest insurance right here in my shoe, and I'm about to pay a dividend. How is this?
Oh, a bullseye, brother. But I can take it.
Oh, you shouldn't have kicked him, Mr. Allen.
If anyone else feels he has a kick coming...
I get it. I'll go.
Scram, boys. So long, Portland.
Tally-ho!
Thank you. And now our mighty male chorus, ladies and gentlemen. 3 male voices and a tenor. Tonight, the Town Hall Quartet sings a vegetarian ballad, String Bean Ann from San Antone.
Down at San Antonio, there's a gal you all should know. Though she's as tall as the old pine tree, the fellers all love her so. Oh, there's a gal in Texas who is all the rage, taller than she should be for a gal her age. They gave her a nickname which describes her to a T. No need guessing, cause you get the lowdown right from me. String bean Ann from San Antone, warmer than the torrid zone, tallest baby down in Dixieland. Down in the land of cotton, pretty, yes indeedy, sir. All the boys look up to her. String bean Ann is really in demand. Now understand, whenever she goes by, her nose up in the sky, you'll hear the fellas cry, where did you get that height? She loves love and loves it too. Has step ladders there for you. String bean Ann from San Antonio. String bean Ann from San Antone, how that baby sure has grown. 6'2" and growing more than that. She's everything but fat. Aeroplanes from coast to coast use her for a mooring post.
Yeah, and eagles hold their meetings in our hat.
Now what do you think of that? You're in for quite a laugh. You haven't heard the half about this human staff. Her pet's a big giraffe, never fears an auto ride, walks home in a single slide. String bean Ann from San Antonio.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've dug up the 3 little trees for you. And that old woodsman, Harry Von Zell, will plant them again in a somewhat different manner.
The 3 little trees. Once upon a time, there were 3 little trees. The father tree, the mother tree, and junior tree. Well, now, the trees were an average family, and they had the average troubles with their teeth and gums. Father tree's teeth weren't as white and bright as they might have been. Mother tree's gums were soft and tender. And they both had trouble getting Junior to brush his teeth because he didn't like the taste of the toothpaste they gave him. Well, now, instead of switching to 2 or 3 different kinds of toothpaste, they turned to the one dentifrice that would take care of all their difficulties, Ipana toothpaste. Father Tree found that Ipana made his teeth whiter and brighter than they were before. Mother Tree massaged a little Ipana into her gums every time she brushed her teeth with it, and it stimulated her gums and helped to make them firm and healthy. And Junior Tree liked the taste of Ipana so much that his parents never had any more trouble getting him to brush his teeth. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, the one thought I'd like to leave with you is this. No matter what you're looking for in a dentifrice, you'll find it in Ipana, the famous toothpaste in the red and yellow stripe tube. So always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again we come to the mighty Allen Art Players. Tonight, these merry mimes were going to play Boy Meets Girl, but neither showed up. So instead, they bring you a tragic dramalette from the hills of Arkansas. It's called The Fatal Shot, or He Who Loves and Runs Away may die winded, but he'll die single. Overture, Peter. How dry I am, how dry I, how dry I am, how dry I, how dry I.
You old fool, what you doing?
I'm testing this new batch of corn liquor I just run off, Ma.
Well, what's singing got to do with liquor?
Well, when them city dudes get tight, they start singing how dry I am.
Well, slap me down.
Business for pleasure, Ma. Dudes can tell how tight they be by the key they're singing in. The higher the yowl, the tighter the bee.
So that's what you got the pitch pipe for.
Yeah, that last batch of corn I sold up in the city was F sharp. I'm aiming to pull this batch of liquor up 2 tones to B flat. I'll try. I'll never make it. I'm getting into falsetto with my corn. You can't sell falsetto corn, you know. See who's at the door, Ma. Maybe a revenue.
Howdy, Ma, Ellen.
What do you want, Magee?
You can go a-scootin' plump to the ticket.
Who is it, Ma?
It's that pesky Newt Hawkins, son of old man Hawkins, our mortal enemy.
Well, doggone my weather-beaten hide. Ain't I warned you, Pappy, to keep his kin off my land? What you seeking? Trouble?
Yeah. My pappy says it's a nice day tomorrow. Would you all like to get caught up with our feud?
You can tell your hang-dog-looking Pappy, no.
Yeah, Pappy says you're nothing but an ornery coward. Pappy says if you'll put your red nose out in the door tomorrow at setup, he'll take a pot shot at it.
Your Pappy ain't got a shot to pot at. Slam that door, Ma.
Oh, then I'll slam that door. Them Hawkinses will be the death of me, Paul.
If when they catch me in the open, they'll be the death of me, too.
Why don't you get out and bring our feud up to the fiscal date?
I'm reminded to, Ma, but I ain't got no ammunition.
No ammunition?
I ain't got but 1 bullet to my name. And I'm a-saving it for something more important than the feud.
I know. You're a-hoarding that bullet for our daughter Leafy's wedding.
Correct, Ma.
Lord, I wish Leafy'd get hitched.
Oh, who'll hitch with her? She may be my daughter, but she is the homeliest hag in Arkansas. Jeepers, I even had to turn my own head away at her christening.
Hush them tobacco lips, Paul. I hear Leafy a-stirring in t'other room.
Oh, stop your bawling, Leafy.
Listen at him, Ma. Yeah, well, stop simpering, daughter. What you bellowing about?
Today's my birthday, Ma. I'm 39. 39, and I'm still a Debbie.
Now, you go back and boo-hoo yourself to sleep.
Here. Don't cry on the floor. You're whopping them boys. If you got to cry, pick yourself a knot hole.
Oh, Lord, the poor, ugly duckling. What's that glass?
Oh, dog fog my bog. She must have looked in the mirror. I told her to use the back of my blue serge coat for looking. Lord's sakes.
Gosh, I wish she was here. She's eating like a horse in her grief.
Yeah, that's just why I'm a-saving my last bullet. The first stranger that shows in these parts, Ma, is leaving town our son-in-law.
I thought for something that voodoo doctor'd get her married off.
Oh, that all-fired Montebank. I seen his ad in the Almanac. I give him $2 to work a cheap spell. Ain't he through mumbo-jumboing round here yet?
Well, he's winding up his hexing today.
So he's going to haul ghost, eh?
Mm-hmm. Reckon he'll get here soon.
Who's to the door?
Maybe that's the voodoo now, Paul. I feel a chill.
Greetings from the spirit world, Ma Allen.
Oh, come in, Yogi.
Hi, Yogi.
Howdy, Lou. I just dropped in to call off my spirit.
Well, might as well round them up for all the good they're doing Leafy.
Well, ain't that homely daughter of yours married yet? I voodooed her last week.
How come you voodoo us like you voodoo do,
Yeah, how come Leafy is still single?
Well, I don't know, but if the spirits give up, so do I. Hallelujah, brother.
The old carpetbagger. Effing a bad finish, too, that hallelujah. You think a witch doctor'd have a better finish. Effing I want saving my 1 bullet, I'd have drilled him sure.
Oh, now hold your mean temper, Paul. You ain't firing that gun till we find a bow for Leafy.
Don't worry, Ma. I'm nasty, but I'm careful.
Who's there?
Open that door, you coward.
Oh, it's that Hawkins brat again.
Maybe Pappy Hawkins can't wait to feud. He's impatient, you know. Give me that gun.
I'll open her slow, Paul.
Come in, son. I got you kivered.
Hey, now, put down that Allen piece, old hound head.
You're a trespasser, Newt. I convened. I warn't in the mood for no feuding, didn't I?
Yeah, right enough. I told my pappy. He sent me back over to call you some names.
Yeah? What's your ratty old sire aiming to call me?
Well, first off, he says, if your stomach was as empty as your head, you'd be famished.
Yeah, he said that, eh? Your pappy so full of corn, the undertaker'll have to shuck him before he can bury him.
And pappy says, you're so tight, you ain't got enough loose skin on you to set down.
At him, Pa, at him.
Your pappy so all-fired mean, he uses his stomach pump on fish to get his bait back.
Good going, Pa. Get bitter.
I'm perking, Ma.
And then pappy says, you're so poor, he seen your dog outside the doctor's a-snapping at bones in x-ray pictures.
He said that, eh? Well, your pappy so doggone ragged, he's got to carry his buttons in his hand.
And now, hold on. A feud's a feud, but don't go too far.
Newt Hawkins, I'm fixing to end our feud right here now.
Put down that gun, Pa. Don't waste that bullet.
Yeah, don't plug me, you Luke. I ain't hankering to die.
You're meeting a fate worse nor death, Newt Hawkins.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Yeah, you do know what I mean, do you?
Yeah.
You can take it both ways. It's fate and fate, because you're going to marry my daughter, Leafy.
Whoopee!
No, not with what you said, that face.
Yes, I got you kibbered with what you said is gun, too, Newt.
Hold him, Pa. Hold him till I get Leafy. Leafy? Yes, Pa. Come down into the house.
At least they call her right. That's something. We'll get out of this some way.
Oh, this is going to kill Pappy. Not saying what's going to do to me.
What you want, Ma? Oh, hello, Newt. Now, join up hands with Newt here.
No, I tell you.
Do like I'm a hinting, Newt Hawkins. I only got one bullet, and I ain't a wasting it. You're either going to a wedding. Wait.
Get a hold on him, Leafy.
Yeah, now stop it.
Newt, this is so sudden.
It's too all-fired sudden for my fancy.
Now, you two love buzzards. You head toward the justice of the peace, and no monkey business.
Do like Pa says, both on you. Come on, Newty.
No, by Ginger.
Get now, before I prod you with this musket.
Whoopee! Leafy is a bride.
Whoopee! I could dance myself for glee. 1, 2, 3. Come on, Ma. Swing your partner.
Turn me loose, Pa, and watch that go.
Oh, don't worry, Ma. All hands round. Do-si-do.
Careful, Pa. I knew it. You old fool. There goes your one bullet.
And here goes your one son-in-law, Luke Allen. So long.
No, come back here.
Jeepers creepers.
My poor Leafy. You don't know what that shot means. No? What does it mean, Pa?
It means you're going to die an old maid, Leafy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to tell you something I think you'll find amusing.
Well,
Now, wait till I tell it, Harry. Wait till
I'm sorry, Fred. I was just...
Well, there's no need of apologizing, Harry. After all, it's a lot better to go around laughing than it is to go around with your face down between your knees. You don't exert yourself so much.
Exert yourself?
Why, certainly. Didn't you know that you use more muscles when you frown than you did when you smile?
Well, I know now that you've told me, Fred.
So when you smile, you save the wear and tear on your face muscles.
Yes, not to mention the wear and tear on your friends, if you have an attractive smile. That's why I like to acquaint more and more people with the toothpaste that will really make a smile attractive, Ipana. For Ipana not only makes dull teeth whiter and brighter, but it also makes soft gums firmer and healthier. If you just use Ipana with massage. So if you aren't already one of its many users, why don't you let Ipana help your smile? Just give it an honest trial, then see if you too won't always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty. Ladies and gentlemen, Town Hall Tonight continues immediately after your station announcement.
piano wall and make it what they call a perfect day. Let it be a song of love you sing to me and sing to me.
We're back in town, all friends. Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played Cling to Me, sung by the Town Hall Quartet. And now here comes Fred with his newest group of hopeful amateurs to vie for first honors and future fame and fortune. Let's give them a real Town Hall reception.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, again, our amateurs compete for a first prize of $50 and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, and a second prize of $25 in cash. Now, you folks here in the town hall will select your winners. Your applause after each act will be registered on the Johns Manville applause machine here on the stage, and the three acts receiving the highest applause ratings will be called back later for the final vote. Now, first tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to present to you two boys from Brooklyn, Buddy Groves and George Handelman. Is that right, boys?
That's right.
And you... Oh, Grover, would you mind standing over Buddy Grover, huh? Well, it's just another slip of the tongue. As I always say, it's no fault of the man who laced up the shoe. Buddy Grover and George... You play a double piano, boys?
Yes.
The two of... You play one piano.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, both of you play on one piano.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't cut down on account of conditions or anything, have you? We have two pianos here if you'd rather use them. That's called two on one piano. That's called a duet, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
I know. It always confuses me. I know a minuet, that's one man playing on a piano. And the duet is two, and then when you see three people at a piano, one of them is a kibitzer. Very upsetting, those concerto kibitzers. Nothing upset me so much as when I'm in the middle of a concerto and a man leans over my shoulder and says, "Why didn't you play your E-flat?" What are you going to play for us, boys?
Well, we're going to play rigmarole and Broadway rhythm.
Rigmarole, your own arrangements?
Yes, sir.
All right. Buddy Grover and George Handelman are going to play rigmarole, and what's the other number?
Broadway rhythm.
Broadway rhythm. Thank you very much. If you're lonesome there, you two boys at the piano, I'll pull up a chair and learn something there in a minute. Excellent, boys. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a charming young lady, Miss Lois Maurer. Is that right?
Maurer.
Maurer, M-A-U-R-E-R.
Yes.
I'm good and confused tonight, am I not? And you are from Greenville, Ohio?
My hometown is Greenville, Ohio.
Oh, your hometown is. Well, it's a small world after all, isn't it? Here you are from Greenville, Ohio, and here I am from Dorchester, Massachusetts, talking together here in this building. Oh, what's the name of this place, Harry? Oh, Radio City. Yes, imagine the three of us getting together like this. I guess Mr. Rockefeller didn't know when he would put this place up that you and I would foregather here tonight. It just only goes to show you that you don't have to build a mousetrap to meet the best people. You really can't tell who you're going to run into. I was up at the YMCA yesterday and met the whole basketball team from the Rice Institute down in Houston, Texas. See, so you never can tell. The boys asked me to send a message back to Houston, but of course I couldn't very well do that. They're up here to play the Long Island University.
Oh, yes.
Huh? Are you interested?
Oh, yes.
No, the boys, the basketball team asked me to tell Smokey Brothers. You know, you wouldn't know him from Greenville, Ohio, would you? That the team is in fine shape and they hope to win tonight. All of which, of course, has nothing to do with us, Miss Mauer. And you are a soprano?
Yes.
And you're going to sing?
Only a rose.
Only a rose. Thank you very much. I haven't bored you, have I?
Not at all. I've enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have a real novelty. Tom the Talking Bird, presented by Mr. Benjamin Casemeyer. Is that right?
Casemeyer.
Mr.
Casemeyer.
Casemeyer. Wrong again. I'm going to pronounce my own name after a while, Mr. Casemeyer, and see how I make out. You have Tom, ladies and gentlemen, is a real talking bird, and I know that if Tom is in the mood tonight, you're going to hear him quite distinctly over the microphone. May I? Would you rather have the bird talk first?
Well, you could have him talk, Fred. Ask him to say, "Hello, May." May say, "Come up and see me sometime."
Oh, the bird will.
Right, but if you ask him to say, "Hello, May,"
if I ask him, he will.
The bird.
On such short acquaintance. What sort of a... I'd just like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
What sort of a bird is it?
It's an Indian hill miner.
Indian hill?
Hill miner. Comes from India.
Are there many of them in this country?
Very few in this country.
There are. I knew it wasn't a crow, because if he took a good look at me, it would have scared the life out of him when he came in here. Has it taken you long to teach him to talk?
It took me about 2 years to train this bird to talk, about 75 words in pure, distinct English language.
Well, how do you go about it? I mean...
Well, just have a little patience and perseverance.
So the bird understands the tone?
Understands the talk thoroughly.
Your words? Well, I think it would be better. He'd probably feel more at home if you asked him the questions. Would you mind doing that?
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Hello, May. Little bashful, probably.
I don't know. The bird is black. You can't tell when it's blushing, of course. You don't think that You don't think that the crowd confuses it, or
It may confuse him a little bit, seeing he was in the room for quite a few hours, you know.
Does the spotlight bother him? We can have it taken off.
No, I don't believe it'll bother him. But
Well,
we may be a little bit too close to him.
For me?
Both of them.
All right. If he'd have only said something, I'd have moved away the first minute there, but of course.
Hello, May. Hello, May. Hello, May. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. You might get the gong, Tom. I'm from the gong, though. Been after for 20 years.
Do you think it would be if Tom had a little rest, if you brought him back later, he'd say something?
Probably would, Fred.
He might be a little flustered. Do you want to try that?
Try it again.
And we'll try him a little later on.
All right.
You want to do that?
I'll do that gladly.
All right. You can put the cage over there, and we'll try him again. We'll try one.
We're both very close to him, and
You think that upset him?
the whole thing, yes, because he's been talking quite a lot in the room.
He has,
Since
sir.
7:30.
You don't think he ran out of conversation then?
Well, he generally likes company.
What is that you say to him again?
Hello, May.
Hello, May. Hello, May. Hello, May. Think if I changed the name? Hello, Francis. I think perhaps if you put him... He's coming on. Hello, May. Hello, May. Hello, May. Hello, May. Well, he's taking a drink.
After the drink, he may talk.
You think so? It's unusual to see a bird like this come down from the Bronx, you know. Most of the birds that you associate with the Bronx have no feathers on them. But I think perhaps if you'll just...
We'll bring him back later.
All right, and thank you very much. I'm sorry that he isn't in a talkative mood this evening.
He's been very talkative in the room until I brought him out on the stage.
Well, I'll tell our radio audience that we should have been in the room. We probably... I think we could have gotten all of our listeners in there, too.
Yes,
but
I'd love to hear him talk.
All right. And thank you very much. We'll try him again a little later on. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a peculiar thing about the bird. I heard him talk an hour or so ago, and I guess he's a little confused at the crowd here, the people or the lights or something else. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Vincent Fulton from Jamaica. Is that right, Mr.
Correct.
Fulton?
Correct.
And you are a basso profundo?
Yes, sir.
Would you rather stand on that side of the microphone? You can see the piano. It's a little safer. And what are you going to sing, Mr. Fulton?
Old Black Joe.
Old Black Joe.
Yes, sir.
Sort of difficult to get songs for bass singers these days, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You can't sing sitting high on a hilltop, can you? Comes out so low, it looks as though you're in a valley. And that other one, I feel like a feather in the breeze with a bass singer.
215 pounds.
Well, you'd have to change that to something with more meat on it. You know, I feel like an anvil in the blizzard. All right, Mr. Fulton, you're going to sing Old Black Joe.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Gone are the days when my heart was young and gay. Gone are my friends from the cotton fields away. On from this earth to a better land I know. I hear those gentle voices calling. Old Black
Vincent Fulton from Jamaica. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Marjorie Meyerson. Would you rather stand on this side? You can see the piano. It'll probably help a little. You are a violinist, Miss Meyerson.
Yes.
And what are you going to play for us tonight?
The Mazurka by Chopin.
The Mazurka. Thank you very much. Marjorie Meyerson. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to have time to ask Tom the Talking Bird to try again due to the fact that we've used up all of our time. And this concludes our amateur contest for tonight. And while I see what the applause machine has to say, I'm going to ask Harry to just say a few words, if you will, Harry.
Since Washington's birthday is only a few days off, the truth is again coming into its own. And the truth is, we bring you these programs to acquaint you with the real benefits of iPanna toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. So if you enjoy these Wednesdays with Fred Allen, won't you in return remember the two products that make your enjoyment possible? iPanna for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. iPanna, Sal Hepatica. Peter, thank you very much. You got the results there, Fred?
Yes, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause meter shows that your applause has been heaviest for the following acts. First, Buddy Groves and George Handelman. Second, Miss Louise Mauer and Vincent Fulton. Now, I'm going to ask Harry to hold his weighty hand over the heads of these boys and young lady. And as I call the names, I'm going to ask you to kindly applaud just once more, if you will, for your own winners. Now, first, the two boys who were kind enough to come over from Brooklyn and play their piano duet, Rigmarole and Broadway Rhythm, Buddy Grover and George Handelman. And next, the young lady who, from Greenville, Ohio, came to us tonight to sing Only a Rose, Miss Lois Mauer. And then the young gentleman who so kindly obliged with the solo, Basso Profundo, who sang Old Black Joe, Vincent Fulton. Thank you. And what does the machine say, Harry?
Coming right up, Fred.
Gosh, we should put on a carrier pigeon here. I think we'd get better service. Thank you. We could probably use Tom. He didn't have... thank you. The first prize, $50 in cash, and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Vincent Fulton, who sang Old Black Joe with a decibel rating of 78. The second prize, $25 in cash, with a decibel rating of 77, Buddy Grover and George Handelman. The two boys who played the piano. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that we all couldn't win, but thank you a lot for coming. This is Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen, and inviting you to another hour of smiles next Wednesday evening at the Old Town Hall. And good news, ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny and Mary Livingston will be our guest stars at the Town Hall next Wednesday evening, so don't forget, you're all invited. Good night.
Heard on this program, We Saw the Sea from Follow the Fleet. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
That's the way I could look if I didn't watch my diet. What really helps is Slender Diet Meal Bars. Having Slender Bars for one meal a day fits right into my diet plan. Slender Bars are so munchy and crunchy. Each bar has only 138 calories, and 2 make a delicious diet meal. Try Carnation Slender Bars. See if they'll help you.
Professional tennis player Joanne Russell. You know what she finds stimulating? Stamp collecting.
After my dad got me started, I got really excited about U.S. commemoratives. There are so many colorful subjects I can collect. They're fun, they're history, they're America. I buy new stamps at the post office all the time. Half the fun is keeping my collection up to date.
Start your collection with the American Tree Stamp at your post office October 10th.
They call it inflation.
We call it crazy prices.
What it comes down to is we've had to cut back in certain ways. But steak is still our favorite meal. Only now we want to make every bite count. That's why we use A1 steak sauce. A1's not expensive, but it makes any steak taste expensive, even ground steak. Like I said, steak is our favorite meal, and A1 makes every bite count.
Amy McVeigh keeps her brown bottle of Lysol brand disinfectant in the linen closet, behind an old hot water bottle and a box of Epsom salt. Too bad, because every day Lysol could be disinfecting and deodorizing the bathroom bowl. Could be cutting down on germs in her wash, even in cold water, and killing household germs, including germs that cause odors. Where's your brown bottle of Lysol?
The baby's room's where I always used it.
Find it.
We will return to Sissy Spacek and John Travolta in Carrie.
Wednesday, George runs wild on the Jeffersons. Then it's sex education time on In the Beginning. Then Network, starring Faye Dunaway, William Holden, and Peter Finch. The Jeffersons, In the Beginning, and Network. Wednesday starting at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
Tomorrow on CBS.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Chester, if you put any more chili powder on those eggs, you'll go up in smoke.
Well, I like eggs good and hot, Doc.
Yeah, well, what you do to your stomach is your business, but Kitty and I have to sit here and watch.
Oh, my gracious, you don't have to watch.
When Matt has breakfast with you two, does he have to listen to this kind of nonsense?
Yeah, when Matt's around, Chester isn't so cheap.
There's one thing sure, Miss Kitty. Mr. Dillon don't interfere with a man's natural pleasures like some people I know.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Chester.
Pour me some more coffee, will you, Doc?
Yeah.
Coffee.
Oh, of course, yes, here we go. Oh, by the way, did Matt say when he'd be back?
Yeah, he told me the end of the week.
After all, Doc, it's a 2-day ride to Tascosa, and he didn't leave here till 2 days ago.
Well, I only asked a simple question, Chester. Anyhow, how was I supposed to know? Nobody ever tells me anything.
Nobody don't have to, the way you snoop around.
What's Matt doing in Tascosa, Kitty?
Talking to the men that sent for him, that's what.
What men, Kitty?
The Citizens Committee. Huh? Something to do with hiring a new sheriff for the town. I guess they figured Matt would know where to find one.
Hire a sheriff? What in the world for?
To keep the town from running wild. That's what in the world for.
The man they've got a sheriff now is no good, and the decent citizens can't get rid of him.
Well, if he's no good, why'd they hire him in the first place?
Oh, Tascosa was a pretty wild camp a few years back, and they needed a rough man to clean it up. Trouble is that after this sheriff ran the old gang out, he stayed on and took over for himself, and now it's worse than before.
It ain't the first time it's happened, Doctor.
I just don't understand it. The whole frontier's an armed camp. Shooting and killing everywhere you look.
Nobody left but the quick and the dead. Doc, could you please reach me that chili pie?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, yeah. Well, Kitty, I'll tell you one thing. I don't know how bad the trouble is down in Tascosa, but Matt better get back here quick.
Why, Doc? What's wrong?
What's wrong? You asked that when the only vestige of the law that we've got in this town is a chili-eating cherry rocker like the fool I'm sitting next to. Oh, so what's wrong, indeed?
Now, look here, you just let me tell you
now
something,
you
Doc
wait.
Adams.
You two are worse than children. Settle back now, both of you, and have some more coffee.
Well, maybe just a dab, but that's all. I swear it's a caution what happens to some people when they get out in polite society.
Drink your coffee, both of you.
It was a 2-day ride from Dodge down to Tascosa. Now, riding through the dust of the plaza, I was glad enough it was over. The town used to be shaggy at best, and as I rode along in the heat of the late afternoon sun, I could see that Tascosa was still a pretty wild camp. Some of the store windows were broken, others were boarded over to protect what glass was left. The busiest building in the plaza, and the one showing the least damage, was the Oasis Saloon. I tied up out in front and went in.
What'll it be?
I'll have a beer.
You new in town?
Uh-huh.
You just traveling through, or are you going to stay?
I don't know how long I'll be here.
That'll be 25 cents, mister.
25? For a glass of beer?
Pay to go thirsty, mister.
Maybe I'll try another saloon.
You hear that, boys? He don't like the prices we charge.
He gives you any trouble, we'll shoot him in the foot. Might just shoot him twice to make sure.
Are these friends of yours, bartender?
We all work together here, mister.
I see. And just who is it you work for?
Clegg Rawlins. Sheriff Clegg Rawlins.
Sheriff, huh? Well, that's a pretty good title to hide behind, isn't it?
You never been in Tascosa before, have you?
No, not since Clegg Rawlins took over.
You act like kind of a troublemaker, mister.
I got a feeling he don't like the way this town is run. Where are you from, stranger?
Dodge City.
What are you doing down here?
I don't think that's any of your business.
Let's drag him out of town, Ponce. Good idea. I'll just stay.
All right, you. You drag your friend out of here unless you figure on doing something.
No, I ain't gonna try nothing.
All right, get moving then and take him with you.
Sure.
You're kind of rough, mister.
I can be rougher.
What'd you say your name was?
Dillon, Matt Dillon.
Oh.
I'll tell you something else, bartender. After I put up my horse, I'm going over to the Tascosa house for a room and a bath. You might tell that to anybody that seems interested.
Yeah, well, sure, Mr. Dillon.
How much did you say the beer was?
25... 15 cents, Mr. Dillon.
Keep the change.
Yeah, come in.
Your name, Dillon?
That's right.
Well, you're that U.S. Marshal from Dodge.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm Clegg Rawlins, Marshal, a man the Citizens Committee wants to be rid of.
Yeah, I know. I talked to several of them earlier this evening.
You've been busy since you got to town. Was here 5 minutes, you knocked the gold teeth up in Gil Ponce's mouth.
Maybe he won't be so free with his talk for a while.
You know, I like a man like you, Dillon. A man that acts. Ain't all just talk.
Why don't you come to the point?
All right. I came up here to your room to tell you how wrong they are. Mr. Parks and Mr. Sykes and Mr. Stiles and all those men on that Citizens Committee.
Oh?
No, I know they paint a black picture. I want you to know I'm a reasonable man.
Oh, is that so?
Oh, sure is. In fact, people can do business with me. Real easy. Even you, for instance.
Well, what's on your mind, Mr. Rollins?
No, a while back, they brought me here to Tascosa to kind of clean it up some. Now, I did that for them. Now, all of a sudden, they want me out. I call that downright ungrateful, Marshal.
Yeah. Go on.
I suppose they give you the money at the meeting? Money to hire a new sheriff here?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, Marshal, it kind of forces me into talking business. What I had in mind was, I'm a rich man. And a marshal don't make all the money in the world, now does he?
I wondered how long it'd take to get around to it.
Now, just wait a minute, Marshal. Wait a minute. You might be missing a good thing.
The only thing I'm interested in is hiring a peace officer to come down here. You're through in Tascosa, Rollins. Now, you might as well make up your mind.
Oh, a man don't always give up that easy, Marshal.
You better, Rollins. You've got as much time left as it takes for the man I hire to get back here from Dodge.
As short as that?
As short as that.
You know, Marshal, there's a lot of prairie between here and Dodge. I sure hate to see anything happen to you on your way back.
Get out, Rollins.
Oh, sure. But like I say, it's a long ride. There's just a few people around Tascosa might be real pleased to hear that you was dead. And it always seems kind of too bad when a man dies for something that ain't even his concern.
The next morning, I was in the saddle before dawn, and by the time the sun was up, I'd covered a good 15 miles. A slight breeze blew apart the dust puffs my horse raised, and I knew it'd be hard for anybody to follow me. And for the same reason, I knew that someone could track me without being seen. About noon, I stopped in the shade of a grove of cottonwood to rest the horse. I was easing the cinch a little when I saw a rider coming up fast. I pulled my rifle from the saddle boot, and I waited. And then I put the rifle back.
I've got to talk to you. Please.
All right. Right on in. Here, let me help you down.
Thanks.
It's a long way on the prairie for a lone woman, isn't it?
Can I have some water?
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
You haven't said what you're doing out here.
Well, I followed you from Tascosa.
You followed me?
If you'd seen me sooner, you'd have sent me back, and I can't go back.
Well, just who are you, miss?
Stella Hockney. I'm one of the girls at the Overland Saloon.
You know, I might have shot you riding up on me that way.
It was the only thing I could do, follow you this way. Besides, I didn't think you'd ride out so early.
That's just why I did.
I know all about you, Marshal. And I know why they sent for you to come to Tascosa.
That's so? Oh.
I'm Clegg Rawlins' girl.
Rawlins' girl?
That's right.
Now, look, Stella, you better turn around and head back right now.
I can't go back. It's too late. Clegg would kill me if he found out I'd tried to run away.
How do I know you're not still his girl, setting a trap of some kind?
Well, look. Here, look. My shoulder. He put these marks there. Now, do you think I'd stay with a man like that? All I'm asking is to ride on to Dodge with you, Marshal.
Oh,
Look, I've got a rifle, and 2 rifles are better than 1. Clegg will come after you. You can be sure of that.
Seems to me you're awful anxious to help kill the man you belong to.
Oh, well, I belong to him right enough. He brought me down here from Hay City. Going to marry me, he said. I found out different. Just wanted me to work in his saloon. He already has a wife down by Willow Springs. Didn't exactly like that. I told him so. That's when he beat me. Let me ride with you, please.
I don't know.
I'm not going back, Marshal.
All right, I guess it doesn't matter now that you come this far.
Thanks.
You may be telling the truth, but you better ride a little bit ahead of me anyhow.
What for?
Just be easier to keep an eye on you. Like you said, you got a rifle. Okay, let's get started. You pretty tired, Stella?
I'll make it.
Now, there's a Nestor's cabin not far from here. If we can find it before dark, maybe he'll put us up for the night.
It sure feels good to walk around a little.
Are you saddle weary?
Well, dance hall girls don't do much riding, Mom.
Get on. Get on, Lord. Get on. Just lie still now and don't make a move.
Where are they? Where'd they shoot from?
Off the left somewhere.
It's Clegg. I know it's Clegg.
Now, it's more than one man. They're probably in that box cellar over there.
Dirty coward.
Well, I can't get him from here with a 6-gun. I can't get to the horses for a rifle.
I knew Clegg would follow us. I knew.
Look, if we play dead, maybe we can draw him out.
Marshal, I'm sorry.
You just lie still and don't talk. Yeah, here they come. 2 of them. You just hold still now.
I've seen those men before. They work for Clegg.
When I give the word, you yell as loud as you can. Scream, it'll throw them off. You ready? All right, now.
Are they dead?
I don't know, but the fight's sure out of them. If Clegg's with him, he's still in that grove. Come on, let's get out of here fast.
I can't get up.
What?
I'm hit. My leg.
Here, let me see. Oh, yeah. Well, can you make it to your horse?
I'm afraid I can't ride.
I'll have to put you up on my horse. We'll ride double.
Marshal, are you blaming me for this?
No, Stella, but we better get out of here before whoever's in those trees gets a little braver. Come on now, let's get you to that cabin.
You just lie back now. The morning will be fit as a fiddle.
Oh, thanks, mister, but that coal oil you poured on my leg like to set me on fire.
Yeah, it's the best way to clean a wound there is, Stella.
Less than it's whiskey, of course.
Yeah.
But that'd be pure waste, wouldn't it?
You two can afford to make light of it. It's me who's got the bullet.
Now, like they say, Stella, a bullet hole in your leg's not serious. It's too far from your heart.
Well, I'm going out to feed my pigs. Having company like this has thrown me clean off schedule. I'll be back directly.
Right.
Having me along has caused you a lot of trouble. Slowed you down. Craig's probably going to ride into Dodge ahead of you. He'll be waiting there.
Maybe.
And he won't go back to Tascosa without trying to kill you, for sure.
Well, maybe he won't try again, Stella. After all, there are other towns for him to take over.
Oh, it's more than that, Marshal. A lot more now that he knows I'm with you. He's a jealous man. He's crazy jealous. Now he'll think there's something between us. Between you and me, I mean.
Well, let's not worry about that now. You just get some rest.
It's foolish to think you might have any feelings about me, isn't it? Not knowing me any longer than you have.
Stella...
I don't suppose any man could take to a woman he'd known for only one day. Could he?
Look, Stella, why don't you get some sleep? We've still got a long ride to Dodge.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Marshal.
Good night, Stella.
Good night.
The next morning, Stella's leg wasn't anywhere near well enough for her to ride, so I borrowed a spring wagon from the nester, and we started out for Dodge. It was a rough trip and a slow one. Stella sat there, not saying much, just staring ahead. Once or twice, I saw a dust cloud on the horizon, and I knew if it was Clegg Rollins, he'd be in Dodge long before I would. It was nearly dusk by the time we drove down the plaza and stopped outside Doc's office. And it was a half hour later before Doc had clean bandages on Stella's leg. And then I waited with her while he went out on another call.
Marshal?
Yes, Stella.
I had a lot of time to think today while we were driving in.
That was a rough trip on you.
Oh, not so bad. But what I wanted to tell you was I'm not going to stay in Dodge.
Oh? Well, where are you going?
Oh, I don't know. Abilene, maybe, or even St. Louis.
You don't have to worry about that right now.
Yes, I do. As soon as I'm well enough, I'm taking the stage out of here.
But there's no reason for you to leave, Stella.
Yes, there is.
Clegg Rollins?
No.
Oh, what is it then?
It's not important. It's just easier if I go. Easier for me, I mean.
Oh.
You'd better go now. Doc will be back directly, and there's no reason for you to wait. Not any longer.
Well, goodbye, Stella.
Goodbye, Matt.
Marshal.
Hello, Rollins.
I've been waiting for you, Marshal.
Last time you sent a couple of your men to do the talking.
I don't know what you're saying.
Your two riders who tried to dry gulch me. I hope you buried them, Rollins, because I didn't have time.
You don't know that they was my men, Marshal, and you can't prove nothing about me being there neither.
Not hiding in that grove like you were, no.
I come here to tell you, you and I can still work things out, Marshal.
You didn't get me killed, so you still want to buy me off, huh?
Any man can use money.
The government pays me.
Not as much as I could.
Listen, Rollins, so far I got nothing personal on you, nothing I can prove anyway. Now, if you're smart, you'll saddle up and you'll ride out of here. And you'll keep away from Tascosa, too.
We'll see. And in the meantime, how is Stella?
I'm telling you, Rollins, you get out while you can.
Oh, sure. Oh, sure. You're all mighty fast, Marshal.
You shouldn't have tried it.
Yeah, I know that now. I just thought maybe...
Miss Dillon? Miss Dillon, I seen it. I seen the whole thing. What happened? Who was he?
A man named Rollins.
Oh, what'd he do?
He didn't want me to send a new peace officer to Tascosa.
Well, my land, that ain't much of a reason to die, is it?
He figured it was. Look, you go tell Doc about this, huh? I got some business at Delmonico's.
You gonna eat now?
No, there's a man over there I want to talk to.
Who?
An ex-buffalo hunter I'm going to ask to take the job of peace officer in Tascosa.
Who is it? Slim Trent?
No, it's somebody who just got into town a while back. He's quite a ladies' man. Kind of hot-headed. But he could get the job done.
Ladies' man.
He's got an offer to go up to Abilene, but I think he might take this job first.
Well, who in the world is it, Mr. Dillon?
Now, you don't know him, Chester. It's a fellow by the name of Hickok, Bill Hickok. You want to come meet him after you get Doc?
No, I don't care about no Bill Hickok. I was hoping Slim Trent would get the job. Well, I'll see you later, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, sure.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Norman Macdonald, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Lawrence Dobkin, Barney Phillips, James Musser, and Dick Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. 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 Gunsmoke.
I can tell you exactly what it cost for my son to meet his grandfather in Holland. $5.10. But I can't begin to tell you what it's worth.
For $5.10, I can stay close to my son, even though he's in Germany. Do you know what that's worth?
For as little as $5.10, you can call most of Western Europe and talk for 3 minutes. But that's just what it costs, not what it's worth.
Hallå? Pappa, det är jag.
Long distance is the next best thing to being over there.
Can I have a toffee fay, Grandpa?
Nope, it's all mine. Toffee Fay, it's too good for kids.
But I'm your grandson.
Toffee Fay is made for grown-ups. Listen, son, Toffee Fay spins creamy caramel into a little cup, drops in a roasted hazelnut, fills it all up with chocolate nougat, and tops it with a drop of dark chocolate. Why, it's all the candies you like in one. Toffee Fay, it's too good for kids, but not too good for you.
A special report from Rome tonight at 6 and 10.
If you love great cheese flavor, it's time you tried the snack that's famous for it. Nacho cheese flavor Doritos brand tortilla chips. So for a snack with the great flavor of cheese, try nacho cheese Doritos. They taste as good as they crunch.
He's a lover.
You know, you made one hell of a mistake with me. Breaking up.
He's a kidder.
Where did you get this guy?
Hello. Daddy, will you sing us a song?
He's a father.
I think I've broken the cage.
He's a private eye. And he's got style. Richard Dreyfuss in The Big Fix. Rated PG.
Starts Friday at a theater near you.
I can put the wash on the line, feed the kids,
Get dressed, pass out the kisses, and get to work by 5 and 9. 'Cause I'm a woman, Enjoli.
Charles of the Ritz creates Enjoli, the new 8-hour perfume for the 24-hour woman.
I can bring home the bacon, Enjoli. Fry it up in a pan, Enjoli. And never, never, never let you forget your romance. 'Cause I'm a woman, Enjoli.
Crack down on the high cost of breakfast at Sambo's. Nobody cooks a breakfast like Sambo's, especially for $1.29.
$1.29?
$1.29. An egg, 2 strips of bacon, 6 pancakes.
All for $1.29?
All for $1.29. Nobody cooks breakfast like Sambo's.
$1.29?
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O Show. The orchestra owns a program with me and my buddy next door. What is it, friends, that makes Jell-O America's favorite gelatin dessert? Well, the answer is Jell-O's all-around goodness. For Jell-O is a perfect dessert, a dessert that has everything. There's Jell-O's ease of preparation and its low, thrifty price. There's Jell-O's inviting color, its bright, beguiling beauty and attractiveness. There's Jell-O's famous flavor, a flavor that reminds you of the juicy, ripe fruit itself. And now, today, there's Jell-O's new and exclusive locked-in process. This wonderful new process locks Jell-O's delightful goodness right into the tiny Jell-O particles and gives you extra richness, extra pleasure every time you enjoy a swell-looking, swell-tasting Jell-O dessert. Let your next package prove it. Open a box of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. Yet the instant you dissolve the Jell-O, you unlock its captive flavor, and out it pours for your enjoyment. So get several packages of Jell-O tomorrow and all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. See if you don't enjoy Jell-O even more than ever, now that Jell-O's glorious flavor is locked in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Don Wilson. Jack Benny will not be with us tonight, but he hopes you will enjoy the program we have prepared for you. Jack wants you to know that he will be back with us again next week. In the following half hour, you will hear Malin Merrick, his orchestra, his singing chorus, the Sportsman's Quartet, and Dennis Day.
There's room here for two, dear, but after the ceremony, we'll both ride back home, dear, as one on my pony from old Cheyenne. weaving fleur-de-lis. Stars have lost their light since we're apart. Through the silent night, my heart is calling. Madeline, someday we'll meet once more. Once again, we'll dream just like before. Pray with me that we shall see that lovely land we knew. Then, Madeline, I'll come back to you. Through the sad and lonely hours of night, the stars are shining sentinels of light. I know they smile on Madeline, comforting, promising. Madeline, someday we'll meet once more. Once again, we'll dream just like before. With your love to guide me back to happiness we knew. Then, Madeline, I'll come back to you.
Malin Merrick and his orchestra with La Comparsita.
Down in Havana, there's a funny-looking mover. He plays the rumba on the tuba down in Cuba. Oh, when he's apple selling apples at the shop, every rapper with his lumba.
Oompa oompa, they prefer it to the hoopa doopa doopa.
He's on the rumba on his tuba down in Cuba. It doesn't take him long to get a tumble, for all the rumba love is always rumble. For all I love to see is double, for without a bit of trouble with his lumba.
Oompa oompa.
He can knock 11 ladies for a tuba. He's on the rumba on his tuba down in Cuba. He's not a greenhorn, he goes a greenhorn. I love the greenhorn. Oh, he's a whiz.
You bet your biz. He surely is.
You bet he is. Well, now Havana loves this booba.
Oompa oompa.
Who plays the rumba on the tuba down in Cuba.
Oompa oompa.
I can't believe it, but they tell us every peanut bender's jealous of his
Oompa oompa oompa, they prefer it to the hoopa doopa doopa.
They love the rumba on the tuba, they do. They love the rumba, rumba, rumba on the tuba, they do. They love the rumba on his tuba down in Cuba. He's not a greenhorn, he plays a mean horn, a must-be-seen horn. And he keeps busy, knocking them dizzy, playing the rumba on his tuba. They really like it down in Cuba. I can't believe it, but they're jealous, and they're jealous of his
Oompa oompa oompa, they prefer it to the hoopa doopa doopa.
They love the rumba on his tuba. Down in Cuba.
You heard of Phil the fluter of the town of Ballymuck? The times were going hard with him. In fact, the man was broke. So he just sent out a notice to his neighbors, one and all, as how he liked their company that evening at a ball. And when riding out, he was careful to suggest to them, if they found a hat of his convenient to the door, the more they put in, whenever he requested them, the better would the music be for dancing on the floor. With the toot of the flute and the twiddle of the fiddle, oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle, oh, up, down, hands around, crossing to the wall. Oh, hadn't we the gaiety till the fluters fall? Then little Mickey Mulligan got up to show them how, and then the widow Cafferty stepped out and makes her bow. I could dance you off your legs, says she, as sure as you were born. You'll only make the piper play, the hair was in the corn. So Phil plays up to the best of his ability. The lady and the gentleman begin to do the share. Faith and Mick, it's you that has agility. Be got a Mrs. Cafferty, you're leaping like a hare. With the toot of the flute and the twiddle of the fiddle, oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle, oh, up, down, hands around, crossing to the wall. Oh, hadn't we the gaiety at Phil the fluter's ball? Then Phil the fluter tipped to wink to little crooked Pat. I think it's nearly time, says he, for passing round the hat. So Paddy passed the hat around, and looking mighty cute, says you've got to pay the piper when he tooters on the flute. Then all joined in with the greatest joviality, covering the buckle and the shuffle and the cut. Jigs were danced of the very finest quality, but the widow beat the company at handling the foot. With the toot of the flute and the twiddle of the fiddle, oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle, oh, up, down, hands around, crossing to the wall. Oh, hadn't we the gaiety at Phil the fluter's ball? The orchestra brings you Blue Room from the musical score of The Girlfriend.
She drank cider from a mug, but I like mine from the little brown jug. Ha, 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 you and me, little brown jug, don't I love thee? Ha, 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 you and me, little brown jug, don't I love 'Tis you who makes my friends and foes. 'Tis you who make me wear old clothes. Here you are so near my nose. So tip her up and down she goes. Yuck, 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 you and me. Little brown jug, don't I love thee? Yuck, 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 you and me. Little brown jug, don't I love thee?
When we're alone, my wife and I, we tip our jugs and drink 'em dry.
I like cider.
Oh, so do I.
Boy, oh boy, here's mutton dry.
Well, down the hatch.
After
Yuck, 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 yuck. Little brown jug, don't I love thee? The rose is red, my nose is too. The violet's blue, and so are you. Yet I guess before I stop, I'd better have another drop. One more drop. Tippity, brown jug. Tippity, brown jug. When our jugs are empty dry, and the world is spinning by, we holler out for lemon tea to come and have some jug music. Little brown jug, don't I love thee? Little brown jug, how I love thee.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we remind you again that Jack Benny will not be heard on this afternoon's Jell-O show. He will be back, however, next Sunday afternoon at this same time.
Long ago when the world was gray, I strolled away from the throng, from the lands that were once so gay, and gone the hopes held so long. Dusk was slowly falling on the leaves. The birds were hushed in every tree. Suddenly, so sweet, so strong, down from the hill came a song. La 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 la. I heard a lonely shepherd play. It was a haunting melody. I heard the music clearly saying, la 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 la, that he was happy as could be. He played and he played, the world was forgotten, like castles in air, my every care began to fade. La 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 la, if he would only play forever. Little shepherd
Dennis Day, the mixed chorus with Malin Merrick's orchestra singing a hymn of praise for our land of the free, America the beautiful.
For beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesty,
for dinner, delight the folks at your house with one of the easiest desserts you ever made, and one of the best desserts they ever tasted. Cherry Flake Jell-O, one of Mary Livingston's own special favorites. All you need to make it is a can of grapefruit sections and a package of cherry Jell-O, because here's how simple it is. Just dissolve your package of Jell-O imitation cherry flavor in 1 pint of hot water and grapefruit juice. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Next, break the glistening Jell-O into tiny flakes with a fork. Then pile lightly into sherbet glasses, garnish with grapefruit sections, and serve. What a treat it is. The tangy goodness of golden grapefruit, deliciously combined with rich crimson cherry Jell-O. So get a package of cherry Jell-O tomorrow and make up this swell treat. Just be sure when you buy to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O gives you extra richness, extra enjoyment, thanks to Jell-O's new locked-in flavor. Tune in again next week, won't you? And listen to the Jell-O Show when Jack Benny will be back with us with his Jell-O gang, Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Phil Harris and his orchestra, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Good night, everyone. Jell-O.
Jell-O and Jell-O puddings, 2 of the grandest desserts that ever brightened a meal. Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert, and Jell-O puddings, smooth, luscious puddings with a swell homemade flavor that everybody loves. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding. This rich, creamy treat is full of golden butterscotch goodness, and it has a delightful old-fashioned flavor that you'll really enjoy. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, get Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors: butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
Network is one of the most controversial movies ever made. Winner of 4 Academy Awards, starring Faye Dunaway, William Holden, and Peter Finch.
I'm going to blow my brains out right on this program a week from today.
The response is sensational. Paddy Chayefsky's acclaimed screenplay.
I want you to get up right now and go to the window and yell, "I'm as bad as hell!"
Network, a CBS special movie presentation, Wednesday at 9, 8 Central and Mountain.
Friday, Wonder Woman swings into action with guest stars Lawrence McCutcheon, Roman Gabriel, and Deacon Jones to foil a fix on college football games. Next, a story of speed and sabotage.
Gas and that car leaks.
We gotta stop the race. Bill Bixby stars in The Incredible Hulk. Then, join Lisa, Marcy, and Pam for thrills and adventure on Flying High.
Need someone to land the plane.
Friday, starting at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
This is CBS.
Science helps create a new Mercury Marquis standard of driving comfort. Sporty new 2-door styling, engineered 11 cubic feet more room than last year.
Now, every time you get out of bed, you've got it made. With new coveralls bedwear from Pacific Home Products, your bed looks upholstered. There's a quilted contour sheet for your box springs, one for your mattress, and quilted pillow slips. They're coordinated with matching sheets, bedspreads, and draperies. All in a no-iron blend of Fortrel polyester and cotton. With coveralls, every time you get out of bed, you've got it made.
Available at Venture.
At 8:55 from the Channel 2 newsroom, this is Newsbreak. Representatives of Chicago firefighters tonight are meeting with city labor leaders before they ask Mayor Bolandic for a contract tomorrow. Policemen pressed their demand for a contract today, at the same time promising the mayor they would not strike to get one. And in Springfield, 2-month-old Samantha Thompson is recovering well from pneumonia and might go home to the governor's mansion tomorrow. These and other stories on the 10 o'clock news.
Linda Lavin joins Dinah tomorrow at 3:30.
Show it all in the Show It All. The Show It All shows it good. Made with Corning care, made with Corning flair, made to show it off like it should.
Show your shells in the Show It All. Shiny bells in the Show It All. Show it all. Show your best knickknacks or keep fresh snacks. Let it show, let it grow in the Show It All. Show it all in the Show It All. The Show It All shows it good. Wooden tops.
Lollipops.
Made with Corning care, made with Corning flair, so it shows it off like it should.
one of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
The Radio Theater brings you Judy Garland and John Hodiak in The Clock. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A popular magazine now on the stands describes New York as one city in America where dreams come true, where the fabulous and the improbable are ever present. An example is a clipping which I have here. It reports that as a result of seeing Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's screen success, The Clock, scores of servicemen are riding up and down escalators in the Pennsylvania station looking for romance. The reason they give is, well, that's how a soldier met Judy Garland in the picture. In tonight's Radio Theater version of The Clock, we show you how it happened. And we bring you Judy Garland playing her original screen role.
Department of Overwhelming Statistics. Subject, New York City.
5 boroughs in New York. Population 7,454,995.
So many people. Too many people, you might say. Almost too many people.
The above population lives in an area of 299.0 square miles.
No place for a stranger in New York. Too big. And everybody hurrying. Just rush, rush, rush.
Trains and ferries, buses and taxicabs, subways and L's. Who are they all? What are they doing? What do they want?
It's Sunday morning, a spring morning, and in New York's Pennsylvania station, a young soldier gazes in awe at the swirling, thumping crowd that mill about him.
Pardon me, sir.
Yeah?
Could you tell me how to get out of this place?
Just use that escalator, Corporal.
Oh, where does that take you?
7th Avenue, in from camp, huh?
That's right.
Well, you'll like it here.
Well, what are some of the things to see? What do you think would be good on a Sunday?
Well, guys, I don't know. I work here, but I live in Jersey. First time in 11 years I've been here on Sunday. But you'll find fun to keep it busy. Goodbye.
Thanks. Oh, say, where can... Oh! Oh, I guess I didn't look where I was going.
No, I guess you didn't.
Well, you're going up, soldier, or aren't you?
Young man, do you mind if I use the escalator?
Oh,
hey, mister! Soldier! My heel!
Who?
My heel!
Me?
No, behind you, my heel!
I'll be right up. Wait for me.
Taxi cab.
What's the matter with your foot? Sprain your ankle?
No.
Oh, look, you want to stay off that foot. If you twisted it, I'll see what I...
But I didn't twist it.
Well, I better take a look at it. Hey, the heel's off your shoe.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll go down and find it for you.
What, in that crowd?
Oh, I'll find it. What was it, just a little heel?
Yes, but that's all right.
Oh, no. I'll find it all right. I'll be right back. How does your shoe feel now? Are you sure he fixed it all right?
Oh, it's fine.
I never thought a shoe repair shop would be open on Sunday.
Well, I go that way. Thank you for carrying the bag.
Oh, that's all right. Oh, do you mind if I go a little way with you, sort of look around?
No. Not if you want to.
Thank you.
I get a bus on 5th Avenue.
Bus, huh? Oh.
What's the matter?
Buildings. I've never seen buildings like that in my life. And wherever you look.
Well, look, if I'm going to catch my bus, maybe
I'm sorry. Let's go. I guess I've got a nerve all right getting on the bus with you.
Well, it's one way to see the city.
And this is the first time I ever rode on a double-decker bus. Sure nice in the open like this.
Excuse me.
Too greasy up here?
Oh, no.
Hey, there goes your handkerchief.
This is certainly my day to lose things.
Here, come on.
Thank you. This city must seem very strange to you.
I'm green as grass. I suppose you've lived here all your life.
No, just 3 years.
Folks here?
No. There's Radio City up ahead.
You mean you live all alone?
No. Look, there's St. Patrick's Cathedral.
You're not married, are you?
No, I live with another girl.
Oh. Well, what do you do, if you don't mind my asking?
I'm a secretary.
Oh, I see. What kind of an office do you work in?
Just an office.
Guess I'm pretty nosy.
Yes, you are.
I'm sorry.
Well, it doesn't really matter.
Gesundheit. You're not catching cold.
Oh, no. It's the sun. It always does this to me. I sneeze exactly twice, and then I'm all through.
Oh.
Here's your handkerchief.
Well, hadn't you better keep it?
No, I'm all finished. Look, don't you think you better get off this and...
Well, I didn't have anywhere to go, but if I bothered you...
Oh, no, of course. I didn't mean that. You don't bother me.
You sure?
Sure. I just meant that this bus only goes as far as the park.
You got a park here with trees and grass?
Yes, I think you'd enjoy it. There's a lake and a children's zoo.
You wouldn't care to walk just a little with me in the park, would you?
No, that's out of the question. I've got to get home. You see, I've been in the country and where is it?
Here.
Thank you.
Did you ever think how much some animals remind you of people?
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
You take that seal there. I've got an aunt in Minnesota who looks just like that. They used to tell me I look exactly like an owl.
Oh, that's ridiculous. You don't. You do. You look exactly like an owl. Exactly.
What is it you remind me?
Never mind. I don't want to know.
Hey, look at that.
What?
Kid with a sailboat. Kids are a great study when you get to know them. Hiya, Skipper.
Lay off, mister.
Let's see. 3 men, huh? Oh, say, will you look...
Get your big mitts off my boat. Who do you think you are?
I don't get it. Kids usually like me.
What a rude little boy.
They hardly ever kick me in the shins. I don't understand.
Well, Joe, I've really got to go home.
Oh, yeah. Well, goodbye, Alice.
Goodbye. What are you going to do?
Oh, I don't know. Over there, that's 79th Street, huh?
Mm-hmm. The museum's over there.
Museum, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's an idea.
Well, you know, I've only been there once or twice myself. It's a shame. I ought to go there more often.
Really? Museum, huh?
Well, I'll show you where it is. I've got time for that, I suppose. Come on.
1411, 1375 B.C., or during the 18th dynasty. You'll notice there's little...
We could go out and see the paintings, Joe.
How are your feet doing?
They know they've been walking.
Well, let's just lean against here for a while.
All right. Look, there's Rodin's Thinker.
Yeah, I've been thinking, too.
What?
How lucky I am.
Oh.
Well, I was also thinking I could never get used to this city. No, this isn't what I want.
What do you want?
Oh, a little business of my own out home in Mapleton.
Why?
Because it's my home. Not that I don't want to get around and see things, but I get to thinking sometimes. Like in the spring in the evening. I can almost smell the grass outside the house. Dad used to mow the lawn before dinner. He never let us kids do it.
Did you have a dog?
Dog? No. Did you?
No.
Well, why'd you ask that?
I just wondered.
No, I didn't have a dog. After the war, I'm going to be a builder.
Well, you mean a contractor?
Well, more like a carpenter. I want to put up houses myself.
Well, they say houses are all going to be alike, made out of plastics and...
Not in Mapleton, they won't.
Why do you want to be a contractor, Joe, or a carpenter?
Oh, I like working with wood, I guess. I like the feel of it and building things with my own hands. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do, I think. What's that, the closing bell? Oh, Joe, what time is it?
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock? Oh, I've simply got to go.
Well, I guess everybody does if they're closing out.
Yes.
You know, you can sure learn a lot in a museum.
Here's the bus stop. It's been a nice afternoon.
I suppose you're probably busy tonight.
Oh, yes, I am.
Well, thanks a lot for being so nice. Like a cigarette?
No, thanks. Oh, your lighter.
Hmm?
That's one of those things that lights anywhere, isn't it?
Yeah, it has a shield to keep the flame from blowing out, see?
Mm-hmm.
Would you like it?
Oh, no, you keep it.
Oh, take it.
I really wouldn't have any use for it.
Well, I just wanted you to have it.
Oh. Well, thank you so much. Here comes my bus.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll meet again sometime.
Maybe.
79th Street.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
And thanks for the lighter.
Oh, that's all right.
Now, let's go, lady. Goodbye. Goodbye, Alice. 80
Goodbye.
80 seconds. There's Alice. Hey, Alice. Alice.
I think that soldier's calling to you, young woman. I'm sorry. What?
Alice.
Joe?
Alice.
He's coming after the bus. Something wrong? I don't think so, Joe.
Alice. Would you break that thing to me?
Yes.
Well, where am I seeing you?
I don't know.
What?
Under the clock.
What clock?
Under the clock at the Astor Hotel.
Where?
Under the clock at the Astor at 7.
What?
Under the clock at the Astor at 7. My gosh, Alice, where have you been? I'm a little late, I guess. Freddie's called up every 10 minutes. He says you have a date with him. Yes, I have. Well, I've got to get going. I'm supposed to meet Bill. Have a good time. Oh, what happened to you? For nothing. I met a soldier. Oh, now you're not trying to tell me you got picked up by a uniform. Picked up? Really, Helen? What's that you've got? That's a cigarette lighter. Where did you get it? He gave it to me. Uh-huh. What else happened, Alice? Nothing. Well, I guess it's all right as long as you got rid of him. Well, I didn't exactly get rid of him. What? I got a date with him tonight. Good grief, Al. You don't even know the man. Why, as far as he's concerned, this is just a pickup. Helen, I wish you wouldn't keep saying that. Joe's a nice boy. He's just lonesome, that's all. Mm-hmm. So it's Joe already. Joe what? Joe... Oh, you don't even know. Oh, look, Al, I don't want to butt in, but it just doesn't make sense to pick up to make friends with a stray soldier. I know they're all swell kids, but a girl's got to look out for herself. You're going to use this pince nose? Here, you can wear it. Thanks. It's different when you meet a serviceman through friends and you know who he is. Now, listen, Alice, you've never done anything like this before, and I'm not going to let you do it now. I'm just not going to let you do it. He'll be waiting. He's going to be awfully disappointed. Oh, honey, he won't feel half as bad as you'll feel after his leave is over and he goes back to camp. Oh, you're right. I am right. Anyway, Freddie will be phoning. Oh, Freddie. And at least you know his last name. Remember what I said now, Al? I'll remember. Night, Helen. Night. Hello? Oh, hello, Freddie. Yes, Helen told me you called. Well, I'm almost ready right now. Half hour will be fine. Yes, Freddie.
Excuse me. Yes? Say, is there any other clock here except this one?
Meeting somebody?
Yeah.
Well, this is the clock, all right. This is where everybody meets.
Well, maybe it's a little fast, huh?
Let me see. No, right on the nose. Exactly 20 and a half minutes after 7.
Oh, well, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Oh, there you are. Am I late?
Alice, oh, no.
Oh, hiya, darling.
Oh,
hey, you look cute. Oh, here.
Darling, it's lovely.
Yeah, for your hair.
Here, hold my mirror.
All right. How's it?
Oh, that's fine. Now, how do you like it?
Oh, well. Well, come on, let's hurry.
Something we can do for you, Corporal?
I'd like a gardenia, please.
Yes, sir. Put it in the bar.
No, paper will be fine.
Be careful of the pins. That'll be $1.
Oh, do you happen to have the right time?
That clock in the lobby's always right. See, it's 7:45.
Oh, yeah.
You're late, huh? Well, don't worry, Corporal. The gardenia will do the trick.
Yeah. Oh, your money. Here. Thanks a lot.
Some people called just as I was ready.
Oh, no. You're not late. I was just worried about you. Oh, here. Here's something for your hair.
Oh, Joe.
Want me to hold your mirror for you?
Oh, please. How'd you know I like gardenias?
Well, I just took a chance. Am I holding the mirror right?
Right. Just a second now. There.
Oh, you're beautiful. Let's go out.
Still hungry, Joe?
No, I feel fine. I'm sure glad you picked this restaurant.
I just took a chance. I've never been here before either.
Alice, you started to tell me about Helen.
Oh, well, I was just going to say that we work in the same office. She's in the sales division. Bill says she's practically an executive.
Who's Bill?
He's a friend of Helen's. Sometimes Freddie and I go out with him.
You like it, don't you? The city and the office and everything.
I love it. I've never wanted any different.
Never? Don't you want to settle down someday, maybe?
Oh, that? Well, not for a long time, anyway.
Well, what about this Freddie that you mentioned?
Freddie?
Mm-hmm. What about him?
Well, what about him?
Well, does that suit Freddie?
I don't think I care to answer that.
Well, I was only asking.
My goodness, I hardly know you. I don't have to answer anybody's questions about Freddie or anything else.
Well, wait a minute. Now, this Freddie doesn't mean
all
anything
right,
to me.
then let's leave him out.
Well, I was only asking.
I don't know why you had to bring him up at all.
Look, you brought him up. I never even heard of the guy.
I think maybe I'd better go.
What are you doing?
It's cold. You've got ice cream all over your sleeves.
Oh.
Helen was right. She told me what would happen.
Look, I'm sorry.
In a sense, I'd have listened to her. Different when you meet a serviceman through friends, you know who he is. Then you know who he is. Only sometimes when a girl dates with a soldier, she isn't only thinking of herself. She knows he's far away from home, and alone, no one to talk to. And what are you staring at?
You've got brown eyes.
Oh, look, I think... Oh, let's go someplace else.
Funny, isn't it? Here we are in the park again. Except it's night.
And it's a different park.
Oh?
That's the river down there.
I've been talking so much I hardly noticed.
Look, so many stars.
Yeah. But that's only a few of them.
I know. It's all you ever see. Just a little part where you are.
And they're the ones we know up there. Vega, Orion, Big Dipper.
I never knew their names. And all the people in this city, all around us, all the people in the country, all the people in the world. Out of all that, just those stars. This Big Dipper and what you said. And you and I down here in this park together. Strange, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't seem strange anymore.
Suppose we hadn't met.
We couldn't not have met.
I know. It's strange, though, my coming home early from the country.
Well, that was only a little part of it.
And your being there in the station.
And that was part of it, too. There were other things, like your leaving home, my getting leave just when I did. That's all part of it. Even those ships in the river.
Ships?
Mm-hmm. They're part of a convoy. That's why I got this leave. Guess it'll be the last one I'll get.
I see. Lots of things, isn't it? And some don't matter, and others do.
Well, they all matter. This night, being together.
Yes.
They matter, don't they?
I don't know.
Alice.
Oh, Joe, I don't know.
It's quiet here. Almost as quiet as it is out home.
Never quiet, really. The city's full of sound, always underneath. Listen. We have to go.
Yeah. Alice, could I see you again tomorrow?
I don't know, June.
It'll be my last night. I just have today and tomorrow.
I don't know whether we ought to see each other again at all.
Well, I thought maybe you'd want to.
Well, I do, but I just can't think right now. I'm sorry, Duffy.
Well, that's all right, Alice. That's all right.
In just a minute, we'll bring you the second act of The Clock, starring Judy Garland and John Hodiak.
Here's Mr. Keeley with our next act.
We continue with Act Two of The Clock, starring Judy Garland as Alice and John Hodiak as Joe. Only a few moments have passed since Alice and Joe walked slowly and silently out of the park to Alice's bus stop. But in those few moments, midnight has come and gone, and so has Alice's bus.
We can take a taxi cab, Alice.
That'll be awfully expensive.
Oh, that's all right. What do you got for now?
Hey,
Oh,
taxi!
that's not a taxi.
Is it?
No, it's a milk truck.
Something I can do for you?
Oh, well, we thought you were a taxi.
Oh, you want to lift? Plenty of room. Got a radio, too. Hear it?
Oh, that's awfully nice of you.
Come on, hop in.
We're sure we're not crowding you?
Plenty of room. You going home from somewhere?
Yes. Somewhere.
Oh, that's good. I'm just starting out. Nellie Green, that dame I Discrimination, then. I'll get a load of what she wants now. That's her second request this week. I had a request now for 3 months. Do I get it? No. It's Nellie Green,
What's your request?
That's how I need you. You know? Well, I don't know. Just need oh, my God. What does my God need? What does summer need? The sunshine. Hey, you ever seen a motor wagon?
Milk wagon?
Oh, it's a very interesting sight if you've never seen it.
Oh, well, that's awfully nice. I think I'd better get home.
Where do you live?
On the east side.
Oh, I can take you right back up there.
Well, honestly, Mr.
Henry, Al Henry. You get the ride, I get the cover.
Well, what do you think, Joe?
Well, I sort of like it here.
The way they load up the trucks, that's something very few people know about. All they care about is where is the milk when they open the door.
I certainly enjoyed watching them load the trucks out.
Sure. I knew you'd enjoy it.
Are we going uptown now?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, hey, turn up the radio, huh?
9, 6 girls in a pool room. Okay, girls, come out of that corner.
Not mine again.
Maybe they played it when you weren't listening. What's that?
Oh, flat tire, I'll bet. Oh, I'll take a look. You have a spare? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a flat, all right.
Oh, no.
I gotta find a phone. Service car will come right out.
Well, there's a lunch wagon across the street.
Oh, that'll do. Come on, let's go. Well, I got him okay. They'll be right over with the service car.
A milkman and so is the lady.
We ordered you some coffee.
Oh, that's nice.
And you can even hear your program.
I see the most uncanny conduct in this place. The whole country is going to dissolve. No? Hey, you.
Huh?
Hey, you, Jack. Put down that coffee a minute.
What's the matter with you?
You just made an unkind remark about dogs.
Now, who said anything about dogs?
Yeah. What's the matter with dogs?
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, well, how do you do? A pleasure to meet a member of the armed forces. But this civilian, this un-American, the most un-American kind of bully me since Bunker Hill, the Constitution of the United States is our Bill of Rights.
Now, wait a minute, Bud. Wait a minute. I never said...
Here's a request for That's How I Need You.
What was that, pal?
Keep down, will you? That's my number.
This is from my old pal, Al Henry, the man with a million milk bottles.
My request.
Oh, your request. Well, I got a request, too. This country has got to expand. You hear me? Expand! Expand!
Oh! Al!
Now look what you've done.
Well, what did I do?
You threw your arms out like this in your socks and wiped me eye.
Well, are you hurt?
Oh, pal, speak to me. Forgive me, will you, pal? Oh,
We better get him out of here, Alice. The quick they'll do it.
Get up, pal. Listen to the music. One song like that, and you can take the rest of it and keep it. Hey, where's my pal? They're taking my pal away. You see what I mean? That's the whole trouble.
Hey, what's going on here, huh? What's going on? How do you feel? Oh, I'm fine.
Well, the man fixed the tire, and Joe's driving us uptown.
You've been having a nap.
Hey, I got milk to deliver.
Oh, why don't you rest, Al? You can tell us where the milk goes, and Joe and I'll deliver it.
Oh, no, I couldn't do nothing like that.
Well, we'll see how you feel when we get uptown.
Oh, he caught me right in the wind.
The eye, too. You got a few.
Oh, boy, sure feels like it. And I missed me song. I missed the whole number.
What do I do, Alice? Stay on the same street?
Mm-hmm. Gosh, I'm tired.
How's Al doing back there?
He sounds sick.
You know what he said? He said you and I were natural-born milkmen.
That's because we brought back the empties when we delivered the milk. Look, it's getting light, Joe. It's almost morning.
Mm-hmm.
Back home, I used to see the dawn come up sometimes.
Yeah, me too. Up over the Indiana field.
The morning comes here first, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Before that, out at sea. Before that, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Where are they sending you, do you know?
No. England, I guess.
It's a long ways away.
Alice?
Hmm?
Would you like me a little bit?
Joe, I'm sorry. So sleepy.
Oh, why don't you doze off then? I'll find a way, okay?
Really?
Sure.
Good night, Joe.
Good night, baby.
What do you think of these kids, Mama? After I get knocked out practically cold, like I tell you, they deliver me whole route and bring me home.
I think that's about the nicest thing I ever heard.
Well, I guess we'll be going along.
Going along? Why, breakfast is all ready.
Oh, no, really, we couldn't.
Never tasted cooking like Mama's in all your life. Why, she can mix you up the finest glass of ice water you ever drunk. But goodness, no, she makes the best corn cakes you ever ate. Come on, now, you better sit down.
They're all ready, too. Oh, watch yourself now. The house. Say, you folks married?
Oh, no.
Lots of young folks get married these days.
Father, one of these while it's hot, Al.
Oh, thanks. Oh, that's right.
I think you have to know somebody a long time before you get married. I mean, you don't want to do something as serious as that just in a minute.
Well, I think you can find out as much about somebody in a minute as you can in a whole lifetime. You know what she was doing when I first seen her?
Now, Al.
No. Cooking butter cakes in Charles' window.
Oh,
yeah. And the minute I seen her, I knew she was for me.
I don't know, though. I don't think it's fair to the girl. A soldier getting married. Well, how does he know what condition he'll come back in?
Well, Joe, if people ever thought about all the things that could happen, they'd never do anything.
Well, I think if a girl and a boy want to get married, all the talk in the world ain't going to stop them. Never has yet. And, Al.
What's the matter?
Get away from the muffins. Company first.
Well, look, they got some, ain't they?
Just exactly like his uncle. Those Henrys.
It isn't me uncle, it's me cousin, Michael Henry. He's a clerk of the court for Judge Ford.
Well, your uncle, your cousin, what difference does it make?
Well, it's me cousin's the one that can eat.
Well, I never saw such eating.
I never saw such a place in my life as this, just trying to get something to eat.
All right, here, take the muffins.
All right, I will. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You like riding in the subway, Joe?
Well, it sure is different, all right. They go so fast.
Is that what you've been thinking about for the last 5 minutes?
No, I was thinking about Al Henry and his wife.
They're lovely people.
I was thinking about what he said. About how it really doesn't matter how long a person knows one another.
No, I guess it doesn't matter so much.
And what have you been thinking about?
Something you said about a soldier not marrying because he doesn't know what condition he'll come back in.
Oh.
I think if two people are really in love, that wouldn't make any difference.
Wouldn't it?
Of course, Oh, Joe, I don't want to leave you today.
Alice, could you... What about your office?
I suppose I could find some excuse.
Oh, that'd be wonderful, Alice.
Joe, hurry this way. We have to change trains.
Boy, this mob even went from Penn Station.
You're not half as confused as I was my first time in this subway.
I'll just hang on to you. What were you saying about the office?
Well, it won't take long, and you can wait outside.
Oh, that's swell.
Here comes our train, Joe.
Central takes you inside. Let them off, please. Let them off. All right, step lively, everybody, all the way in.
Come on, Joe.
Yeah, step lively, everybody, all the way in.
Coming, Alice. Wait inside there.
All the way in, folks. Step lively. Watch your step there. Come on, Alice. All the way in. Alice, that's all. Watch the doors now. That's all.
Wait a minute. I got to get on there.
No, you don't. Let it rain.
I got to get on there. Please, can you tell me what the next station is, mister?
No English.
Lady, could you tell me what the next station is?
The next station? Now, let me see. This is Grand Central, and I'm sure the next station would be... No, it wouldn't be that. Now, if this is Grand Central...
Next station? Sure, bud. 14th Street. 14th Street. Thanks a lot. Hey, mister. I've been looking all over for a girl. Did you see a girl get off the train here a little while ago?
I seen 1,000 girls get off, fella.
Is this the next stop after Grand Central?
The next express stop, yeah.
You mean there's something else?
Sure, the local after Grand Central. The local stops at 36.
How do I get there?
Take the stairway at the end of the platform and go across.
Stairway into the platform. I gotta find her. I've got to find her.
Soviet USO here. Want to tell you something about this city of New York. Any of you been here before? No. Well, it's a big place, boys. Population 7,454,995.
I beg your pardon.
Yes, ma'am?
There's someone in charge I could see, please.
Oh, there's a receptionist, miss. Over there.
Thank you.
Now, take the subway system right there. Longest ride in the world.
Yes, excuse me, I'm looking for a soldier. I thought maybe he'd come here to the USO.
Any particular soldier?
My friend. We got separated in the subway. I've been looking all over for him.
Well, what's his name?
Joe.
Joe what?
I don't know.
Well, that's a big help. Or is this a joke?
Oh, no, please. We only just met yesterday, and I don't know. It didn't seem to make any difference what his name was.
Oh, it didn't make any difference.
I know it sounds funny, but the night went by so fast, and I got sleepy. Then we lost each other this morning, and he's only got today.
Well, I don't see how I can help you, young lady. And I don't think I'd go around telling that story either.
Oh, you don't understand. I've got to find him. What am I going to do?
In a moment, we'll bring you the third act of The Clock, starring Judy Garland and John Hodiak.
Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act 3 of The Clock, starring Judy Garland as Alice and John Hodiak as Joe. In the bewildering puzzle of city streets, swirling with a flood of alien faces, Joe and Alice have searched hopelessly for each other. Their hearts gripped with the realization, terrible and absurd, that they will never meet again. Not knowing where else to turn, Joe wearily makes his way to the Pennsylvania station.
Can I get train information here?
What do you want to know, son?
Next train for Aberdeen, Maryland.
Aberdeen?
Yeah.
147. Going back to camp?
That's right.
Track 14.
Thank you.
Help you, lady?
Excuse me, please. Sorry. I beg your pardon. Oh, officer, could you tell me how I can... Alice. Where do you want to go? Alice? Alice! Alice!
Oh!
Alice!
Oh, John, I thought you were lost. I didn't know where to look.
Quick, what's What's your name?
Mayberry. Oh, Joe.
Mayberry.
I didn't know where to find you. I didn't think I'd ever find you
Mayberry.
again.
Oh, look, Alice, we can't wait. We mustn't. It wouldn't be right.
Oh, Joe, are you sure?
Don't you see? We might never have found one another again.
No, don't say that.
I've got to say it. Look, please, will you marry me?
Oh, yes, Joe, yes.
Gosh, I don't think the marriage license bureau would be this busy, did you?
Well, I guess all we can do is sit here and wait our turn.
Got your blood test papers, everybody? Got your blood test papers?
What's that, Joe?
I don't know. Oh, mister.
Yes?
Mister, what's that about blood test papers?
According to law, applicants for a marriage license must have a blood test certificate.
Well, we didn't know when. Where did we get one?
67 Whitehall Street. Tell them Mr. Schwartz sent you. Be quiet, please. Quiet. 2 subway stops downtown. All right, Irving. Who's next?
How long are you open here?
Until 4 o'clock.
We'll have to hurry, Joe. I can find it.
Everybody got your blood test papers? That's it. Thank you.
Hey, where do you think you're going? Oh, we're looking for the blood test.
You got a pass?
No, we were told this was the place.
You can't go upstairs without a pass.
Well, where do we get a pass?
Lieutenant Brockle, 2nd floor, but you can't go up without a pass. Now take a seat over there.
Who does he think he is?
Hey, wait a minute. You two getting married?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you say so? Here, use this pass.
Oh.
Room 380.
Hey.
All right, get all fixed up all right?
No.
Now, what's the matter?
They're too busy.
We couldn't get the papers till tomorrow. We had to get them by 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh, why don't you go to a private laboratory?
What do you mean?
Well, you can go to one of the approved labs and get the results in an hour or so. I got a list somewhere.
Oh, please.
Yeah, here's one. The L&N Public Health Service Laboratory, 631 Canal Street.
631 Canal. Thank you very much.
Window 7, please. Window 7. Silvers and Gilman. Allen and Mayberry.
We're Allen and Mayberry. Here we are.
Your blood test papers?
Here, right here.
I just have to stamp it.
Here you are. Silvers.
Joe, look what she stamped on it.
Not valid for 72 hours. Not valid for 72 hours.
There's just one thing you can do. A judge of the Supreme Court may issue a waiver of the time clause. A little quiet, if you please, permitting the parties to get married at once.
Supreme Court judge.
We can try, Joe. We can try.
A waiver? Oh, but you're too late, folks.
Too late?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but the judge has just left.
Oh, no.
Oh, excuse me, but this name on the desk, are you Michael Henry?
Yeah.
Then you're Al Henry's cousin. He told us about you.
Well, why didn't you tell me? Say, maybe I can catch the judge after all. Oh, how is that?
He's fine.
And him?
She's fine, too.
Oh, that's fine.
Look, don't you think you better hurry?
Why will you fix something?
Joe, look at the time.
Oh, it's so hard, so hard. Mr. Schwartz, wait a minute, Mr. Schwartz.
Elevator going down.
Yes?
Well, we got the waiver, and here's our license, so can't we get married?
Oh, you're the young couple who,
They told us your office was closed.
Going down. Well, I got through a little early. Just have time to catch the 4:30. Sorry.
Please, it isn't 4 o'clock yet.
Make up your mind, Mr. Schwartz. Oh, come along.
You can marry us, can't you?
Oh, yes, we have a little chapel, potted plants, and a few ferns.
Oh, that's nice.
Irving! Yes, Mr. Schwartz. Look me up another train. It's not 4 o'clock yet. Bernie! Yes, Mr. Schwartz. Turn the vacuum cleaner off. Don't you see there's a wedding? What do you think? This is a factory? No. And stand back there. Now, let's see, young man.
Yes.
The young lady should be on the left.
Oh, yes.
Stay here, Bernie. We need witnesses.
Sure.
I'll stay. Now, your certificate, please. This is a serious and solemn step you hereby undertake. Do either of you know of any reason why you both should not be legally joined in marriage? Then do you, Joseph Allen, take this woman as your lawful wedded wife? You promise to love and honor and Don't say I do.
No, I do. There's a train out there. I couldn't.
Do you, Alice Mayberry, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband? You promise to love, honor, and
I do.
Place the ring upon the bride's finger.
I haven't got a ring.
Under the law, it is necessary to have a ring.
Oh, I didn't know.
The floors can be waxed later, please. Boys, you both have consented to wedlock. I do, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the law of the state of New York, now pronounce you husband and wife. And may God bless your union. Here's your certificate.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, boss, there's a 4:40 train. That's Sunday, stupid. Look up weekdays. Oh, good luck, Mr. and Mrs. Allen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck, lady and mister.
Thank you.
I didn't have any flowers.
No,
Well, we didn't have time.
we rushed so. Well, I guess they want to finish cleaning up in here.
Well, we made it, Joe. It's just 4 o'clock.
This sure isn't much of a honeymoon. Just sitting in the park.
Joe, your mother and father living?
Are yours?
Oh, yes. Yes, they're living.
Do you suppose I should write your folks, maybe?
I suppose so. I suppose I should write to yours.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Would you like to see our house? I have a snapshot in my wallet. Here.
Oh, that's nice.
That's my mother.
You suppose she'll like me?
Oh, sure she will. I should say so.
Joe, what time does your train go?
Well, I don't have to be back in camp till tomorrow noon. Alice?
What?
I guess you're not very glad you married me, are you, Alice?
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I guess I just don't feel very married.
Oh, I know. I don't blame you.
I mean, it wasn't your fault. It was just that it was
I know.
so ugly.
I know, honey.
It wasn't.
I know. It's all right, darling. It's all right. Feel better, darling?
I'm all right now. Sorry, Joe.
I've been looking across the street there. Somebody else just got married, too. They just came out of that church, see?
Oh, Joe, I'd like to go into the church, Joe. Please.
Well, I want to go into the church, too. I don't think they'll mind.
Is everything all right, sir? Dinner was satisfactory?
Oh, everything was fine. Oh, here.
Thank you, sir.
Dinner in our own room in the Waldorf Astoria.
Oh, I guess I can afford it for one night.
It's only a half a night, darling. It's after midnight.
Yeah, I know. I've got an hour to get to the station. Oh, Alice. How can I say it? How can I tell you everything I want to tell you? How much I love you, how I'm thinking about you every minute, every day. How... Alice, try. Will you try not to worry about anything when I'm...
Joe, darling. You're coming back. You want me to tell you how I know? 2 days ago, you came to the city and you didn't know anyone. You didn't know me and I didn't know you. And now we're married. And we both know that was meant to be. So don't you see, whoever makes the arrangements for people is doing pretty well for us. That's all we need to know.
Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington meeting on track 4. All of us, please.
Down this way, darling.
Still showing me my way around.
Are you sure you can't send me your laundry?
Oh, Ma, don't worry about those things. I'm in the Navy.
Are you sure you got everything straight now, honey?
Oh, I will forget, Gus.
Remember, the insurance on the car runs out.
Well, that's something we don't have to worry about yet.
Hello, soldier. Where are you going?
Hiya, Skipper. Oh, I'm just going away.
I like you.
Well, thanks. I like you, too. You see, honey? I told you kids like me. They hardly ever kick me to shit.
Just once in a while, darling. This is it, Joe.
Yeah. Tickets, please. Show your ticket, please.
Goodbye, darling. Take good care of yourself.
Don't forget to write.
Oh, no, I won't. I love you.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Thanks for the rebate, Joe.
You're welcome. And now when you buy a Mr. Coffee, I'll send you a $5 rebate check, too, with my signature. Because I know you're going to love the delicious way Mr. Coffee brews. The Tuesday Bridge Club sure does.
Never knew coffee could taste so great.
Or brew so fast.
Buy one of these Mr. Coffees now and get your $5 rebate from America's favorite coffee maker.
You're never going to believe the deal I made on this Toyota Corolla.
You asked for it, you got it, Toyota.
I got a great year-end deal on a tough Toyota truck.
You asked for it, you got it, Toyota.
It's the best time ever to buy a brand new 78 Toyota car or truck. You get your money's worth and more on every one. But act fast for better selection still at 78 prices.
Just ask for it, you get it, Toyota.
If I'm wrong, it's Lisa's fault. She said buy cling-free. Don't you use that white fabric softener sheet?
Not since I learned each cling-free sheet has thousands of softness cells with special softeners.
So soft.
No static cling. And I love cling-free's fragrance.
Your laundry smells so springtime fresh.
And it's so convenient from the box and dryer. Cling-free. It's softness made simple. I like competing against men. But only if they don't patronize me. Then if I win, it's really exciting. You know what else I find exciting? Men who wear English leather cologne. I like the way it smells on men, and I like the kind of men who wear it. I find them to be challenging. When it comes to the battle of the sexes, I don't like pushovers. I guess that's why all my men wear English leather. Or they wear nothing at all.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, where the fury of the night races against the time of dawn. It needs those hours to prove itself. The mob, the grinning faces, the voice that whispers. But hurry. Time's at your heels and the night lasts only so long. That's the word on Broadway. My Beat. It's a system they worked out long ago. The darkness is reserved for those who break the law so that the police can write out their reports in the daytime. That's what I was doing, writing out reports when Sergeant Tartaglia nudged his head through the doorway.
Good morning to you, mine lieutenant.
Hello, Tartaglia. What's in your mind?
Oh, she's here again, Danny.
Yeah, I had a feeling she'd be here. She'll never give up, will she?
You know, I got a theory about that, Danny.
Sure, in.
Yeah, sure, Danny. This way, miss.
Are you going to help me, Mr. Clover? Are you? Don't send me away again.
The girl who crossed the room and placed her fingers on my desk was slender. Her face seemed about to grow suddenly old. Her skin was pale, unveined, dead white.
I've come back to ask you again, Mr. Clover.
Sit down, Rhoda.
No. A beggar who stands can keep some dignity. I like to think that anyhow. Maybe it's a lie.
Rhoda.
Did you say my name gently to show me you pity me? I don't want to be pitied.
No, look, Miss Lynn, Danny was only trying
Rhoda, listen to me.
Listen. Yes. Yes, I'll listen. Say a kind word to me.
Rhoda, you've come to ask me to have your father's body exhumed. I know that.
You know that.
But we've already done that. 2 months ago, 4 months after your father died, we exhumed his body. He wasn't poisoned, Rhoda. In spite of what you say, he wasn't poisoned.
Poisoned? That's how my father died. Robert Lynn, my father, was murdered. That's a simple sentence. Understand it.
The death certificate...
My father was poisoned, and I'm being poisoned, and I'm going to die. And you'll sit there and say my dying meets all the requirements for dying because there'll be a death certificate. No. Nothing. Bye, Mr. Clover.
Danny, that girl needs attention of some sort or another.
Talking to, by a doctor, by a parent, by somebody. Where does she live, Tartaglia?
In a combination dentist office and living quarters on 147th Street, 1612, with her mother and stepfather.
Stepfather?
Yeah, her mother got married again. Hey, this mother must like dentists. The husband who died was a dentist. Now husband number 2, one Bernard Burke, turns up also to have a talent with the drill. Hey, you going up there, Danny?
Like I said, Rhoda Lynn needs talking to by somebody. The place where Rhoda lived was a soot-crusted 5-story apartment building of yellow and pock-marked brick. It stood on 147th Street, just around the corner from where Broadway tries to be suburban. And it had 2 things, an open court to grab onto whatever light and air that was left over. And the kids bouncing a ball against a brand-new gilt-lettered sign that said, Bernard Burke, dentist, 5 flights up, gas, no pain. As I rounded the turn on the 4th floor, I heard a door close above me and steps starting down. And then the steps became a voice that said it knew me.
Danny Clover. I know you, Danny. You know me?
I'm sorry,
you don't know me. Here, I'll lean my face over in the light. A familiar face, huh, Danny? Repulsive, but familiar, huh?
Yeah, but I don't quite place...
Ben Elliott, the private investigator. Your civilian competition. Remember the axe murder case where I was positively useless to you? You remember that, don't you, Danny?
Sure. How are you, Ben?
Happy as a fagel.
Glad to hear it. What are you doing here, Ben? Competing?
You deduced this just because I just came out of a dentist's office. Nah, Danny. You got it all wrong. Burke, the no-pain dentist, has just made some alterations on a bridge I suffer in my mouth. Here, I take a look.
stunning. I hope you and the bridge are very happy together.
You kill me, Danny. Such a wit. You, Danny, what's with you? You also got sorrows in your teeth?
In every one. So long, Ben. See you around.
Yeah, Danny. Take that. I recommend it from the heart.
Yes? You had an appointment with Dr. Burke? You'll have to wait.
I'll wait.
You could amuse yourself with some Euro National Geographic, or this brochure from a dental supply house with illustrations in color. Or you could talk to me.
That last thing. Let's do that.
You've made such a wise choice. And now, do you begin, or shall I?
You're Rhoda's mother, aren't you, Mrs. Burke?
Men are such babies about pain, aren't they? And my husband is such a gentle dentist.
You're Rhoda's mother.
Yes, I'm Rhoda's mother. And Dr. Burke's assistant and wife. And you? One of Rhoda's numerous and nameless boyfriends?
I'm Danny Clover of the police, Mrs. Burke. Rhoda was in to see me again.
To ask you to have her father's body torn out of its grave again?
Then you know about it, about her coming to me.
Of course I know. A girl's best friend is her mother, isn't she, Mr. Clover? Rhoda adores me. She tells me everything. But not in a whisper, in a scream.
Like what? What does she tell you, Mrs. Burke?
That I murdered my first husband, her father. That I'll murder her. That I... Oh, she's such a sick little girl. So sick. We try to help her, but we can't. She won't let us. The sickness that drains all the sweetness out of her. Sick. She's not like a mother's child at all.
She's always so pale, Mrs. Burke. Have you had her to a doctor?
Rhoda? Do you think she would let me take her anywhere, do things for her, tell her what she should do when she thinks that terrible, ugly thing about me? Answer me, Mr. Clover.
I just ran into a man, Ben Elliott, a private investigator. What was he doing here, Mrs. Burke?
Now. You just go on home, Mr. Raymond. Put a nice pack on it, and here's some sample aspirin. Take 2 every 2 hours, and a hot and cold applications during the night. You'll feel like a new man. Well. What have we here, Mildred? New patient? You're next, sir.
Not a patient, Bernard, a policeman. Danny Clover. He's concerned about Rhoda. Do you think we can help him?
Well, I'm glad you're here, Mr. Clover. Will you step into my office, please?
Bernard.
Please, Mildred. We should have handled it this way in the first place. Will you go in, Mr. Clover?
Bernard, I advise you to let it alone.
Mildred, will you take care of those X-ray negatives? During office hours, you are my assistant. Thank you, Mildred. After you, Mr. Clover. Sit in the dentist chair, Mr. Clover. Very comfortable. It's almost paid for, too. Here, I'll adjust it. Yeah, isn't that nice?
Never had it better. Now, Dr. Burke, what is it that you should have handled this way? I only ask because I'm curious.
Oh, yes, of course. The theft of the gold. The gold I used to fill my client's teeth. Most durable, 14 karat, very expensive. Shines when brushed.
Does that?
Oh, beautifully. I'm reporting it to you because you're a policeman, and the only proper authority to handle it. Mildred tried to convince me otherwise. She did, too.
Oh?
Yeah, she looked in the classified and found the name of a private investigator, Ben Elliott. And I had him up here and told him all. I tried to tell her we should report it to the police, but she wouldn't have it. And that's why I'm glad you're here. Because now both Mildred and I have had our way.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'll turn it over to the burglary detail, Dr. Burke.
I'd appreciate it, Mr. Clover.
That's nothing. Now, talk to me about Rhoda, Dr. Burke.
Oh, I can't tell you much about her. She never confides in me. I'm her stepfather, you know. Sometimes it's very painful.
Who does she confide in?
Well, there's a boy, Frank Norman. Rhoda was always with him. Matter of fact, I had to go and bring her home one night because they were both too drunk, Mr. Clover, to maneuver by themselves.
Where was that?
Well, it's a bar somewhere on 52nd Street. Well, that street is home for that boy. You'll find my gold, Mr. Clover. It's very important in my business.
Yeah, it's a promise, Dr. Burke. The bars of 52nd Street wink at you. It's a special kind of wink, mechanized in chrome, and the tubular neon offers a variety of colors. The decor is sleek, the prices pegged to suit your individual needs, and the invitations are but irresistible. So I bar hopped, looking for a kindred spirit named Frank Norman. It took quite a while, Then, near 10th Avenue, there was a place where the decor had crumbled just a bit, where a jukebox sold background music to emotions, also crumbling. The bartender waved me to the back of the room, toward a boy sitting there, considering what dreams are to be found in the bottom of a shot glass. I touched his shoulder.
Hi. And I don't know you.
I'm Danny Clover. Mind if I sit down?
Goes like this, Danny. As a tyke, I was unloved and unwanted. I was left to consider the forever moon and the howling wind and garbage.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, Danny. Precisely and with poetic embellishments. My life for a drink. Buy it, Danny. Go ahead, buy it.
Yeah. Waiter. Yours, Frank.
And I have another version also for the price of a gin, and a brandy version that kills me to think about. But I'll sell it too.
That one, it includes Rhoda Lynn, huh?
Who are you? What do you want?
I said it once, Danny Clover, police.
You didn't say the last part. All you said was Danny Clover. And all you did was buy me a drink.
Police.
I'm pure, Danny Clover, police. Law-abiding, upright, unsullied by temptation. Harmless. What about Rhoda?
What about Rhoda?
Is this? She's dying. She sent me away because she's dying. Sent me back to the car, but she's dying.
Dying? How do you know?
Death sits on her shoulder and whispers to her, can't you tell? I can tell. I loved Rhoda when she wasn't dying. That's how I can tell.
What about her mother? Does she know?
Her mother? Mildred Burke.
Yeah. What about her?
She married a man 3 months after her husband died. That's a complete biography of Mildred Burke. That explains her. It explains everything about her.
Well, that's her privilege.
There was even a brother of yours. You are a detective, aren't you, Danny Clover?
Another detective? Ben Elliott, maybe?
Ben Elliott. He was detecting for her even when her first husband was alive. You look surprised. Don't look surprised. Go up to the bartender, give him money, tell him it's from me. Tell him my wish is his command.
I stood there for a moment longer, watched him till his voice blurred and his eyes sought something far away. Then I left. I looked up Ben Elliott in the classified, hailed a cab and went there. Up a flight of stairs and walked back. The sign on the door said, "Come in." So I came in. The sound Rhoda made in her throat was like somebody far away yelling horribly. She stood beside the desk, swaying a little, her face ashen. Even where her fingertips clotted her skin, there was no color. I caught her before she toppled over.
I didn't do it.
What didn't you do?
I swear I didn't. I wasn't in the room. I didn't kill him.
Then I saw him. He was on the other side of the desk, crumpled in a dark space, dead from a bullet hole in his throat. Ben Elliott, dead. And his hand squeezed around a clump of gold, frozen around it. The hand and the gold trapped in a thin shaft of light. And the girl stirred in my arms, and the scream that was imprisoned there tore itself from her throat.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
There are many things about Broadway. It has its own private set of values, for instance. It measures the essence of a man's life in terms of light and darkness. Big man, so many massive bulbs, so many yards of neon to scream his name into the screaming night. Little man, his apportioned share of darkness. Like a spectacular with burnt-out bulbs whispering into nothing. Ben Elliott was a little man. His only claim to distinction that he died holding a fistful of dentist's gold. But there was another thing. His murder was attended by a girl, pale and shrieking as death itself. I had to know a lot of things about her. Dr. Sinsky filled in a few.
A very sick girl, Danny. So sick I can't tell you.
Well, try, Doctor. Try to tell me anyway.
She's dying, Danny, of a rare type of pernicious anemia. So rare I had to call my old professor at Columbia to find out what it was. He called me a numbskull, then the Latin word for schlemiel, and then he told me.
What type is it?
You wouldn't understand. You're a fine-type fella, Danny, but excuse the expression, you're also a layman. Some diseases are so mysterious, a doctor likes to keep them to himself.
Oh, wear them in good health. What about the poison? Did you find any evidence that she's being poisoned?
None whatsoever. Only the toxic condition that the anemia itself sets up. Can I be so bold as to offer you some advice, Danny?
I've got my own doctor.
No. This isn't medical, Danny. It's the milk of human kindness. If you've got nothing on this girl, this Rhoda Lynn, then let her go. Let her die in peace and dignity. Because she's dying, Danny. Take my word for it.
Got Rhoda Lynn out here, Danny. Want to talk to us some more?
Yeah, bring her in, Muggavan.
Come on in, Rhoda.
Sit down, Rhoda. Would you like a drink of water or anything else?
I just want to sleep. I just want to lie down somewhere and go to sleep. Can I go home, Mr. Clover, to my father's room? I've slept there ever since he died.
Rhoda, why were you in Ben Elliott's office?
I told you. How many times do I have to tell you? I went there because I thought he knew something about my father's murder. I wanted him to help me.
You still believe your father was murdered?
Yes. Yes. Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Please, Miss Lynn, please. Here, take this. That's a good girl. Mr. Clover is only trying to find out the truth.
I've told him so many times. He won't believe me.
Try me again, Rhoda. When did you first think your father was being poisoned?
Right after Dr. Burke, Mildred's husband. My stepfather became my father's partner. That's when she began to kill him. I hate her. I hate her.
Miss Lynn, easy, Miss Lynn.
And you went to Ben Elliott because you thought he knew your father had been poisoned or could help you find out.
Yes, I've told
Then
you.
you killed him because he laughed at you, because he'd have no part of what you were thinking.
No, I didn't kill him. I didn't.
Where's the gun, Rhoda? Where's the gun you killed Ben Elliott with?
Danny.
What do you want, Muggavan?
About the gun. The boys went over every nook and cranny and hole in Elliott's office. No gun. We looked outside in the street, in the alley. No gun. We even toyed with innocent bystanders. No gun. We checked where they sell guns. None was sold to Rhoda. No gun.
Dr. Sinsky.
Yes, Mr. Clover?
See that Rhoda gets home. Take care of her. Give her something to give her the sleep she wants.
Thanks, Danny. Come along, Miss Lynn. You're in for a nice, good rest. You'll enjoy it.
You look like a fatuous puppy, Muggavan. Stop it before you lick my hand.
Hard-hearted Danny of the police.
What did you find on Elliott?
He liked gold. Gold meaning money. In any shape, size, or form. As a matter of fact, he deposited same in banks. 3,000 here, 2,000 there, 1,000 here and there.
What do you know? The penniless Ben Elliott. Wish me luck, Muggavan.
For what?
I got pain, so I'm calling on a painless dentist.
Let me compliment you, Miss Clover. Where did you find the gold?
In a dead man's hand, Dr. Burke.
What are you saying?
Pay attention, Doctor, and you'll get the message. I said in a dead man's hand.
Well, what man? What man are you talking about?
Ben Elliott.
Who?
You're doing it again, Doctor. Ben Elliott, a dead man who tried to take it with him. A couple $100 worth of gold.
But of course I know you're lying. You're trying to make of this petty theft something mysterious. I suppose you detectives must do that to justify...
I don't understand you, Doctor. You didn't react when I said Ben Elliott.
I reacted. You just weren't perceptive enough to catch my raising of the eyebrows slightly. I raised an eyebrow, Mr. Clover.
If she were my wife...
You're cluttering the trim to the conversation. What?
Your wife.
Mildred? What's Mildred got to do with Ben Elliott?
I don't know. Ask her, Doctor. Ask her how buddy she's been with Elliott and for how long. Rumor says it's been for a long time. Getting this message, Doctor?
Yes. You'll have to excuse me.
Before you, Doctor. Before you even knew Mildred, Ben Elliott was around. I've heard that, Doctor.
You'll have to excuse me. There's some X-ray negatives I got to... We'll talk. We'll talk in just a few minutes.
All right.
Please, in the waiting room. I'll meet you there.
All right.
Mr. Clover. Quickly, Mr. Clover.
Rhoda, what's the matter?
Please, I've got to talk to you.
Sure.
Mr. Clover, you know, don't you? You know what I've been saying's true. What the doctor said.
Just that you're sick.
That I'm dying.
But you need some rest, Rhoda.
Being poisoned. And I'll die the way my father died. In agony. In drink to kill the pain. That way, Mr. Clover.
Come on.
He's dead. He's dead. Oh. Dr. Burke is dead, Mr. Clover. Everything dies that Mother touches.
You evil girl. My dog's an evil, rotten girl.
You killed him. You killed him just the way you killed him.
Take it easy, Rhoda. I think you'd better get out of here.
All right. All right, I will. Mother killed him. You'll see.
Tell me what happened, Mrs. Burke.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Did you kill your husband?
Are you mad like my daughter is mad? Look at him. Dead. My husband's dead. His weakness is death. The gun in his hand says that.
Yeah. Could have been suicide, all right. Powder burns. Attitude of his body. Just this. How did you happen to get here before I did?
Because you were further away. You were down the hall. I was in the next room.
Yeah. What would Dr. Burke want to kill himself for?
Who knows the inner turnings of a man's mind, Mr. Clover?
Maybe his wife?
I did. He was a weak man. I've said that.
Yes, you did. Which means you've told me exactly nothing. You'll have to tell me a lot more, Mrs. Burke.
Ask me something.
I will. First, we got to make this death official, Mrs. Burke. There'll be photographers and print men and a coroner cluttering up your house. But you won't mind that. A woman like you doesn't mind anything, does she, Mrs. Burke? I was right. Mrs. Burke didn't mind. The neat, efficient trampling over a little dentist's life and death, she didn't mind. The questions, like steel prongs that raked over her brain and her sorrows and her dreams, she didn't mind. The fact that her answers added up to nothing, she minded least of all. At headquarters, I slept until the reports and analyses and photographs had been cataloged and filed and stacked and restacked and mulled over. Slept until Sergeant Gino Tartaglia had watered them down.
Well, you may awake now, Danny. I have digested everything and watered it down to simple terms even a child could understand.
Did a call come while I slept, Tartaglia?
No, Danny, no calls. You expecting one?
From Rhoda Lynn. I made her promise to call me. What have you got?
A big pile of nothing, Danny. The technicians from Technical say it is extremely possible that our dentist did indeed and to wit commit suicide. Oh, they were very smug about it, Danny.
What else?
That question you asked me, the question of Dr. Sinsky?
Uh-huh.
He answers it in the affirmative. He says the X-ray thing is entirely possible. It happened here in New York 2 years ago. What happened here in New York 2 years ago, Danny?
Danny Clover speaking.
This is Rhoda, Mr. Clover. I'm calling you just as you told me to do.
Are you in your father's room?
Yes?
You won't be going out again tonight?
No, I won't, Mr. Clover. I'm going right to sleep.
Hey, Danny. Danny, you can't leave me alone without I know what happened in New York 2 years ago. Danny!
Good enough for you, Danny?
Yeah, fine. You have much trouble getting the people in this apartment to go to the movies?
Well, some, but not much. Everybody likes free passes.
Watch that room across the air shaft, Muggavan. That's Dr. Burke's office.
Uh-huh. The dark room with the shade up?
Yeah. I got a theory, kid. The only way I'll know I'm right is if we see another murder tonight.
Oh. Huh?
Like this. Go on the premise that Dr. Lynn was murdered. Dr. Lynn, the first husband of Mrs. Burke, the father of Rhoda. Go on that theory, Muggavan.
Okay, let's.
Dr. Lynn murdered because his wife wanted him out of the way so she could marry somebody else. Don't argue with women, Muggavan. And then there's Ben Elliott.
Also dead.
Yeah, dead, too. You know why?
I'm not a lieutenant, Danny.
The deposits Ben Elliott made. The big, big deposits. And regularly. For a small-time operator.
Blackmail, huh? Ben was collecting.
The theory says, yeah. The theory says he was bleeding Mildred Burke because he knew she killed her husband. Then Mildred Burke ran out of money.
This Kanerka person, Danny, it's happened to me.
Mildred, too. She tried to pay Ben with gold. A couple $100 for she lifted from her husband. Ben sneered at it. Mildred killed him. A theory, huh?
Yeah, quite a one.
Only it's lousy. From me to you, I say it's lousy.
Why?
The original premise. Dr. Lynn was not murdered, the books say. He died of anemia. Only I think the books are wrong. I think...
Hey, Danny. Danny, the light just went on across the air shaft. Yeah, it's Mrs. Burke, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, what's she doing, Danny? Turn that X-ray machine around. She X-raying the wall?
That, Magee, is a lesson on how to poison people without leaving a trace of how it was done. Duck, she's walking toward the window. Pulling down the blinds. Let's go.
Yeah, I still don't get it.
X-rays, they'll go through 8 feet of concrete. Rhoda's sleeping on the other side of that wall in the same room her father slept. Come on, hurry.
Here, Danny.
Yeah, don't knock. Just enter.
This one's locked.
I said enter.
So you did?
Who is it? I say? What is the meaning of this breaking in?
That machine, Magee, it's the thing that's killing Rhoda. Turn it off.
Yeah, only I don't know how.
Turn it off.
Okay. Like that?
Are you both crazy? What are you doing in here?
Oh, the end of the theory, Magee. Dr. Burke was no suicide. Mildred killed him and made it look like one.
You're mad.
Killed him because he finally found out about Ben Elliott and his wife. Because he would eventually learn everything.
What?
Take her, Magee.
Yeah.
Rhoda! Rhoda, tell them! I'm your mother, Rhoda, tell them! Tell them what, Mildred? What they already know. That you murdered my father, and my stepfather, and Ben Elliott, and me. Tell them what? Don't fight them, Mildred. That way they'll have to kill you quickly. Rhoda! Rhoda! Rhoda!
Broadway. It's the main trek through the jungle city, the wilderness of laughter and trumpet, and the rasping sound of life inside the earth. And the other sound, the sigh, the furtive sigh, the echo of a teardrop that no one hears. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The cast tonight included Joyce McCluskey, Betty Lou Gerson, Jack Edwards, Howard McNear, Jack Crucian, and Lou Merrill.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Thursday, take off on a spectacular 2-hour flight of fancy. It's a salute to American imagination. Join host Paul Newman, Joanne Woodward, Madeline Kahn, Telly Savalas, and a galaxy of superstars in a salute to American imagination. Thursday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
Thursday on CBS.
On American Airlines, you get what you pay for. As a full-fare passenger, only you can select a seat when you make your reservation. You can select seats for your whole trip, including connections and your flight back home. And you can get all your boarding passes at once to avoid all those lines. On American, you finally get the full-fare treatment you deserve. You get what you pay for.
We're American Airlines, doing what we do best.
At some banks, having a lot of financial questions means talking to a lot of people.
Well, first I'll connect you with new accounts. And new accounts can transfer you to savings. Savings will transfer you to checking. And checking can transfer you to loans. Who can transfer you right back to...
Not at the Harris. At the Harris, one phone call gets you your Harris banker.
Hi, Bob. Hi.
One person who can answer your questions about loans, checking, savings, even financial advice.
Great.
You should have a Harris banker.
Bill Curtis reports from Rome at 10.
Incredible. The hundreds of blood vessels in your eyes can swell to 3, even 4 times their normal size when your eyes are tired, burning, itching. For relief of minor eye irritation, use Visine. In seconds, Visine shrinks swollen blood vessels down, down, down to normal again. Now they're soothed, relieved. They feel great, and there's no more red, so they look great. For tired, irritated eyes, Visine gets the red out.
Every day I got 54 kids to deliver. So when nagging minor arthritis pain and its stiffness get a grip on me, I grab Bengay. Bengay's fast temporary relief works deep down to break up the pain in my muscles and joints. That's why Bengay is America's #1 selling arthritis rub. I know it really works for me.
When the pain of arthritis has you in its grip, break the grip of pain with Bengay.
2 of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie. Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that one's good, too.
Yes, Thursday night, and Thursday night means it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, our postman, Mel Blanc, Lou Merrill, and the music of Meredith Willson and his orchestra. For your Thursday night enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. With extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffees, skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. As we look in at the Burns home today, we find George and Meredith Willson eagerly awaiting the arrival of their favorite adventure magazine, Cowboy Love Tales.
Golly, George, I wish the postman would get here. I can't wait to see what happened to Oklahoma Tech.
Shh! Don't let Gracie hear you. She gets her hands on Cowboy Love Tales, she'll burn it.
Gosh, that'd be awful. In the last issue, they left Tex in a terrible spot.
Yeah, he was dangling from a precipice by his teeth.
With a rattlesnake coiled around his body.
Yeah. And a mountain lion just about to spring on him.
And a half-breed Hank ready to shoot him between the eyes.
Do you think he'll get out of it, Meredith?
Oh, sure. Don't forget he still has a slingshot in his pocket.
That's true.
All the same, I'm worried, George. If that mountain lion jumps him, and the rattlesnake bites him, and Hank shoots him between the eyes, and he falls off of that cliff, he could be badly injured.
Darn right. After all, he's only human.
Oh, well, he's been in some pretty tight spots before, though. Remember when he was tied to the stake and those 10,000 Indians started shooting poison arrows at him?
Yeah, but good old Tex managed to work his 6-gun free. And bang! Down went an Indian.
Then bang! Another one.
Bang! A third one. Boy, did he let him have it. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Boom!
Boom?
Well, he threw the small atom bomb he was carrying, remember?
That's right. Then he started to clean out the few that were left. Bang!
Bang!
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bang!
Well, having fun, boys?
Hello.
Hi, Gracie.
Well, it's roundup time in Beverly Hills again, huh?
Well, we got to talking about Oklahoma Tex.
Oh, that silly cowboy love tales. Next, you'll be buying 10-gallon hats for those 2-pint heads of yours.
But I like cowboy love tales. It's taught me a lot about kissing.
Kissing?
Yes, sir. I read an extremely touching scene in which Oklahoma Tex said farewell to the one he loved, and I studied his technique carefully. You approach the loved one from the front, grasp the ears firmly in each hand.
Grasp the ears?
Oh, I neglected to mention that his loved one was a horse.
Oh.
That's Tex.
Meredith, I think you better leave. I want to have a little serious talk with my husband.
So long, Meredith.
Yippee, all.
This cowboy nonsense has got to stop. It's getting so I don't dare appear with you in public. Yesterday, you mortified me in front of everyone at Saks Fifth Avenue.
What do you mean, gal?
Well, when I asked you how you like my new Easter dress, you said, darned if them trimmings don't make you look prettier than a newborn calf.
Well, that's what Oklahoma Tex says to Lucy, the school mom.
Well, I don't care. I'll thank you to remember that my mother is not a cow.
I could argue that point with you, gal.
George.
I'm sorry, old paint.
And stop calling me old paint.
Now, don't get upset, little doggy.
Oh, now I'm a doggy. George, I would like to remind you, when we were married, the minister did not pronounce us man and beast.
Yes, dear.
I do not have horns growing from my head, and it would be most difficult for me to swat flies with my tail.
Yes, dear.
And if you refer to me once more as an animal, I'll...
Oh, there's the postman. I'll get it.
Oh, you will not. And if he brought cowboy love tales, I'll give it right back to him.
But only an ornery maverick would do a thing.
George!
Yes, dear.
Coming!
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. I thought your husband would be answering the door today. I know how he's drooling for this copy of Cowboy Love Tales.
Yes, now, I think it's just shameful. Such juvenile reading.
Well, it probably brings out his love for the Western Plains. How I wish my home were there.
Do you really?
Oh, yeah. There are poisonous snakes, wildcats, jaguars, savage Indians, any number of lovely things for my wife to run into.
You'd never be happy in the West, Mr. Postman. A cowboy has no future these days.
He has if he can get into the movies. Look at Gene Autry. Look at Roy Rogers. They're making money hand over guitar.
Yeah, that's true. There is a big demand for cowboys in pictures.
Oh, yes. Mammoth Pictures have an ad in Variety this week for a real, honest-to-goodness cowboy. I wish my wife would let me take this job.
Your wife won't let you take it, huh?
No, she's jealous. You see, cowboys have to grab steers by the head and throw them. She knows if I get my arms around the neck of an attractive steer, I'll never look at her again.
Oh, Mr. Postman, that's a shame. Now, if you were my husband, you could be the greatest cowboy movie star who... Hey, wait a minute. My husband. He'd be perfect.
I thought you didn't like cowboy stuff.
Well, if it can make him a movie star, I wouldn't object. Oh, Mr. Postman, this is wonderful. George may be the new Hopalong Cassidy.
In your husband's case, they'd better make it Drag-Along Burns. Well, good luck, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
This is a terrific opportunity. And to think I fussed at George for talking like a cowboy.
the magazine come, Gracie?
Oh, don't call me Gracie. Call me a little doggy. Your ornery little maverick. Call me Old Paint.
Huh?
And I'll call you Bullface Burns.
Bullface Burns?
Yeah, the roughest, toughest cowboy who ever steered a bulldog or honked a longhorn.
Gracie, what's happened? Why are you talking like that?
Well, that's the way the wife of a famous movie cowboy should talk.
Who's a famous movie cowboy?
You are. Oh, you will be as soon as Mammoth Studios get one look at you. They're looking for a real cowboy.
And you think I
Of
could...
course. Oh, George, you'd be wonderful. Cowboys are such colorful characters. Steel gray eyes, saddle brown complexion.
That's me, huh?
Oh, sure. In fact, I like your arrangement even better. Steel gray complexion and saddle brown eyes.
I have saddle brown eyes.
You even have little saddlebags under
Okay,
you.
okay. You can forget this whole thing, Gracie. I could never qualify as a movie cowboy.
Never qualify. We'll give you a guitar and you'd be a sensation with the Bobby Boots crowd.
Say, that's right. Singing is very important, isn't it?
Oh, of course.
I'm back in the saddle again. Back where a friend is a friend. Where the longhorn cattle feed. And the lonely Gibson weed. Back in the saddle again.
Oh, George. Oh, you've got the West right in your voice. When you sing, I can hear the coyotes howl. I can even smell the cattle.
Golly, Gracie, you might have something.
Oh, of course. Oh, George, I can just see you in one of those Western pictures. You're Tex, the two-gun killer.
Yeah.
And as you walk into the saloon, a hush falls over the place. Brave men turn pale.
Yeah.
Slowly, slowly, you turn to the bartender and say, "Give me 3 fingers of Maxwell House coffee."
I order Maxwell House coffee?
Well, certainly, just because you make a picture, let's not lose our heads.
Oh, I see your point. Well, make it 5 fingers of Maxwell House. It's option time.
Suddenly, the doors swing open. Gary Cooper walks in.
Gary Cooper?
Yeah, he's the sheriff, and he comes to arrest you.
Yeah. He says, come along quiet like, Tex. But I don't move. I look Gary Cooper straight in the eye.
Yeah. Are you standing on a chair, or is he on his knees?
Well, never mind. He's got his 44 on his hip. He reaches for it.
Yeah, you reach for your 88.
88?
Well, if it takes a 44 for his hips, it'll take at least an 88.
88 for mine, yeah. Gee, you got me all hepped up about this thing. I've read Cowboy Love Tales so long, and I've got that Western lingo down pat. And the singing I can handle. There's only one thing.
What's that?
I'm scared to death of horses.
Oh, that doesn't matter. They'll have a double to do all the riding. You just do the important close-ups and sing those beautiful Western songs.
Give me my boots and saddles. Oh!
George.
Oh!
George.
Oh!
George.
Huh?
Let's swing into action. You rent a cowboy outfit, and I'll call Mammoth Studios and invite their Western producer to dinner. Tomorrow you'll be a star.
I think you've got something there, gal. Let's get a-going. Oh!
George!
Oh!
George!
Oh!
By the waters of the Minnetonka, Meredith Willson and his orchestra. Say, Meredith, that tune you're playing takes me up to the Land O'Lakes. Makes me want to get out my fishing tackle.
Well, I agree with you, Bill. There's just nothing like that fishing and hunting country around Minnetonka.
That's right. And Minnetonka is so typical of the serene, clear, sky-blue waters of Minnesota's lakes. They always seem to me like bright blue jewels dropped in a setting of green hills. No wonder the Land O'Lakes is so well-loved a part of our American scene. And I can't help thinking, too, how it's no wonder Maxwell House coffee has become so much a part of our American scene. For every cup of Maxwell House is so rich in coffee-drinking enjoyment. And today, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand in America. You see, that consistently delicious flavor is a result of expert blending of premium Latin American coffees, each chosen from famous plantations for its own distinctive contribution to the Maxwell House blend. There are Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness, other choice Latin American coffees for vigor, and Bucaramangas for full body. So the result is coffee so richly mellow, so vigorously full-bodied, that north, east, south, and west, the nation's choice is Maxwell House. Good to the last drop. Well, hi, Burnses.
Howdy, partner.
Oh, Bill, guess what? George is going into pictures. He's going to be a singing cowboy.
No.
Yes, and he'll take the country by storm. Can't you just imagine what'll happen when he sings, "Give me my boots and my saddle"?
Well, I don't know about the saddle, but they'll certainly give him the boots.
Kid's quite a comic. Sort of a blonde red skeleton.
Oh, well, you may joke now, Bill, but you'll feel pretty silly when George is a big Western star. Why, he'll be bigger than Roy Rogers, bigger than Gene Autry, bigger than Toot Gibson, bigger than...
No, not Toot Gibson, Hoot Gibson.
Hoot?
Not Toot.
Hoot? Hoot. Hoot, Toot. Whatever noise he makes, you'll make a louder one.
Yeah, I'll be famous.
I'll say you will.
Yes, like Toot Gibson, yes.
The name Tex Burns will be on everyone's lips.
Tex Burns?
Oh, that's the name he'll use. He sort of reminds you of Texas, doesn't he?
Well, he's Texas around the waist, all right, but when you get up to the shoulders, Rhode Island.
What's wrong about you being a blonde red skeleton? You're more of a tall Mickey Rooney.
Well, I'm sorry you won't take this seriously, Bill. You've worked in pictures, and I hoped you'd give George some pointers.
Well, I'd be glad to, Gracie, if the little man's really going through with it.
Ah, you're sweet.
Now, you're a beginner, George, so watch out for the men and women who know more about acting than you do.
I see.
In your case, that also includes children, dogs, and horses.
Look, Bill.
And look, if you're in the same scene with a tree, you're dead, too.
Thanks, Costello.
Well, that's enough pointers, Bill. But you can help us out tonight.
How, Gracie?
Well, I've invited Mr. Nate Wallach of Mammoth Studios over for dinner, and we want him to think that other studios are bidding for George, too.
I see.
Can you act like a movie producer who wants George to star in a picture?
Oh, sure. How's this?
And he does it without effort.
Well,
hard way.
I'm only kidding, George. Glad to do it for you. I'll be over at 8 sharp as a movie producer.
Oh, wonderful.
Thanks, Bill.
You know, I'm tickled to death you're going into pictures, George, and when I say that, I'm sure I speak for everyone in radio. Bye, George.
Well, I finally got into this cowboy outfit. How do I look?
Oh, George, you're beautiful. That bright red scarf and green shirt look like a glorious western sunset.
They do?
Uh-huh. That red scarf is the sun. See how it sinks into the valley of your chest? While its last rays peep over the little green hill of your stomach.
Must make a pretty picture.
Yes. Oh, and I love those spurs on your boots. Even if you weren't a cowboy, it would be so practical to wear spurs out in the yard.
What do you mean?
Well, you can chase gophers and mow the lawn at the same time.
Well, I hope this cowboy suit fools that producer into thinking I'm really from the West.
Oh, I put up a few trophies to help. For example, he'll think you're a real sharpshooter when he sees the 3 bears you shot.
What 3 bears?
Well, I cut our bearskin rug into 3 pieces. You see, I put the head over the fireplace. That's a bear you shot in the head.
I see. How do I explain the front leg?
Oh, well, that's a bear you shot in the paw when he stuck it out of his den to see if it was raining.
Oh, sure. And the third part of the bear I can explain myself. That's one I shot when he was bending over to tie his shoe.
Oh, George. When the producer gets here, just let me do all the talking.
Sure, I'll be the strong, silent
Yeah,
type.
that's right. Gary Cooper made $1 million just saying yep. And you can make $2 million.
I can?
Oh, sure. You can say yep and nope.
And if I really want to get into the higher brackets, I can throw in maybe.
Oh, no. Don't overdo it.
No, we'll never be able to pay our income tax.
No. Well, let's try out your cowboy talk now. Do you love me, Tex?
Yep.
Am I the prettiest gal you ever seen?
Yep.
Will you buy me a new hat?
Nope.
Wish I'd never thought of that $2 million.
Well, we might as well forget the first one if Mr. Wallach finds out that I'm scared of horses.
Oh, George, I already told you that the star doesn't have to ride, only the double.
But I've seen pictures.
Studios don't let their stars do anything that might put them in the hospital. Why, they probably even hire a double to have puppies for Lassie.
Well, I hope you can put this over.
Oh, we can't miss. Now, don't forget Bill Goodwin is coming in as a rival producer to whet his interest.
I see.
And I forgot to tell you, I also have Meredith Wilson coming in as another rival producer.
Fine pair you picked out. Dame Brain and Lame Brain.
Don't worry, Mr. Wallach will... Oh, there he is. Now, remember, let me do the talking.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm Mr. Wallach of Mammoth Studios. I believe you were expecting me.
Sure was. Come in, you ornery old cuss.
Well, thanks.
I'm Mrs. Burns, and this here's Tex. That's short for Texas, one of the western states.
Ah, so this is the famous cowboy.
Yep.
Well, Tex, it certainly is a pleasure to meet you.
Yep.
That's enough, Tex. Stop your chattering.
Yep.
Well, we're powerful glad to welcome you to our diggings, Mr. Wallach. Even if they do be mighty small and cramped.
You consider this a small home?
Sure do.
Yep. Just thought I'd ad-lib.
Down in Texas, when you want to scrub up, you gotta saddle a pony to get to the bathroom. Ain't that right, Tex?
Yep.
Well, the grub's on the table, Mr. Wallach. Would you like to put on the feed bag? Or would you rather have a plate?
Plate, if you don't mind.
You city folks. I cooked up the biggest hunk of meat I could find, but I wish I could have fixed a real Texas barbecue.
How do you prepare a Texas barbecue?
We light a forest fire and drive a herd of cattle through it. Come along, boys.
Yep.
Well, Mrs. Burns, I'd like to compliment you on an excellent dinner.
Why, thank you, partner. Though them was mighty fancy victuals for a couple of ranch hands like Tex and me.
Yes, I guess you Westerners are more used to jerk meat.
Jerk meat? Oh, jerk meat. Oh, yeah. Whenever food gets low, old Tex here goes out and shoots us a nice big jerk.
Yep.
Mighty good shot, Tex. I mind the time old Tex throwed a $50 in the air and took one shot at it with his gun. Down come a quarter, 2 dimes, and a nickel. That's shooting, son.
It certainly is.
Yep.
And you talk about riding. Old Tex here can ride a horse faster than any man living. I mind the time the Indians were chasing him. He outrode the chief.
He did?
Yep, he passed the chief at Albuquerque and the super chief in Kansas City.
Yep.
By the way, can Tex handle a rope?
Can he handle a rope? He smokes 10 of them a day.
Well, never mind the small talk. I reckon Mr. Wallach is a hankering to hear me sing.
Give me my boots and saddles. Oh,
Tex.
oh,
Tex.
oh,
Tex.
oh.
Tex.
Let me finish your note, will you?
There ain't time, Tex. Up the walk yonder comes another movie producer to bid again Mr. Wallach. Come in.
Excuse me, this is Bill Goodwin. Excuse me, I have a special offer to make. Tex Burns is back, and there's something about him I'd like. Yes, there's something about him I'd like. Yes, Tex Burns is back, and there's something about him I'd like. Yes, Tex Burns, that pork hip cowboy, is back, and there's something about him I'd like.
Just a minute.
Me,
Just a minute.
Goodwin.
Just a
Yes,
minute.
he's back.
Just a minute. I'm Tex Burns. And I'm back. What's on your mind, stranger?
I've got to have you for my new Western epic. It'll be the greatest thing ever produced.
Just a minute, Mr. Goodwin. I've never heard of you.
What?
What studio do you represent?
MGM. Metro Goodwin Mayer.
Haven't you got a gold one in there someplace?
Well, yeah, but it's in the back where it doesn't show. Oh, you mean Sam. Sam, yes. Well, he put me in charge of Westerns. Now, Tex, you can have your choice of two salaries. $10,000 a week or a pound of Maxwell House coffee.
Look, Mr.
My
Goodwin.
advice is take the Maxwell House coffee. Maxwell House is appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow. Coffee at its full-flavored best, good to the last drop.
But $10,000 a week is a mighty...
What? You even consider money when I offer you Maxwell House coffee? Why, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Mr. Goodwin...
Money. What good is money? It brings sorrow, shame, disgrace. Money is evil. It turns friend against friend, husband against wife, brother against brother. A curse on it. Hey, wait a minute. Why should I hire another actor? I'm dynamite. I'll make my own pictures. So long.
Mighty queer acting bunch of critters, you movie producers.
Oh, don't judge us all, but Mr. Goodwin, I assure you that the really big producers are very sane, sensible men.
Good evening, all. My name is Darrell F. Zanuck.
Oh, no.
I am a motion picture producer, and I am desirous of obtaining the services of... Oh, hello, Mr. Wallach.
Oh, hello, Meredith. How have you been?
Fine, thanks.
Still leading an orchestra?
Yeah, still at the same old grind. Well, as I was saying, my name is Darrell F. Zanuck. And I am anxious to employ...
Meredith, you know Mr. Wallach?
Sure, we've been friends for years. Well, as I was saying, my name is Darrell...
Stop it. If he's your friend, he knows you're not Darrell F. Zanuck.
By Ginger, you may have a point there.
Yeah, that was hard to figure out.
Very well. How's this? Good evening, all. My name is Cecil B. DeMille.
Ow. Well, I guess that washes me up, Mr. Wallach. Sorry, my wife brought in those phonies.
Oh, that's all right. I knew they were phonies. I also didn't believe those stories your wife told about you.
Hey, hold on, stranger. If you're calling me a liar, Tex will take a pot shot at you. And yours he can't miss.
Well, I didn't call you a liar. I just meant you weren't telling the truth.
Oh, well, I accept your apology.
But I still want to sign you to a contract, Tex.
You do?
Sure. I know a real cowboy when I see one. Your legs didn't get that way from riding a bicycle.
Well, thanks.
Here's our standard 51-page contract. You sign it right here.
No, not so fast. Tex, don't sign that until I've read it over mighty careful. Let me see it. It's okay, Tex, sign it.
Okay. There you are. Now, Mr. Wallach, what songs will I sing in my first picture?
Oh, you don't sing. Read your contract. You're hired as a double to do the dangerous riding.
Huh?
Yes, we don't want any actors breaking their necks.
Gracie.
Gee, she just left to spend 2 weeks with her mother in San Francisco.
She did.
Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee.
Always good to the last drop.
Fine cowboy movie career I nearly had.
Oh, George, it's just as well you're not going to star in westerns. Remember that one we saw called The Virginian?
Yeah?
Well, they called it that because the hero was from Virginia.
So what?
Well, how would it look if they advertised George Burns in the Bronx then?
Good night.
Goody Jello pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right.
And just as Jello, 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten. So the proof of Jello pudding's in the eating.
The Jello twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jello pudding or of Jello, and you know it's the one and only Jello.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. And now stay tuned to this station because Bird's Eye Open House with Tony Martin and Lena Romai is coming on in just a second. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
In the next 2.5 years, 94 men must die on or near certain dates.
What has Joseph Mengele to do with all this?
Kill him. Kill him.
Did the babies all come from Brazil?
Oh, they were all beautiful little boys.
The Boys from Brazil from 20th Century Fox, starring Gregory Peck, Laurence Olivier, James Mason. The Boys from Brazil, rated R. Coming to a theater near you. Check newspapers.
Look, it's Big Sal. Got anything special in there for Scruffy?
You bet. Alpo beef flavored dinner. Now dogs who eat dry can get that great Alpo taste, too.
How's that?
That great Alpo taste is now in a bag.
Will Scruffy like it?
Watch. It's made with real meat protein and flavored with real beef juices.
So now dogs who eat dry
can get that great Alpo taste, too.
Alpo beef flavored dinner in a bag.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Brett Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Brett Reed in the thrilling adventure of Too Hot to Handle.
Extra, breakfast extra, Betty Crocker cereal tray makes breakfast fun. Betty Crocker cereal tray makes breakfast fun.
Yes, sir, the Betty Crocker cereal tray is really a breakfast extra. All in one handy carton, it gives you all your top favorite cereals, Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. You can take your choice right at the table. You can have your own separate individual package. Wheaties one morning, Cheerios the next, and Kix the next. It's fun, and you always open a fresh package. Try it.
Get your Betty Crocker cereal tray! Get your Betty Crocker cereal tray! Get your Betty Crocker...
It was early evening when the train from the west brought Britt Reed's father to the city. As he came into the station, he paused and looked for Britt. He saw an attractive girl approach with a smile of welcome.
Mr. Reed, hello.
Miss Travis, well, I didn't expect to see you here.
You're looking splendid. Well, how was the trip?
Tiresome. Where's my son? Is he here?
He's waiting for you at his apartment. He thought it would be better if I saw you alone. Before you talk to him.
Confound it. What's going on? Why did Britt send for me?
Please, Mr. Reed, wait until we're in the car.
Well, Miss Travis, let's have it. Why did Britt telephone and ask me to come here?
Mr. Reed, you wanted me to give you a report on your son's activity.
That's right.
Well, Mr. Reed, you have a wonderful son. More wonderful than you or anyone else realized. Well, at least that's the way I feel about it.
Well, this is a surprise.
He's been doing incredible things, but he's right. I know he's right, or I'm just as crazy as he is.
Linda, what are you talking about?
We'll be at the apartment in a few minutes. Then you learn everything.
I want you to quit stalling, Britt. You've made all the proper inquiries about my health and my trip from the west. You've offered cigars, cigarettes, and highballs, but confound it, there's just one thing I want.
Well, Dad...
Now, you and Miss Travis have something to tell me. Now, what is it?
Oh, perhaps I'd better go.
Perhaps you'd better stay.
Yes, sir.
Dad, I don't know just where to begin. You've heard of the Green Hornet, haven't you?
Heard of him? I was the one that suggested that the Sentinel post a reward for his capture. And I can't understand why you haven't been able to get him.
Well, you want it quick and straight, so here it is. I am the Green Hornet.
And you're proud of him, Linda?
Yes, I am.
Why?
Well, because of what he's done as the Green Hornet.
How did you know?
Oh, I found it out by accident.
So you created the character of the Green Hornet. Why did you do it, son? Haven't you always had everything you wanted?
I sure have, Dad. Things have been handed to me on a silver platter from the time I was a kid. When it was time for me to go to work, you gave me the Daily Sentinel and a competent staff to run it.
I'd hoped that the responsibility of managing a newspaper would be good for you.
I think it was. I learned about things that I never knew existed.
Huh?
I saw political grafters and confidence men bend the law nearly double without actually breaking it. I had inside information on political bribes. I knew of crooks in our government, and there wasn't a thing that could be done about them. We couldn't even publish their activities because the law couldn't get proof that would hold up in court. A lot of criminals went free because of tricky laws and red tape.
What the Green Hornet? Everyone thinks the Hornet is a criminal.
Dad, I could see only one way to get those rats. Someone had to meet them and play the game their way, with no holds barred. Putting them in jail was the most important thing in the world to me. It came ahead of the newspaper, ahead of my reputation, ahead of everything. If you look at the records, you'll see that I was successful. Maybe I was wrong.
No, you were not wrong.
Who knows about this?
Cato, Linda Travis, and now you.
And now that the secret is out, what are you going to do?
The secret is not out unless you let it out. Cato has shared the secret with me. Linda will share it. It could be shared with you.
Mr. Reed, regardless of what the public thinks, There isn't a single charge against the Green Hornet. The police haven't a thing on it.
There were charges. The Sentinel has been offering a reward.
Yes, the record is clean now. The last murder charge was wiped off the books a few days ago.
And Linda, you'd forego the reward to keep this secret?
Oh, I don't want that kind of money.
Well, you can't buy loyalty like that.
Oh, there's such a need for someone like the Green Hornet.
It's up to you, Dad. Are you with me?
After announcing his identity, Britt Reed hadn't taken his eyes off his father. He had seen various emotions, shock, disbelief, controlled anger, in the strong, rugged face. This had given way to a hurt expression. But as he explained his position, Britt saw his father's chin come up. Then, during a momentary silence, the eyes of father and son met. Between the two, there flashed a spark of mutual understanding. A look of confidence came into Britt Reed's clean-cut features, and the older man looked proud. Then there was a faint grin that expanded to a chuckle.
Dad, you're not angry.
Angry? Why, how can I be angry with you? I know exactly how you feel, because I went through the same thing. You? Look at that picture on the wall. The man on that horse is one of your ancestors. And those hills are in Texas. When I was a boy, I rode with that man. I saw him six-gun his way through red tape and ride roughshod over crooks who thought they were too smart for the law. He rode for justice. Britt, I gave you the Daily Sentinel because I knew you'd learn a lot about smart crooks that the law couldn't get. I hope you'd do something about those crooks, just as your pioneer ancestor did. I wanted to see you use the paper as a crusading weapon. I wanted to see sparks fly. But nothing came.
But, Dad...
I was disappointed, son. I wondered what was the matter with you. Wondered why the American heritage didn't assert itself. That's why I sent Linda here. I sent her to find out what was wrong with you. And now I learn. Why, confound it, Britt. You're more like the man in that picture than I dreamed you could be. This is the biggest thing that's ever happened to me. This is...
Dad.
You and Linda will have to forgive an old man his emotions.
Dad, you're tops.
Old man? Oh, what am I saying? I feel younger than I have for 20 years. And more than that, I'm with you, boy. I'm with you all the way. If I can help the Green Hornet stamp out crooks, it will be just like it was back in those Texas hills when I helped the man on that picture.
The next day found Britt Reed's father lunching at the Civic Club with one of his oldest friends, the Commissioner of Police.
Now, confidentially, Higgins, I had a special reason for wanting to see you. Today, I learned the identity of the Green Hornet.
You have?
Yes. Now, I'm not going to tell you, not just yet. But I know who he is and where he can be reached. And I know something else. He's on your side of the law. And now, Jimmy, that I know where to reach him, he can be of even more help.
You better tell the new commissioner. I'm resigning.
You're what?
Larry Lawson has me over a barrel.
Larry Larson? Isn't that the name of the roadhouse operator who was picked up on a narcotic charge?
That's the guy.
What's he got on you?
Photographs of my son.
Oh. How is the boy?
Fine. He's living in Grove City with his wife and daughter. He's a councilman. And there's talk of him for the next mayor.
Oh, that's so.
Yeah. Ronnie was here to visit about a year ago. He went to Lawson's roadhouse. Went alone, which was a mistake. When he came home that night, he told me how some knockout drops had been put in his highball and how he'd been robbed of his wallet. That's when I started going after Larson. I got plenty of evidence against Larson. The best of it I got personally. I'm the chief witness against him. I can put Larson and a half a dozen of his pals behind the bars on narcotics charges. But, Dan, I don't dare do it.
Tell me the rest.
Ronnie wasn't drugged so he could be robbed. He was drugged so Larson could get photographs made. He showed them to me. Pictures of Ronnie looking stupefied and sitting at a table in a private room with Larson, Pokey Smart, and several other drug peddlers.
What's Larson's price?
He'll give me the pictures and negatives when I give him the evidence I collected. I've got to do it. So I'm resigning as commissioner.
Where does Larson keep those pictures?
Somewhere in his office at the roadhouse. He's got a secret hiding place.
Jim, remember when we were younger? The days back in Texas? In those days, we'd have found a way to deal with Larson.
I know what you're thinking about, Dan. But it's no use. Our stuff won't go with Larson.
Wait a minute, Jim. Wait a minute. Now, forget that resignation.
What the?
Now, you sit tight. I told you I knew the Green Hornet. Now, let me give him the facts and see what happens.
There's nothing the Green Hornet can do. No one can get the photos of Ronnie unless Larson tells where they're hidden. And Larson won't tell. No one can make him tell.
Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that, Jim. I've got a lot of confidence in the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Boys and girls, we're going to town. I mean, Fun Town. Just listen to this. Each of the 10 separate boxes of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks in the Betty Crocker cereal tray is designed like a toy house or store. When you get these boxes, all you have to do is cut along the dotted lines, then fold, and presto, you've got a model toy city, complete with barbershops, drugstores, grocery stores, and houses. Not only that, but you also get cutouts of autos, fences, garages, and a lot more things. Here in front of me is Baldy's Barber Shop. Next, a big grocery store and market. Down the street, the Spick Bakery. Next, a drugstore. Everything complete. Even storage sheds in back of buildings and awnings in front. All true to life in every detail. Best of all, different toy houses and stores come on different Betty Crocker cereal trays. Just think of the fun you can have cutting out and setting up your own model city. Ask your grocer for the Betty Crocker cereal tray. That's the handy cereal package with all 3 of your breakfast favorites. Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get yours now. Now to continue our story. Brett Reed's father made a phone call from the Civic Club.
Britt, are you sure it's all right to talk on this phone? Well, I just finished lunch with the police commissioner, and here's what he's up against.
After talking to his father, Brett Reed left the Sentinel office and hurried to his apartment. The phone was ringing when he arrived.
Mr. Reed's apartment?
He heard Cato answering.
Is that for me, Cato?
Well, yes, Mr. Britt. Miss Travis called from office.
I left word for her to call when she came in. Hello, Miss Travis. I'm going to be tied up at home for a couple of hours. When I get back to the office, I want to see everything that's available about Larry Larson and his gang. You'll find a lot of items in the morgue. Axford will help you dig it out. Now, Cato, I'll need your help in the laboratory.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
We're going to prepare some letters on special paper.
For what, Mr. Britt?
Tonight, the Green Hornet is going to visit Larry Larson's roadhouse.
Golly, Casey, look at all the stuff me and Miss Travis got together about Larry Larson. This office looks like a rummage sale.
Well, I'll pick everything up and get it in order for Mr. Reed.
Larson is due to take a rap at a narcotics charge. He's hot news these days. Is Reed going to have you do a special story about him and his gang?
Well, I don't know what Mr. Reed's plans are.
Probably human interest.
You think so, Miss Keith?
Isn't that your specialty?
Well, I haven't specialized. Yes.
You will.
Say, if you want the dope on Larson, you should go and visit his roadhouse.
Michael.
In spite of Larson being a crook, they got good food there and music and dance.
Oh, a splendid idea, Mr. Axford.
No, if you wanted to go, I could
I'll speak to Mr. Reed when he comes in. Well, I'd better take these clippings into his office.
Axford, you dope.
Well, I was figuring to help the youngster out.
As if she needed help.
But she can't go to Larson's place alone.
She won't. But you won't be the guy to take her.
No?
Oh, Michael, can't you see? She set her sails for Mr. Reed. Do you have to give her ideas, you damn Cupid?
I do want you to go to Larson's, Miss Travis. I'll call for you at 11.
So late, Mr. Reed?
Before I call for you, I'm going there with Cato as the Green Hornet.
Larry Larson had a private table in one rear corner of his roadhouse. He looked up as a bull-necked man with cauliflower ears approached.
What is it, Pokey? Hey, boss, you better come out back. The guy says he's from the police.
Why can't they leave me alone till my trial?
I got an umbrella at the back door for you.
Come on. You stick close and keep your gun handy.
Outside the roadhouse, a steady downpour covered the Black Beauty as Britt Reed and Cato waited in the rain-drenched darkness. A study of the newspaper clippings, many of which described the Larson Roadhouse, had given Britt Reed a fairly complete knowledge of the layout. Both he and Cato wore masks as they waited in the Black Beauty near a small rear door. Presently, they saw two men advance through the rain.
The smaller one is Larson.
I see.
Here he is, boss.
What do you want?
Kill the flashlight, Larson.
You're the Hornet.
And did you guess that, or did Chubby tell you?
What do you want?
I brought a present for you.
Meaning what?
A couple of letters. Spill your flashlight on them and notice the name.
Watch him, Pokey.
Yeah, I am, boss.
Higgins. Police Commissioner Higgins.
I got them a little moist, but they'll dry out.
Where'd you get these?
Interesting reading, huh? The commissioner'd be in a spot if those were published.
Yeah, plenty. How'd you get them?
You know better than to ask that, Larson.
Is this straight? Did Higgins really accept bribes in the Turner affair?
Why don't you ask Higgins?
The letters are on the level. They'll prove that Higgins is a crook. Why do you bring them to me?
You need them. You're going on trial in a week or so. Higgins is the main witness against you and your pals.
That he is, boss.
He might be interested in a deal. These letters in exchange for the evidence he has against you.
Where do you come in?
After you beat the rap, you can help me.
How?
You read the papers. You saw what the DA said about me.
Yeah, he's done a fast switch. He's for you.
I want Higgins to be the same way.
You mean...
You didn't think the DA really liked me. Or did you?
Ah. So you had some letters or something that mentioned the DA?
What do you think?
I get it.
Use those letters if you need to, and I'll see you after your trial.
Uh-huh.
And be careful of them. They're dynamite. Don't put them where they can be found.
Don't worry.
I mean that. Higgins might send a prowler to crack your safe.
I got a good hiding place. How did they get so damp?
I was out in the rain. I'll see you, Larson.
Gosh, boss, what do you make of that?
I don't know, Pokey.
You got to use the letters?
With those photos of Ron Higgins, I won't need them. but I'll look 'em over. Here, put 'em in the hiding place. You know where. I'll go over them after we close up.
In accordance with his plan, Britt left the Black Beauty in Cato. He secured a cab and called for Linda. The two returned to Larson's Roadhouse and ordered supper. Linda phoned the police, then returned to the table.
It's getting close to midnight.
Yes, the police should be here soon.
What did you tell them, Linda?
I said exactly what you told me to. I said I had overheard a conversation. Someone said a load of white stuff would be delivered to Larson at midnight.
I hope Cato and I were accurate in fixing the time it would take for those letters to dry out.
What if your plan fails?
I'll have to think of another plan. They've got... Linda, watch Larson. That gorilla named Pokey just went to his table.
Maybe this is it.
I think it is. Excuse me, Linda. I've got to see a couple of men about some smoke.
Britt Reed tried to appear casual as he left the dining room. Alone in a hall, he hurried to a corridor. And as he headed toward the rear of the building, he drew a mask and gun from beneath his dinner jacket. Meanwhile, Larson and Pokey hurried to the office.
Is anyone in my office?
No, boss. I was there alone watching like usual when I seen the smoke coming through the cracks in the wall.
Fine thing.
Boss, now look at the smoke. It's thick.
Confound it. Close that door. Grab that fire extinguisher.
Yeah, sure.
Something's caught fire in the hiding place.
What could it be?
Oh, how do I know? Gotta get that panel open. Oh.
Too hot to touch it. Look at the smoke pour through the cracks.
Give me that fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
Smash the panel with your gun barrel.
Right.
I'll turn the extinguisher on it. Hit it again. Hurry! That does it.
Look at the flame.
I've got to save the photos. Got to save them.
You're licking it. Turn the stream to the left.
Reach in. Pull everything out to the floor.
Okay, boss.
Hurry, I've got to find the photos.
These cans of white stuff.
I said the photos. Never mind those cans. Find the envelope with the Higgins picture.
Hey, what's this?
Oh, almost completely burned.
That looks like it.
Oh, look. Look.
Them negatives burn like gunpowder.
Oh, the prints are useless.
I want some of that stuff.
Boss.
What?
You. Where'd you come from?
You were too busy to hear the door open. Can't be trusted with documents, can you, Larson?
Listen, you...
I'll take those papers.
No, you don't.
Get back.
You want to shoot it out, eh?
You are...
This is for you, Larson.
No.
My arm. Help me.
Britt Reed snatched the partly burned photographs, then leaving Larson unconscious and Pokey shot, dashed through a rear door and across the open space behind the building. He heard a police whistle and the shouts of the police who had been waiting, but he kept going toward an orchard. A car came out of the darkness to meet him.
Here's the mask, the gun, and the documents from Larson's secret hiding place. What's left of them?
Police come this way.
They'll think I've escaped in the car. I'll hide among the trees until it's safe to go around the front and rejoin Linda. I'll meet you at the apartment. Get going.
I got away. No use running any farther. The car was waiting for us. He came from the rear door.
Hey, boys!
Oh, Axel's at the door now.
Come quick! See where he found his Larson's office!
Britt and Linda were part of the crowd that pressed curiously while police moved in the office. Half an hour later, the couple stood in front of the roadhouse waiting for a cab.
Mr. Reed, just what made those letters you gave Larson burst into flame?
A chemical that Cato prepared. He can explain it to you while I'm preparing a package to deliver to the police commissioner.
Oh, I wish I could see the commissioner's face when he realizes that Larson no longer has a hold on him.
I wish I could see Dad's face.
Is he at Mr. Higgins' home?
Yes. And those two old cronies haven't much longer to wait.
The evening had been long for Higgins and the father of Britt Reed. Both were dozing when the doorbell rang. Both were instantly wide awake, on their feet, and hurrying to the door.
Maybe this is it, Jim.
Reed, if I could believe that something dropped.
I'll get it. It was tucked beside the doorknob.
There's a car at the curb. Hey, Reed. Reed, was that the Green Hornet?
Look, Jim, this packet is for you. There's writing on it.
What's it say?
Here, Commissioner, is the complete file of what's left of it, with my compliments. The Green Hornet. Well, it looks like you're in the clear, Dilly.
I'd give a lot to meet that Green Hornet.
Wait a while, Higgins. Wait a while. Maybe you will meet the Green Hornet.
Let's select three. Fibber, Larson held on second charge. Surprise raid uncovered further drug activities. Read all about it. Police spot Green Hornet car leaving scene. Set select three. Fibber!
You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix.
Golly, what a wallop! He rang the bell again.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Cheerios gives you a kind of nourishment that really counts. Cheerios is a cereal that really helps you build up strength and energy. So for your better breakfast, always start with Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios.
This is Jerry Hendigas saying, stay tuned.
Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Al Neal speaking. This is ABC, the American.
How many cold tablets do you take a day? 2?
More.
4?
More.
6?
Yes, 6.
A day? And then more at night? Why?
They're new?
Ever try Contact?
No.
Watch. One Contact helps relieve your congestion for up to 12 hours without the aspirin substitute and cough suppressant in these. Just one more Contact helps you all night while you sleep.
You're the guys on TV.
Give your cold to Contact.
At the crossroads of the continent, they had found love. But now their lives were about to take a different turn. A turn toward terror. Mystique Books. A series of international novels of romantic suspense where love and danger go hand in hand. Mystique. 4 best-selling novels every month wherever you buy paperback books. Your continuing affair with people who love dangerously. Mystique Books.
Eye writing is here from Maybelline. The easy way to write eyes as unique as your signature. Maybelline Eye Color Styler Pencils.
Invent. Have fun.
Line, shadow, contour, and style with luscious, blendable color.
Go from demure to dramatic. It's easy with a pencil.
That's eye writing.
For eyes as unique as your signature, get Eye Color Styler Pencils from Maybelline.
Terrific. Here, Luke.
Thanks, Mr. Escondon. Did your dad make these? You mean in his restaurant? Yeah, how did you get so thin and crispy? He didn't. You didn't?
No, Luke. They're Tostitos brand tortilla chips. But they make them like I would, with stone ground corn, in traditional flavor, and nacho cheese.
He didn't make them, but he could if he wanted to.
Tostitos, an authentic tortilla taste from Frito-Lay.
Saturday, Helen's out for some extra cash.
I think I can satisfy you.
On the ropers. And Detective School gets caught on the wrong side of a holdup.
You am look like a thief. No, but your face is against the law.
Then on the love boat, 2 teens fake their way into the honeymoon suite, and it's left to Gopher to keep them apart. And on Fantasy Island, a high school wallflower gets revenge on the class bully by blossoming into a beauty. And a would-be Rocky takes on the champion of the world.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear. Well, the Lone Ranger, up next.
Hello, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. The Lone Ranger was the greatest champion of law and order the early West ever knew. He fought crime and criminals through the length and breadth of 7 states. But justice meant more to him than the letter of the law, and time after time he saved innocent men from death or imprisonment. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Seward's Ranch! Hello, Silver! Away! Old Missouri opened the door that led into Mustang Mag's kitchen, cautiously looked inside, then called softly to Mag that,
Mag! Hi, Mag!
Oh, my gracious, you give me a scare. Thunderation, can't you make a noise when you come around so the body wouldn't get scared half out of a skin?
Hush! The Sky Pilot around?
Oh, it's him you're dodging, huh? I don't know where he is. But if you're coming in, hurry up about it and close the door. You're letting in half the flies in creation.
You don't mind if I smoke, do you?
Huh? Me? Ain't nothing to me if you want to poison yourself. Swallow arsenic if it'll make you feel any better.
The Sky Pilot's agin it.
Again swallowing arsenic? Well, that ain't hard to understand.
You know that ain't what I mean, Mag. He's agin smoking. He caught me at it yesterday. That's why I never got my work done. Took him the better part of the afternoon to tell me how sinful I was.
Just the afternoon? Well, that goes to show he ain't so well acquainted with you yet.
Oh, now, Mag.
Sin and laziness, Missouri. You're cram plumb full of both of them.
You think the Sky Pilot ought all the time be hollering at a feller?
It hurting you any?
The day before yesterday, he caught me talking to that doggone mule you bought off of Jake Nugent. Now, I ask you, Mag, how's a fella to talk to a mule? Polite and respectful? Shucks, the darn critter wouldn't have no notion what you was getting at.
And the Sky Pilot heard you, huh? I'd have liked to been there.
You shouldn't never let him come to stay here.
Why, Missouri, outside of being a mite stubborn, I ain't never seen a more useful mule than that one.
I'm talking about the Sky Pilot.
Then speak up plain.
That's what I'm trying to do, doggone it. He's agin smoking. He's agin cussing. You shouldn't carry a shooting iron. You oughtn't to ride a horse on Sunday. I'll bet he ain't even so sure a fellow ought to go around with his shirt sleeves rolled up. It being kind of immodest.
The mule?
No, the Sky Pilot.
You better watch yourself, Missouri. You're letting yourself get a mite out of hand.
Oh.
As for the Sky Pilot, well, I'd say most times he's right. I don't hold with smoking myself, though I've never made a point of it. And there's a sight too much cussing and gunslinging going on. Nope. It ain't his opinions that are wrong. It's the way he goes about spreading them. He just ain't caught on to the knack of it yet. Like cutting out a calf for Brandon, there's a right and a wrong way to it.
Man, you're just on his side, 'cause I ain't. And I'm telling you plain, if he stays on here much longer, I'll go clean loco.
You're that already. Now shut up and give me a hand here. You can put this bread that's ready for baking atop the oven.
Yes'm.
Careful you don't drop him.
Me drop anything? Why, I'm the carefulest feller in 6 states. I never... Gosh.
Missouri, you old fool, look what you've done. Now just look at the mess you've made.
Good morning, Reverend.
Oh, what a shame.
Oh, I'll clean it up.
Did I startle you, Missouri?
Shucks, no, I just, that is...
Do I smell smoke?
From the oven, most likely.
Oh, a pipe?
No.
Do you know to whom it belongs?
My gosh, I ain't the slightest idea.
Oh, we have 2, Missouri. It's yours.
Mine? But I never loaned it to nobody.
You was just now smoking it.
Me?
Yes, you.
Certainly you can remember a simple thing like that, can't you, Missouri?
I guess if Mag says I was smoking, I must have been. But ain't it funny how things can slip your mind? Why, only the other day I was...
Missouri? Yesterday you gave me your solemn word that you were finished with tobacco.
Did I?
You did. Now, today I find that you were attempting to deceive me. Missouri, what am I to think of you?
I tell you, Reverend, there ain't much use you trying to reform me. I'm too old. It'd just be wasting your valuable time. Now, why don't you try it out on the young folks, see? Like Mag there, for instance.
That'll be enough out of you, Missouri.
But Mag...
Let's see who that was just rolled up outside.
Yes,
Mag.
Well, glory be, if it ain't Rod Sampson. Rod.
Mag, you gotta hide me. You just got to. The sheriff's right after me for something I swear I never done. You gotta hide me and my horse, too. Oh, please, Mag, please.
You heard him, Missouri. Hustle right outside. Unsaddle Rod's horse and turn it out where the others won't be noticed.
You betcha.
Oh, I must say
Now,
that
don't bother me now, Reverend. This is important. Rod, how far behind is the sheriff?
It'll be along most any minute.
Then get in that closet there and close the door behind you.
Mag, I give you my word I ain't guilty.
Of course you ain't. You think I have to ask questions to know that? Now get in the closet, like I said.
Oh, bless you, Mag. I won't never be forgetting this.
Shut the door.
Mag.
Well?
I trust that you're acquainted with a citizen's duty toward the law.
I trust I am. What about it?
Very obviously, you intend to forget that duty. You're harboring a confessed fugitive.
He's my friend.
But your duty...
I don't know how you figure things. But after you've been in the West for a while, you'll learn that a friend's somebody you don't never go back on.
A very dangerous attitude of mine.
But it's my mind, such as it is, and it's my attitude. And I ain't apologizing for neither.
I'm sorry to see you taking this tone.
We can talk it out some other time. Don't tell me you unsaddled Rod's horse in this space of time, Missouri. You couldn't.
Give it to Dex. He can be trusted. I come back to tell you the sheriff's coming. He's right. There he is now.
And you let me handle this and keep your mouth shut. For all your practice, Missouri, you never did amount to much as a storyteller. Quiet. Come in.
Howdy, folks.
Howdy,
Sheriff. Howdy.
Well, heavenly days, Sheriff. What brings you here? You ain't after me for taxes this time, are you?
Nope, you can rest easy, Mag. I got other business. Ain't seen nothing of Rod Sampson, have you?
You're joking?
Nope.
But Rod's place is clear the other side of Soda Springs. Say, you ain't after him for something, are you?
Afraid I am, Mag.
Oh, now you are joking.
Nope, none at all. Ain't nothing the least funny about this. Rod's wanting a right serious charge. I thought I seen him head in here.
What charge?
Rustling.
No.
Yep. Mr. Seward swore out a warrant for him. Swears Rod's been stealing his cow. Says he's got a witness to it. So I reckon Rod will have to go to jail.
When you find him...
Missouri.
Oh!
Well, if you haven't seen him, he must have cut over to the north after I lost sight of him back at the gully. I'll have to keep moving or I'll lose too much time.
You'll do better investigating Seward. I wouldn't take that high-binding polecat's word for the time of day.
Shouldn't let your disliking him affect your judgment any, Mag. Well?
Pardon me.
Huh? Do something?
I feel it my duty, Sheriff, as one who has the highest respect for the law.
Sure. We all feel it's our duty, Reverend, and if anything should come up where we can be of any help, we'll be glad to. Well, goodbye, Sheriff. Next time
One moment.
Now, wait.
I won't permit this. Sheriff, these people have made a fool of you.
Now, doggone it, you look here.
Silence. The man you want, Sheriff, is in this house. He's here with the full knowledge of Mag and Missouri. You'll find him skulking there in that closet.
Blast.
Careful, Rod.
It wasn't our fault.
I know it wasn't Mag. Neither was it Missouri's.
Now, Rod, the best thing you could do would be to hush your mouth and start marching. Come on.
You understand, Sheriff, that if there's any reward, I couldn't accept it.
Mister, you'd better understand something.
Hmm?
You just had to speak up and spoil everything, didn't you?
Spoil everything?
I knew all the time that Rod was here. I seen Missouri leading his horse away.
Gosh.
I seen the muddy tracks Rod left leading to that there closet door. But doggone it, I didn't want Rod caught any more than Mag did. And if you just had the sense to keep still, I could have done my duty and kept Rod from going to jail. Next time, don't you meddle.
Well, the very idea.
A doggone good idea, I'd call it.
Now, do you see what I meant, Mag?
I reckon I do.
It seems that in this part of the country, not even the men sworn to uphold it respect the law.
You know what they respect a doggone sight more?
Well?
Justice. And when laws get in the way of it, they'd better watch out.
Young Rod Sampson had been popular in the district, while Seward, the rancher, who had sworn out the warrant for his arrest, was despised by everyone. Therefore, when the latter passed within hailing distance of Mag's ranch on his way to town and met a group of cowboys coming from the other direction, the encounter led to interesting developments.
Well, if there ain't Mr. Seward.
And riding atop of a horse. Doggone if I didn't think snakes alls crawl.
Now, don't you fellas start nothing.
What's the matter, Mr. Seward? You think you're the only fella can start anything?
You let me through now. Don't you block that road.
Oh, there. Whoa. You had Rod jailed.
He never stole a cow in all his life. And when a coyote like you says he did, it just about proves he didn't.
He did. He's a thief.
And don't call a pard of ours a thief.
Fellas, what do you say we give Mr. Seward a little working over? Maybe it'll teach him not to be so careless who he accuses next time.
No, wait, you can't. The law, you wouldn't dare. No, please.
Drag him off the horse.
Pull him down.
Get his arm.
No.
Hey, watch out. The skunk's going for his gun.
I'll fix you. I'll show you. It'll be self-defense.
Watch out. He shot Lefty.
Why, the yellow polecat, we ought to string him up.
Lefty, where'd he get you?
Just my arm. But it burns like blazes.
He might have killed you.
It wasn't his fault he didn't. Here's your rope.
There's a tree over there.
Come on, grab him.
please.
We'll carry him there.
Come on, Silver. A masked man
with a redskin with him.
Help! This way! Help me!
Get back! Stay away from here, stranger.
They're butting in. Shoot them.
I'll get the engine.
The masked fella's mine. Fire my hand.
You can't get away with this, stranger.
Up with you. Hold on. Come on, Silver. Come on up, Scout. Head for Mustang Mag's place, Tonto. You all right?
They would have hugged me.
I doubt it. I think they were trying mostly to scare you.
They would have, I tell you. They would have.
No, but things might have gone too far. There, place, straight up. Oh, Scout. Oh. Down with you.
My horse.
You can round him up later. If he doesn't return to your place by himself. Right now, you'd better stay out of sight.
Heavenly days.
Hello, Mag. Oh.
You and Tonto. Who's this you got here?
Seward. Some punchers were threatening to hang him.
Seward.
I want him to stay out of sight.
Friend, are you?
Yes, Mag?
I know it ain't your style to let anybody get hurt if it can be helped.
Well?
But couldn't you have let Seward get hung just this once?
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. After the Lone Ranger had rescued the rancher Seward from a group of cowboys and had taken him to the home of Mustang Mag for protection, Tonto recaptured Seward's mount. At last, when the way seemed clear, the rancher made ready to leave.
Well, I'll be getting along now. I won't thank you for nothing, Mag, because I savvy plain enough how you feel toward me.
And a good thing you do.
But you saved me from the cowboys, friend, and
You're mistaken.
No, but you did. They might have hung
You
me up.
misunderstood me. What I meant to say is that I'm not your friend.
Eh?
I have good reasons for saying that. I came to your aid as I would have helped anyone else, no matter who or what he was. But I'll tell you something before you leave, so there'll be no further misunderstandings.
Yeah?
One of these days, you'll end behind bars, and I hope I'm the man who puts you there.
How do you like that, Seward? How do you take the straight talk?
Yes. I have nothing to worry about. Time enough to stop worrying when I have to hide behind a mask to dodge the law.
Right put out, won't he?
Look at him. You know what he puts me in mind of? Nothing half so much as them white crawling things you find by turning over a rock.
But he's dangerous in the way all cowardly men are dangerous. They substitute cunning for physical courage.
You know, there's something that puzzles me about all this.
What is it, Meg? I'll put you right on it.
Underation, Missouri, won't you never learn to keep shut?
Oh.
No, what puzzles me is why Seward accused Rod of rustling. Just don't seem to be any reason for it.
I have an idea. I know the reason.
You do?
I'll know more
Will you
about...
Pardon me?
Sure.
I would like to speak to this gentleman with you.
Yes?
Perhaps Mag or Missouri has mentioned me to you. I'm Jasper Kane, the Reverend Jasper Kane.
Yes, they've mentioned you.
I wonder, would you mind very much telling me why a man of your apparent education has chosen the life of an outlaw rather than to abide by the rules of society? Is it the easy money?
Oh, that's a good one.
Reverend, this is one time you're barking up the wrong tree.
Huh?
Why, great land of Goshen. This man here is doing what you just wish you was doing. And he's doing it from here to the border while you ain't even got a good start yet in this here county. Him a crook? He packs more law in them 2 guns of his than all the lawyers west of the Mississippi could write down in a month of Sundays if they was to work overtime at it.
But the mask...
Kane, you're an Easterner, aren't you?
Oh, I have no reason to be ashamed of it.
Of course not. But from the little Mag in Missouri have told me, I've gathered that you're trying to force a point of view you gained in the East upon the people bred here in the West.
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
We'll put it this way. There's law and there's justice. In the East, the emphasis is upon the first. In the West, upon the latter.
If you rigidly enforce the law, then you're bound to have justice.
There have been cases where the one didn't follow the other. For instance, Rod Sampson. A warrant was sworn out for his arrest, and the law said that warrant had to be served. But everyone in this district is aware that Rod's arrest was unjust.
It isn't for us to judge in these matters.
That's the Easterner speaking. Where you come from, you scarcely know your next-door neighbors. Here, people know everyone from miles around. Mag probably is acquainted with everyone within a 500-mile radius of her ranch.
Well?
When you know people that well, Kane, you're qualified to judge from their characters whether or not an accusation of this nature is true. In the East, you wouldn't be so qualified, and your only course would be to depend upon the letter of the law and hope that it served justice. When you've realized that difference, I think you'll understand the people of this country better and have more success in your work.
A barbarous theory.
Doggone it, then. If you think as little of us as you say you do, why in Tunket do you hang around?
For a very good reason, Missouri.
Huh?
It's just where I find persons as ignorant and uncivilized as you that there's the greatest need of my labor. Good day.
What? What's that? He called me ignorant. He said I was...
Pull in your horns, Missouri. When he said you wasn't hardly civilized, he sure called a turn.
Now look here,
Nice
Mac.
job.
Oh.
But all joking aside, just what is a fella like that doing out here? Why don't he go on back east where folks wouldn't be all the time offending him? My land, it seems to me...
He's honest, Mag.
Well, but just
and
the
he's
same.
sincere. Those are qualities that are always useful anywhere. The West can use them when he's learned to understand it.
Which same he never will.
Don't be too certain of that.
Huh?
Mag, I have an idea the Reverend Jasper Kane will change some of his opinions sooner than he thinks.
That evening, the masked man and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, were at their well-hidden camp, not far from Mustang Mag's ranch house.
Tonto, did you find out the names of the two fellows who claimed they saw Rod stealing Seward's cattle?
One feller named Blake, other feller named Shaw.
Isn't Shaw a nester who's got a small place on Seward's range?
That's right.
And it's clear why Shaw would back Seward's story. If he didn't, Seward would throw him off his land. But who's Blake?
Him, Seward Foreman.
So that's it. Both of Seward's witnesses, men who depend upon Seward for their living. You and I know, Kemosabe, that they lied. Others suspect it, but we know it.
Them tell heap big lie.
I wonder if they won't tell the truth with a little persuasion. Persuasion of the right kind. I'm positive Shaw would. How about Blake? What do you think of him?
Tonto make him talk.
Call, Scout.
Here, Scout. Here, Silver. We ride.
We're paying calls on Seward's two witnesses.
Me savvy.
Yep. They'll learn a lesson from this, Tonto. And Seward and Kane with them.
That's good.
Ready?
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Hail, Silver! Away!
An hour later...
What do you want? A masked man.
Shaw?
That's me.
Saddle your horse. You're coming with us.
Hey, you can't do this to me. Let go. Get your hand off that bridle.
Joe Blake, aren't you?
You bet I am, Mr.
Then you're riding. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on.
Let go, man. Let go.
Outside here. Who called my name?
It's me, Mag.
Well, I'll be switched. The masked man.
Mag, listen closely. Tonto has Seward's two witnesses at our camp. They don't know that he wouldn't harm them. And they're badly frightened men. I think we'll get confessions from them.
Glory be.
Things are going to happen. They'll happen fast. You'll have to know exactly what to expect.
On the evening of the next day, a gathering of sober-faced men assembled one by one in Mustang Mag's parlor, much to the bewilderment of the Reverend Jasper Kane, to whom the proceedings were a mystery. When he asked questions, no one answered him. The group seemed to be waiting for a signal that came at last in the form of a loud knocking at the door.
That must be them, all right. Come in.
Get in there.
Hey, let me go. What did you bring me here for? You ain't got no right to do this to me. I'll have the law on you.
Hold him.
I got the skunk. What
Quiet. Sit down. Sit down.
What am I here for? Magee, masked man said you sent for me. Why?
You're on trial, Seward.
But
For lying to get Rod Sampson jailed.
And for shooting me. And for being a general, all-round, low-down sidewinder that ain't fit to decorate this county no more.
No, you can't. You're not the law.
You just bet we ain't the law. We're the same as vigilantes. That's what we are.
Oh, please. I've never harmed you. None of you. I've never done a thing.
We know plenty you've done. There's likely more. Much more we'll never learn about.
Oh, no, you can't
The
do
law
that.
has failed to punish you. Instead, it's holding an innocent man because of you. We're here to do what the law has not done. See that you get what you deserve.
Oh, no, you're wrong. You're wrong, I said.
The sky pilot's got a gun.
Where'd he get it?
You can't do this. I won't allow it. It's not legal.
I told you once before, Kane, that we weren't interested in the law. We are interested in justice.
This isn't justice, and I won't stand for it. Don't move. Not a one of you. I'll shoot if you do.
Why,
Be careful, Missouri. He means it.
Seward.
Yeah.
Get out. Hurry. I'll hold him while you get away. Bring the sheriff here. Every one of these persons has broken the law and is liable to arrest. Hurry. Bring him as quickly as you can.
I'll get him. I'll bring him here.
You yellow coyote, Seward.
There.
You've let a guilty man escape. You've done exactly what I told you would do. You followed the letter of the law and defeated justice.
That's not true.
No? Well, we had 2 witnesses here in this room who would have testified. They'd been given a chance. Come out here.
Why, it's Mr. Shaw and Mr. Blake.
Tell Kane what you know, or I turn you back to Tonto.
No, please. That Injun will kill us.
You can't do that to us after you promised.
Then talk. Did you see Rod Sampson steal cattle, or didn't you? Quickly.
We didn't.
We said that because Mr. Seward told us we had to.
And I'll tell the rest of it. I'll tell you exactly why Seward wanted Rod jailed for rustling. It was because Seward's a rustler himself. And he thought that Rod had seen him at it. He wanted Rod discredited, so that anything he said would be ignored by the law.
Then you were right. Seward lied.
And how do you think I persuaded these fellows to tell the truth, Kane? By following the letter of the law? By handling them with gloves so they could go on with their lives and keep an innocent man in jail? I did not. As I told you before, it's justice I wanted.
I let him go. He'll never go to the sheriff. He'll run away. Maybe he won't be caught.
You admit that this time we were right and that you were wrong?
I do. And you have my word, gentlemen, that I will do everything in my power to see that Mr. Seward is brought back to justice.
It won't be necessary. Come in, Tonto. You too, Sheriff.
Seward.
Sure. Me and Tonto didn't let the skunk get far. We was waiting for him out there all the time. Tamed you down some, too, didn't we, Seward?
You have nothing on me.
We have plenty, Seward, now that Blake and Shaw have talked.
Sheriff, you said you were waiting for him. How could you know that
he'd get a chance to escape? Well, to tell the truth, I didn't. It was a masked man that did. I reckon, Kane, he had you sized up pretty well.
Kane, this whole thing was planned. Do you think you could have effected Seward's escape alone unless we permitted you? I knew how you'd react when you thought we were going outside the law. Missouri put that gun you're holding where you'd be sure to see it.
I guess there's nothing for me to say.
Nothing?
Nothing beyond the fact that I've been a fool. You've made your point. I was wrong, and I admit it. And now?
And now what?
All that's left for me to do is resign and go back east, where I'm fitted. A man like me can be of no use here.
You ain't stirring one step.
Well, I should smile, you ain't.
But why? What?
Kane, you've passed the hardest test of all, just like the masked fella said you would.
Test? Masked man?
He said when it come right down to where you'd seen you was wrong, you'd be man enough to admit it. And by thunder, he was right again. You did.
100%.
And any fellow that ain't afraid to tell it when he's been wrong is a feller I can tie to.
You mean you really want me to stay?
Yes,
Yeah. And Missouri and me'll be to meeting every Sunday in the year. That there's a promise.
Mag!
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
She was the most beautiful girl I had ever seen.
Even though he doesn't know who she is.
Sir.
This man will cross the hottest sands, climb the highest mountains, and sail the deepest seas to make his dream come true. Because on a scale from 1 to 10, he's about to meet a 10. 10, rated R. See your fantasy come true at a theater near you. Check local listings.
Chimère, an extraordinary new fragrance. To the world, it's discreet, but up close, it's something else. To the world, it's elegant, but up close, it's something else. Chimère, a new kind of fragrance that captures both sides of a woman. To the world, it's discreet and elegant, but it's something else up close. Chimère.
Sunday.
This is our new home.
The Morgans are the perfect couple with the perfect little girl.
She looks just like you.
But a secret life inside their home threatens to tear it all down. Cheryl Ladd and Robert Urich.
We've done awful things together.
When she was bad. Sunday.
Stay tuned for Playboy's Pajama Party with the Village People and a preview of the Playmates of the 80s.
Sunday at 8:30, 7:30 Central and Mountain. Mork's in uniform as a Denver Bronco cheerleader.
I want to assure you that this is a local news cutting. We have nothing whatsoever to do with the Playboy Roller Disco Pajama Party. There is more trouble in Iran. The crisis continues there. We have a story of a Thanksgiving reunion. 2 boys in Afton, 2 small Vietnamese boys, have finally been reunited with their mother, father, brothers and sisters, and an aunt and uncle after 4 years of separation. We'll have that story and more for you. Those of you who've turned off your television sets in disgust, wait about another half hour. We'll be back with the news.
An energy message from Amoco.
A factory this size employs about 400 people. But America could lose enough jobs by the end of 1980 to empty 2,000 plants like this because of the money sent overseas for foreign oil. Amoco wants to help fight unemployment caused by oil imports by producing more oil here at home. The more American oil we can produce, the more job security for American workers in all kinds of businesses. America runs better on American oil.
Hey, we're back on Friday night starting October 26th. Ski scene right after Charlie's Angels. Go for it. Channel 5, KSTP-TV, St. Paul, Minneapolis.
Let's check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
Well, this is great. I come to the park to get a hot idea, but the day turns out hot, and my idea turns out cold. Idea. Well, I thought I'd find something different in a public park, and I did. A small boy mashing his ice cream cone against my brand new trousers. And all to meet a deadline. Deadline. Story idea. Why didn't I do what I should have done in the first place?
Copy, boy.
Hi, Mr. Holliday.
Hiya.
Hey, Smith, where's the lead on that fire?
Hiya, Mr. Holliday. What do you say, Bill?
Jones, where's that interview? Hiya, Dan.
How are you, Joe?
Where's the makeup on page 4?
Hi, Holliday.
What's a good word, boy?
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
Hiya, Susie. Anything in Box 13?
Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Go to the park and get a story idea about romance. Sure, why not? What do I come back with? Gravel in my socks, sand in my shoes, and a June bug in my hat band. Holliday, why didn't you pick a different profession like driving a coal truck?
Mr. Holliday.
What's that, Susie?
I said, there's a message in box 13 for you.
Oh, thank you, Susie. Thanks so much.
Don't mention it. Say, you got a faraway look in your eyes today.
Yes, but only as far as the dry cleaners.
Dry cleaners?
Have you ever had a small boy wipe his ice cream cone off on your trousers?
Oh, girls don't call them trousers. In our set, it's slacks.
So it is, Susie. So it is. Well, see you later.
Okay, if you say so. But I still don't like that look in your eyes. You look like you might get into trouble.
You know what I think after spending the day in the park?
What?
Trouble will be a welcome relief. Why did I ever have to decide to be a fiction writer? I could have stayed a newspaper reporter. I could have kept on writing those snappy obituary notices and worn a hat that turned up in front and shoes that did the same thing. Well, better see what's in this envelope. If you want real adventure, be at the corner of 7th and Main at 10 p.m. tonight. A black limousine will pick you up at that time. Do not try to engage the chauffeur in conversation. What's this? No signature. Oh, no signature. Black limousines, chauffeurs who won't talk. Meetings on street corners at 10 o'clock at night. Well, this should be interesting. Oh, there it is, a black limousine. And look at that chauffeur.
This way, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, thanks. What a character this driver is. He looks like he spent his nights on a nice cold slab down at the morgue. Wonder if I can get him to talk. Driver. I said driver. Oh, chauffeur. Oh, you. Oh, pardon me.
Through there, Mr. Holliday.
So you do talk. I was beginning to wonder about that.
This way, Mr. Holliday.
Who's that?
It's only me, Mr. Holliday.
That black suit, it makes you almost invisible, you know.
Yes, I know. Follow me. You're curious about the way you were brought here. Did it frighten you?
Maybe. Maybe not.
This room, please. My office.
Well, this is very cozy.
Well, I'm glad you find it so. To eliminate a lot of questions, I'd like to say this. I know all about you.
All?
You're a successful writer. Apparently you fear nothing, and I would presume that some of your adventures spring from that ad you run every week in the Star-Times.
Did you find it interesting?
Adventure wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. Do you catch many people with that ad?
I caught you. Or is that vice versa?
I had you investigated, Holliday. I know where you live, what you do. The newspapers have told me of your experiences.
What are you leading up to?
You'll notice I had you brought here by a devious route. I wanted to be sure no one knew you were here.
Go on.
How much do you know about insurance, Holliday?
A great many people buy it. A great many don't.
And of those who do buy, a great many intend to defraud, to steal from their insurance company.
Now, look, if this is a racket, I'm not interested.
My name is Abner Blake. I'm the chief investigator for Northern Insurance.
Oh.
Do you remember the disappearance of Dr. Max Alexander?
I read something about it. Why?
He carried a very large policy with us. He's been gone almost 7 years. When his 7 years are up, the law will permit his widow to collect. And Holliday.
Yes?
I don't think Alexander is dead.
This man has the coldest, frostiest eyes of any professional man-trailer I've ever seen. And he's loaded with energy. Energy which I'll bet has helped him track down the people who tried to cheat his insurance company. Boy, I'm glad I'm on his side.
If you'll think back, Dr. Alexander performed a very delicate brain surgery on a prominent man. The operation was not successful.
I remember that he was criticized in some circles for taking a chance.
Immediately after the patient died, Alexander walked out of the operating room, the hospital, and so far as we've been able to prove, right out of this world. But I still feel that he's alive, somewhere.
And you believe it's an insurance fraud?
I'm sure it is. And I have a reputation, Holliday. No one has ever attempted to defraud Northern Insurance and has been successful.
You, suspect Mrs. Alexander?
Hardly. She's barely left her house in all these years. She receives no mail except from her daughter.
Her daughter?
She lives in New Mexico.
What about your regular men?
They've looked everywhere. They've come up with absolutely nothing.
Police?
Same thing.
And you're afraid you'll have to pay off?
No. Not if I have a smart man, a resourceful one, a man who can be as relentless as I am. And I think that man is you.
If Shakespeare were alive, he would cast Abner Blake in the role of Macbeth and throw him an extra part as one of the witches. But that's no affair of yours, Mr. Holliday. You've got to find a man who's been gone for almost 7 years. And if you were the hero of this story, you'd go to the files of a newspaper and look into the past.
Well, if it isn't Dan Holliday, what are you doing down the morgue of the Star-Times?
What would anybody be doing down in the morgue, Mac?
Well, some of them just lay there. You know me, Dad. I just got to have my little joke once in a while. Now, what was it you're looking for?
Oh, the clips on a citizen named Dr. Max Alexander. What have you got on him?
The works, Dan. The whole works.
Prominent man dies following delicate operation. Doctor criticized for taking chance. Dr. Alexander walks out of operating room and disappears. Grief-stricken wife employs private investigators when police fail to find Dr. Alexander. Dr. Alexander given up for dead. Not a bad-looking citizen, the doctor. He's been shot from more angles than Miss Philadelphia at Atlantic City. Kindly eyes, intelligent face, strong chin. Yes, Doctor, when I see you, I'll know you. And I hope to see you soon.
Yes?
Oh, I'm Dan Holliday, Miss Alexander. I'd like to talk to you about your husband.
My husband is dead.
Well, some people think he isn't.
They found something? They think he's alive? Come in. Now then, Mr. Holliday, who are you? And why are you looking for the doctor?
A commission from the insurance company. I hoped you might give me some information.
It was on all the front pages.
That's exactly as it happened?
Yes. He was never seen again. Oh, Mr. Holliday, if only you could find some trace of him.
I'm going to try.
You don't know how terrible it is. Almost 7 years. But still, I've had the feeling that he'll come back someday. You look for me, too.
Well, of course.
I miss him so.
What about your daughter?
After her father's disappearance, she couldn't stand it here in town. She went to our ranch in New Mexico.
Oh?
Her father's disappearance broke her heart. I pray you find him.
Mrs. Alexander, so do I. Mrs. Alexander is a grief-stricken old lady. One who sincerely wants her husband back. So, where to look first? This is the build-up to the main story, Holiday, and if you're smart, you'll bring in all the characters.
Where to, mister?
I want a drawing room to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Well, Holiday, you've got a railroad ticket and an hour to make the train. Better get back to your apartment, a quick shower, pack your bag, and get on your way.
We've been waiting for you, Mr. Holliday.
Well, gentlemen, is this a pleasant intrusion? And I hope you are gentlemen.
We were positive you wouldn't mind.
Oh, of course not. People break in here regularly.
Good. Sit down.
If you don't mind, I like the air up here.
As you wish. I understand you like to travel, Mr. Holliday.
Travel? A wonderful pastime, travel.
Ever think of South America?
Often. You see, I'm a Carmen Miranda fan.
How would you like to go to South America? For me, all expenses paid. For as long as you want to stay.
What would I have to do?
Just forget a few things.
Like New Mexico?
Particularly New Mexico.
Give me about 2 weeks and I'm your man.
You don't seem to understand. You're leaving tonight.
Well, that's what I mean. But I'm going west.
No, south.
You and I would make a nice compass together. Now, suppose you point north and walk right out of this apartment. Oh, and don't forget your gorilla.
You mean Spencer?
If that's his name, I mean Spencer.
You'll hurt his feelings talking that way.
Well, that makes us even. Just looking at him hurts mine.
Is it South America?
In a way. At least I'm showing you the open-door policy. Now, get out, you and your gorilla.
Spencer.
I wouldn't recommend that.
So?
I said get out.
Have you ever stopped to consider something, Mr. Holliday?
What?
You may never get to New Mexico.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. And now, back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well. Now you've got all the ingredients for a story. Insurance investigator doesn't believe doctor is dead. Wife doesn't believe doctor is dead. 2 men try to stop Ryder from making further investigation. All right, Holliday. Write the rest of the plot. Or maybe you'd better hit the sack. This is very pleasant. I've got a comfortable drawing room, and I'll bet it's got 1,000 springs to ease my worries. Uh-oh. The man with the urge to send me to South America. Well, I've got something for him. Let go. Now, fellow, what's the big idea of breaking in here?
I'm sorry. I must have come into the wrong drawing room.
You came into the wrong apartment a couple of hours ago. Now, what do you want?
I just want to go to sleep.
In my traveling bag?
I was looking for my razor. I wanted to shave.
You just had a close one. Come on.
Where?
To find out if you got space in this train. If you haven't, we'll make some for you. Under guard in the baggage car. This is fine. I couldn't prove a thing. My friend had space, and to the conductor, it seemed like a perfectly logical thing to mistake car 19 for car 18. I wonder who this man is and who's in back of him.
Next stop, Albuquerque.
Albuquerque. Well, that's the end of the line for me. And I hope I don't mean that too literally. Long distance? I want to speak to Catherine Alexander at the Bar Cross Bar Ranch just outside of Valmont. Yes.
Hello?
Miss Alexander?
Yes?
This is Dan Holliday. Wonder if I might come out to the ranch and see you.
Oh, you're the man who's looking for Father. Mother wired me about you.
Was it complimentary?
Mother said she believed if anyone could find Dad, you could. Come right out. I want to talk to you.
And I want to talk to you.
Cab, mister?
Yeah, ever hear of Valmont?
Sure did.
Know where it is?
Sure do.
Very far?
Sure is.
Can you take me there?
Sure can. You got enough money to pay for the trip?
Sure have.
Let's go, then.
Sure thing. This is New Mexico, Holiday. Breathe deeply and treat your lungs to a shot of straight ozone. 20 miles to Valmont, and all you've seen on the whole trip is 4 buzzards, 3 in the air, and the 1 driving. And if he's a cab driver, I'm a flying disc.
Car behind.
Yeah, so I hear.
Wants me to pull over.
Don't do it.
Know them fellas?
One of them is Spencer.
Friend of yours?
That depends on what you mean by friend.
I gotta pull up. Those guys are gonna run me into the ditch.
Can you fight?
Nope.
Then can you recommend a good dentist?
What for?
Something tells me that when this is over, I'm gonna need a new set of teeth.
You feel better, young man?
Yeah, thanks. What happened after those 2 fellas jumped me? Who are you?
My name is Moran. I'm the caretaker up at the Bar Crossbar Ranch. I was coming down this way when you were forced off the road.
Oh. What happened to the driver?
Last I saw of him, he was just a cloud of dust.
I remember now. I got out of the car. He drove away.
Those 2 fellows started to beat you up good. When they saw me coming, they ran off, too. You had a mighty close call, young man.
I had 3 of them. After this, my luck runs out.
Somebody after you?
And vice versa. Say, how far is the ranch?
Half a mile up the road. Better take it easy.
Come on, I've got to get to the ranch.
Feel you can make it?
My friend, I've got to make it. This is not good. Spencer and his gorilla followed me all the way out here, trying to stop me at every turn. Maybe I'm getting warm. But if that's true, why hasn't someone else found Dr. Alexander?
Here's the ranch house, Mr. Holliday. They say Miss Catherine was expecting you?
Yes, but hardly in this condition.
You're Dan Holliday? Oh, what happened? You're all beaten up.
So this is Catherine Alexander. What a beautiful girl. And what beautiful eyes.
You'd better lie down, Mr. Holliday. You're badly hurt.
Oh, no, thanks, Miss Alexander. I don't feel that bad. I just look that way.
Anything more I could do, Miss Kathy?
Oh, no. No, and thank you so much. If you hadn't come along, Mr. Holliday might have been badly injured. Perhaps fatally.
Thank you, Miss Kathy.
Now then, how about a hot shower? You can get a rub down and change of clothes.
Miss Alexander, you read a man's mind.
Sometimes that's a pleasure. Depending on the man.
You're depending on me?
What do you think?
Well, this is more like it. Hot shower, brisk rub down, little iodine on a few... Ouch, that stings. And Catherine was kind enough to loan me some riding clothes. That should indicate a sojourn in the saddle out on the desert, with the stars blinking their approval of my companion. Blinking approval? Holliday, you're an incurable romantic.
Isn't this beautiful? That gorgeous sky and the stars.
You love it, don't you?
I always have. Always will.
Have you been here long?
The Bar Crossbar belonged to my dad. We used to come out during the summer. Now I live here all the time.
Alone?
Oh, there's always Moran.
Moran? He's a strange old fella.
People around here say he's a little touched. But he's been wonderful to me.
Oh, say, those men who jumped me down the road. Moran ever see him before?
How could he? They were strangers.
Oh. Your mother told me you've been searching for your father a long time.
Yes. Mother and I have spent a fortune on private detectives, investigators, following up leads, but nothing ever happened.
Yes, I know. Oh, tell me, Miss Alexander.
Kathy, please.
Kathy, have you any idea where I might begin to look? I thought you might give me a starting point.
Not unless it would be back in the city. He just walked out one day. No one ever saw him again.
Well, I'd better go back there and start from scratch.
You don't have to leave right away.
I'd enjoy staying a while.
Maybe I have been lonesome. Perhaps I've forgotten what companionship can be.
Perhaps.
You'll stay a while?
A while.
Good. Say, the time. We'll be much too late for dinner. Come on, I'll race you.
You're on.
Hurry or I'll beat you. I'm at the corral gate already.
Kathy, look out! Kathy.
Mr. Holliday, what happened?
You were racing. The horse stumbled over that lower bar and threw her. Look at that gash in her head.
She's unconscious. I hope she isn't seriously hurt.
Don't stand there, man. Get into the house. Call a doctor.
Yes, a doctor. Doctor.
Hurry, will you?
Of course. Get into the medicine cabinet in the house. I need some bandages. She may be suffering from multiple contusions.
Multiple contusions?
Or even a compound skull fracture. Hurry, will you?
Compound skull fracture?
Iodine, if you can find it. Hurry, I said. There isn't much time.
Okay, Dr. Alexander.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, now I'm back in the city again, walking up the street towards that same grim gray house where I first met Abner Blake. Up the steps, Holiday, and write the final chapter.
That was a nice job, Holliday.
I was nice about it.
What do you mean?
You didn't see the look in Dr. Alexander's eyes when he recovered his mind. And that lovely, lovely girl being mixed up in a deal like this.
If you feel sorry for her, you're making a big mistake.
Yes, I know. She was following him the day he walked out into the country. She'd almost caught up with him when a hit-and-run driver knocked him down.
That's when she got the idea for the Disappearance Act.
Why not? The doctor's face had been so damaged no one would ever recognize him. And he'd lost his memory to top it off.
We've got the daughter and the mother in custody.
Just think, if she hadn't have fallen off that horse, I might never have been able to prove that Dr. Alexander was alive.
I know.
Hiding him on his own ranch was the daughter's idea, too.
Why not? No one would pay attention to an old man puttering around the place.
I've got a story, and I don't like it. Mother and daughter hide amnesia victim to collect insurance.
Oh, excuse me. Blake speaking. Yes, he's here. For you, Holliday.
Oh, thanks. Hello.
Mr. Holliday, this is Susie.
Oh, yes, Susie.
There's a message for you in box 13. Shall I read it to you?
Now, Susie, you know you're not supposed to open my mail.
But this is already open. It's a postcard.
Oh, is it interesting?
I think it is.
All right, come on. Tell me what it says.
It says, rental for box 13, $15.
Oh, fine. Goodbye, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. Original music was composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
I did it! Hey, number one, at your best on your way. I finally sold that big white house on the corner. You're a woman, you need iron each day. After showing it 31 times. Take your one a day, today and every day.
Nowadays, a woman keeps going all day. One a day plus iron gives you 100% full potency of iron in one little yellow tablet.
I did it. Hey, number one. I had pizza with garlic. Kiss me.
Garlic?
Come on, kiss me. I got the signal.
Nice.
Signal mouthwash fights strong mouth odors.
Hamburger with raw onions today. Kiss me.
Onions?
Come on, kiss me. I got the signal.
Minty.
Signal fights strong mouth odors. Even garlic, even onions. Gives you fresher, cleaner breath. Clinical tests prove it. A kiss will prove it.
Kiss me. I got the signal.
Wednesday on 8 is Enough, Susan discovers she's pregnant.
You'll make a wonderful mother.
Maybe the stork will save Susan's marriage.
It's a new beginning.
Then, a gang is kidnapping co-eds for a harem. So Charlie's Angels go to college and bait the trap.
Your place in an hour?
With themselves. And Dan's got to nail the killer of the hottest porno kings in Vegas.
Oh, no, there's only one trash bag left.
That's okay.
How am I going to stuff all that in there?
Overstuff it. It's a hefty.
Hefty can take it, 'cause we make it tough enough to overstuff.
2 different industrial strength plastics let Hefty stretch where most bargain bags break. More stretching for more stuffing, so you can use fewer bags.
Oh, that's
in here.
2-ply Hefty.
Tough enough to overstuff.
just you and me.
And your brother. And chips that are flat.
But that's all they had.
But they're still flat. Try my Ruffles.
For a lot of people, there's only one potato chip. Ruffles.
Now that's a chip.
Because Ruffles brand potato chips taste better, crispier with more potato flavor.
You got a lot better taste than my brother's other girlfriend.
Other girlfriend?
With a lot of people, it's Ruffles or nothing.
It's so wonderful to make a child's dream come true. It's a moment of love, a joyous sensation. Ooh, come on and have a Pepsi day. Come on and taste the Pepsi way. Come on and have a Pepsi day.
When I looked at Datsun 280ZX and Porsche 924, I also looked at this new Mazda RX-7, and that's all it took.
Just one look. That's all it took. Yeah, just one look. That's all it took.
You get a lot of refined sports car with the Mazda RX-7. You also get great mileage, and you get it all at a price that'll really make you look twice.
Yeah, the more you look, hey, the more you like.